right, this working? Can you hear me all easily in the back? Good. All right. So give one moment. Did not want to start early. Technically, here we go. So, welcome. This is What the Heck is Godot and What Have I Been Missing Out On? And first thing up, we're going to cover, well, who the heck am I? Because when you receive information, it's helpful to understand the viewpoint of the person who's given it to you, so you know what they've looked for, what they've maybe not, and you know where their experience brings things to them. So this is me. Early on, I did some freelance with a major game publisher, getting into 3D before any home computers had 3D hardware, when everything was pre-rendered, saved to sets of floppies, and distributed in a big block as a game, if you were lucky. Then I did, as a contractor, I did animation and 3D modeling for one of their early decent games they were highlighting at CES. Then I went on to work full-time at a multimedia startup, led the engineering, one person, myself. I was the engineer who could do art. Then we had an artist who could also engineer. And then the boss and a sales guy. That was it. By the time I left, we'd built it up into a larger art department. I was in charge of 10 people, and we were cranking out multimedia, Hollywood pitch reels. You know, there's a unfortunate link to certain individuals now, but just in the industry, it's like, oh, I'm embarrassed for them as an actor. But beyond that, and then I also got stuck over and over at several companies, including after this, doing karaoke, children's karaoke, PC karaoke, online. If the entire Asian economy hadn't collapsed at once, I was going to help the company go IPO on it. Since then, I've been, aside from my day job stuff, involved in open source. I'm a heavy developer with Inkscape. I was on the board for 10 years, helped get that going. So I continued to be involved in that, even though I was doing other things. And then Open Clip Art Library, which is back and doing decent now. And I was going to pull a lot of assets from, but pulled back on this time. I gave a hand getting that started. I don't want to claim. And this, by the way, this is the game I worked on. It's pertinent. See, I don't know, has anyone ever seen this in the stores in the past? It's on, it had gone on to Good Old Games, and a couple of people, yeah. And it's on Steam now, too. And I think it's even on sale, so I might actually pick it up more. I threw it in my wish list just in case. But the pertinent thing, that was a physical box in the store with a holographic insert. And the the skeleton was not, but all the rest, the dungeon that was holographic, that's my dungeon. And that is why it's pertinent, and we'll come back to that later, but just wanted to show that as a reference. So now next, what the heck is this? Well, it's not, it's good to know what it's not, because then you also know, what it is, and your expectations are better. So this is not a tutorial. I'm not going to walk through the steps. We need an hour and a half easily to do a nice tutorial for you to be comfortable with it, and a lot of equipment. Not academic research. It's not that detailed. Also, it's not pretty. That is on purpose. And I'll mention that in a moment. It's not official. I am not a Godot developer or associated with the project, and so this is not a skewed bias view, but it's also not an insider view, an in-depth view from that view. Also, if you have caught from what I'm saying, it's probably not going to be slow, so at least hopefully we will finish on time. So the idea, though, is what this is it's going to be fast, subjective, my viewpoint on all this. Check it for yourself, see if it matches with your desires, your goals, your needs. But no, this is my view, and that's what it is. I'm not trying to be objective here. I'm trying to give you my feelings on this. And hopefully inspiring you in a way that you can go something to play with, something to explore. How, I would say not just if you should check this out and try some things, but what you should try it with, because I feel anyone should at least give it a try. There is no monetary cost. The time cost maybe a weekend. And you can see, oh yeah, I like this, or yeah, that isn't for me. But you'll know that. And so basically a crash course introduction. I'm going to go back 1 second. One of the things here, officially, not pretty. Has anyone here ever worked in film, animation, or game development at all? A couple of people, yeah. Are you familiar with good storyboards? Thing I did when I was in college, I made a mistake for my animation class. One of them, I did storyboards on a computer because at the time, not many other people were doing that. And I made them really fancy with all these. That distracts from the content. I don't want you to be looking at my styling, my slides, my content. I want you to think of it as a blank slate for your ideas, your style, and what you want to do. So that's one of the things. So I actually I had a lot more graphics in here that I pulled out because I did not want to skew it incorrectly. So that's where we are. So now, let us move into an overview of everything. First of all, the players. Happy Mr. Godot. Now, part of an introduction, how do you pronounce it? Multiple ways. Officially, this is actually, the name was inspired by the Samuel Beckett play. So it is Waiting for Godot. But it was originally written in French and presented in France by an Irishman who spoke English also. And then the project was started by people in Argentina who did not speak English as their native language. So there are different ways. And most say it Godot. Officially, it's kind of recommended. But even in some of the plays production, some of the actors, especially with the not American actors, British, have different accents, and some of them, like Sir Ian McKellen, actually slipped into saying Godot a lot, and which is how I used to say it purely. So I'm going to slip back and forth a little in that. There. The other players. The big gorillas on the block. Unreal Engine and Unity. And does Unity ring a bell with anyone of the late? Okay, good. At least a third of you out there. So we'll touch on that. And actually, with the players established, we now get into the drama. Well, especially Samuel Beckett play. Okay, so the play reference. The drama is, does anyone recognize this? Raise a hand so I get an idea how many. A third, half. Okay, this is The Lone Ranger. Established in a 1933 radio show, then books, a TV show that ran through 49 through 57, comic books, cartoons, and The Green Hornet was actually a spin-off from The Lone Ranger, in case anyone had heard of that. Recent movie even with that. Okay, so, but that's not pertinent, so we'll move on. And then films. Films of The Lone Ranger. Does anyone here remember 1981? Even some of the older people don't remember it. That was that bad. All right. The movie called The Legend of the Lone Ranger. What happened is the people who were producing the movie did not want the TV image, especially because at the time, the 60s Batman was thought of as cheesy and funny and not serious. So they did not want to bring that onto their movie project. So they sued TV's Lone Ranger so he could no longer appear in costume and in mask. Could not go to conventions, could not go to openings, which he had been doing a lot, because that's what you do when you finish a very popular show. I mean, just look at the Star Trek circuit for conventions and actors. Then they gave a cameo to the guy who replaced him on the TV show for the last season, maybe when there were contract disputes. So that was just rubbing salt in the wound. It ended up a critical and commercial failure. Critics hated it, that's fine. You can still make money. Michael Bay is proof of that. Commercial failure because of the backlash. It wasn't a great movie, and then they did not have their beloved Ranger, Clayton Moore, in there. Boom, it's over. Now brings us to the next connection. I'll jump up to Dungeons and Dragons. Has anyone ever heard of this thing? A couple of people. Okay. So why is that related to what I'm going to be talking about? Well, in November of just a couple of years ago, they were updating their open gaming license. which all sorts of other people and companies were playing Dungeons and Dragons, producing modules compatible with, and all sorts of other stuff. Then they got, in that November, they decided to change their licensing and lock it down really bad, where you could not even go on YouTube and broadcast your game of playing it, which so many streamers, I mean, anyone ever heard of Critical Role? They would not be allowed to continue without paying the company lots of money, things like that. And it was like, oh, no, this can't be. Then in January, the full text got leaked, and yeah, it was that bad, or worse. And so they tried to backpedal. It didn't work because, first of all, who were the target customers? Who plays Dungeons and Dragons? Rules nerds who love to argue about fine details of the law and the rules. You think these people are just going to let you change a license on them and tell them they can't? Yeah, it's not going to work. So they gave up, and they finally relented and said, okay, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to use a Creative Commons license. How many people are familiar with those? Most of you. Good. But there are several levels, if you're aware, with different degrees of freedom and limitation, like, oh, you can't make money with this one. Well, it turns out, no. They went, which one did they go with? They went with CC by 4.0, which is just, as long as you acknowledge their source, you're fine. You can make money, you can do it, which is basically from where their locked down position from November that they started out, they had to actually let go and release it even further to keep the customers happy. So why would they not go forward with their money grab but actually back up? Well, I think one of the big reasons was, any guesses? Why would they have given up their rights in this regard? Because they were about to release a big budget movie. And somebody reminded them of what happened with The Lone Ranger. You do not piss off the fan base before you put your really expensive movie out there. Otherwise, they will lead boycotts and scare people away, even if people don't buy into it. So that is, I think, why they backed up there. So why am I doing this? I'm establishing a pattern that companies kind of do this over and over until we come to Unity. Does anyone here know about the Unity drama? Okay, a good portion of you. So basically what happened in September 12th last year, they announced that they were going to do a change. Basically, they were going to charge per install, when before it was free. And so people are saying, demos? If someone installs my game to run a demo, am I going to get charged? If someone returns it, do I get charged? If someone's playing on the web, does every time they hit the website and it downloads to the web browser, is that an install? Ooh. Yeah, they didn't think, the company didn't think that through at all. And then it was going to apply to games that were already out there. So even if you already released a game 2 years ago, this could kick in for you. So this was going to be bad. Bad. Company realized it was a miscalculation. They tried to recover. They fired the CEO. They reined in the changes, but still, they just wait so they can put these out one at a time? Or are they going to do something next quarter? You can't trust them anymore. They tried once, they are going to try again. And then I'm going to mention a brief thing about the CEO who was fired. Was his idea to do all this? He's a former EA executive. Okay. People know EA reputation in the game industry, not good to begin with. Former. How bad do you have to be a former executive from EA? And at least one report said this was the executive who wanted to charge players per real world money per in-game ammo reload. Said, look, they reload ammo all the time. We charge them a few pennies every time. We'll make lots of money. No, you'll have people who stop playing your game. No wonder he was an ex-executive. So, moving on. Can you get these? Yes, and you can use them without paying money. But there is a cost. So be aware of that. So Unreal Engine, if you go to the website, this is what it looks like, and the background cycles between different games that have been made with Unreal. Okay, Unity. Okay, Unreal is very similar, except for this one thing that's on their website now. most trusted game engine. They, Unreal Engine, earlier in the year had done their own licensing tightening and got people a little upset. But then Unity pulled what they did and now makes Unreal look good by comparison. That's only by comparison, by the way. So keep that in mind. And again, this is all my opinion. I have reasons backing up my opinions if you want to talk sometime, but yeah. So then, that finally brings us to the main question. And if you're familiar at all with the subject of this talk, you know what's coming. But I have to say it. Have you been waiting for Godot? Okay. And well, I have impression, and my strong opinion on this, from having worked early in the game industry, then in multimedia, and then staying in touch with everyone for over the years, Godot for Wait No More. See, this would be a movie-style poster with Wait No More as the tagline splash on it, but I don't want to influence your impression of what you can do. So we saw the Unreal and Unity websites a moment ago. This is Godot's. Looks a little cleaner, a little simpler, but the same thing. Every time you hit the website, you might have a different game show up in the background. And importantly, down here in the bottom, they show you what game by whom, which is nice. Because then you say, oh, I might want to check that out. You have the info right there. So go ahead. So where is Godot now? I think it is good. Blender is to 3D animation what Godot is to the game world. So Blender, if people are not aware, the 3D modeler and animation software, open source, free as in cost and free as in rights, libre. And you have the same thing with Godot. You have, they hit with 2014 Song of the Sea, which if you like animation and you haven't seen it, you must go see that. Dig it up, find it, watch it. It's amazing. Then one of the more recent things was in an interview about the huge hit, unexpected hit, Everything Everywhere All at Once. They were using that for some of the movie effects. It was one of their tools. Among other things, I think maybe 6 artists working remotely did the effects for that movie. That's it. I was like, what? That, among other things, if you're dedicated and you have open source supporting you, you can do that. You can pull off Hollywood competing things. Maybe it didn't look quite the same, but that was good. They leaned into that. They intentionally didn't want it to look like a Marvel movie, and it worked. And the bagel, the bagel was from Blender. And it's just another tool in the toolbox, and a professional can switch to whatever's needed for the task at hand. And Godot seems to be hitting that tipping point. There are plenty of games on Steam that are done with Godot. If you want to go and pay for some, play some for free. They are both. You can hit itch.io, however you pronounce it. All great source for indie games, and it's all over there. And even in an article from a top gaming magazine, I just pulled up because I was looking for a few more games to play this weekend. I pulled up, or no, not this weekend, just 2 days ago. I pulled up this article. Oh, Steam Spring Sale. I start going through the list. Best ones under $10. Oh, wait a minute, that was Godot. That was Godot. Oh, best under 5. That was Godot. And then I went to another site that lists, ranked by popularity, all the games on Steam that were done with Godot. It's like, wait a minute, my wife played that one. That was a fun game. That's a great game. So, now we get to the other thing. What can it do? Godot has a 2D engine and a 3D engine. If you're going to do a 2D or 2.5D or something, they have an engine dedicated for that. They have a 3D engine, which is fairly capable now. Really nice. And the platform support. Mac, Linux, Windows. Yeah, Windows too. I guess you have to have that. Web. You can deploy to web games. You can do mobile, phones, tablets, all that. You can do consoles. And I have an asterisk there because that does involve some third-party publisher support to get onto Switch or PlayStation or whatever you want to do. But there are services for that. And in fact, the Godot developers formed a separate commercial entity so that they can raise money and focus on that work, because the the game consoles aren't really that compatible with open source. You have to sign their agreements and other things. So there's an in between that goes between there. But if you do want to, you can do that. And VR support. With Apple now, AR, but I'm not sure. I don't know how AR the Apple stuff is. But yeah. So VR, AR, you can go through on Godot now. Also, you can do apps and tools. And the Godot game editor, the editor, the GUI that you bring up is a Godot project written in C++. So then that also brings us to the language support. It's native. It has GD script, which is a domain-specific language. They worked out for it because other languages weren't working well. And with a domain-specific language, you can either be locked in or you can be enabled for the abilities of the platform. I mean, Macromind Director, Macromind 3D. Those were a few, not any of the others, but Macromind. Yeah, early. I've been around a while, but so I've been exposed to all sorts of different languages. I've done professional work in Perl, Python, little JavaScript, JS, but GDScript, I think, as a professional coder who does C++ or Java and C mostly, it's a great language for what it does, and they supported it well. C++ support is in there. Now, you can get C# versions if you're a C# developer who has to use C#. You can bring your code over. Personally, I think it's worth it to look at GDScript and take that approach because it brings you more efficient coding for a game. C#'s a great general language, but if you want a game language for doing these games and these nodes and everything else, GDScript is great. Now, we're going to touch a little on what games you can do. If you were in earlier before the talk started, I had a video running up there. That was the 2002 showcase. If you go to Godot's website, you can play that video and see what it was that was done with Godot last year. And that just came out like a month or so ago. Or then you can look at steamdb.info. This is the place I went to find all the games on Steam done with Godot that ranked by whatever you want, by default, ranked game rating. And then YouTube. Oh, go search on YouTube, add Godot engine, and boom. You'll find people playing it, people making it, tutorials all over. It is crazy. And so, if you go to the Godot website, this is where you go. They'll showcase individual games. They have that demo reel at the very first, 2023, because it was released this year, actually. They have a 2022 showcase reel, too. Then these individual games. So I just went and grabbed a few, the thumbnails, the previews to give you an idea so that we don't have to try to hit a website live in the middle of a presentation, because that always works, doesn't it? No, it does not. Okay, so here's one. The first one is like a sweet, very Japanese feel bunny island thing where you decorate, you make your island nice, and then bunnies start to move in and live there, and it's just nice. Then there's this 3D angled, top-down isometric-ish shooter game with a cute little dragon dude. I think, I'm not sure. I haven't read the details on the lore on that game, but yeah, you can go to the website, go to that showcase link, go here, click on these, see these. A very top-down. Oh, I forget. There was a Kickstarter game, actually, that looked very much like this with some of the same things, the mana, the health, and the bottles. And yeah, if you're in the mood for a game like that, yeah, this can do it. This gnome game, looks like paper cutouts. I mean, has anyone ever seen the movie Mike Made a Maze? It's a weird indie kind of maybe horror, maybe comedy, but it's very much in that vein, I think. Although the gnome is not that hardcore and scary, the game. Apparently, Dome Keeper where you go through defending your dome against alien attacks and then mining for resources in the ground. This is a very popular one this last year. And you can get, and Brotato, shoot out the enemies. Then this beautiful one coming up on the left. And then this game, until then, very interesting. It's a 2D kind of retro-looking gamer, except it's done in 3D. But it's 2D it's very interesting. Check it out. Yeah, in multiple 3D planes for 2D assets is basically what it's looking at. And it's just beautifully done. So take a breath. Well, let's pause and see where we are. We're going to go through real quick, try to finish up Godot itself. First question, can Godot do this? What is this? This is the dungeon that in 1990 I did for Interplay for Stonekeep, and then took them 5 years to finish the game. And there's whole big stories about that and the race between that and my daughter, but we won't talk about that now. But the main thing is, can you do this? Answer is yes. So this fall I was playing with this. Took me 3 weekends to model columns, set up lights, do the lanterns the same. That's it. I don't have the demo with me now because last month or so my laptop got fried. The power supply went bad and fried it. And I couldn't just pull out the hard drive and plug it into some of my hardware to recover it directly because it's a NVRAM, a solid state drive. So I have to get, so I was like, okay. But then again, it's not about what game can I make. I'm not showcasing my game. I'm trying to tell you this engine can do this. So yeah. And then it had a limitation. The lighting and the shadows wouldn't work in the compatibility engine. By the way, doing 3D, you can pick different engines targeting what you want to do. Full PC only, or full desktop, mobile only, or the compatibility one that can run on both. So you can make one game that work anywhere. That can be handy. But, oh yeah, then it was already in the next release. I said, oh, it can't do these shadows the way I'm doing this in this horrible retro 1990s approach to it. This is not how you do it, but I'm going to try. Oh yeah, next release. Oh yeah, they're already at beta 3 for the next release. It's going to be out next month. Okay, I'll wait for that. Put it aside, and then last month, it's 4.2. I can do this now. I go in and my computer died. Oh well, horrible. So is it demo time? Sure, we got a couple minutes. And let's see if we can break their setup here. Let's see. So, by the way, that's the showcase web page there at Godot. Duplicate these displays. Does it work? I hope the recording catches this. And then here is Mr. Happy Godot, the robot. So open this up. It says, please confirm you don't have any projects. Now we can open asset library and go and pull down demos, tutorials, all sorts of things. I'll get to those in a second. Say cancel. Okay, new project. By the way, because of technical difficulties, I am having to run the presentation in Windows. Usually I'm into Linux. I have not put any proprietary drivers on this yet because it's a brand new computer, so I had to fall back for this. So there is nothing on here. So let me pick a project. Oh, and here I go. I can pick between one of 3 renderers, and as you go between them, it will give you the options. And I like the compatibility because I like options, but you'll have more. And it even knows about Git, built-in support, all that. Okay, so let's call foo, create folder. Now it will let me create and edit. Boom, that's it. That's all you have to do to start a project. And here we go. I can look at the 2D, I can do 2D or 3D. And then I can add a node. And that's the thing. You build it up out of tree of nodes, and then add child node. Oh, and look at all this. All these different nodes. It's like, oh, node 3D, animation player, animation tree, multiplayer spawner, multiplayer synchronizer. Anyone want to do multiplayer games? It's right there. I mean, the, go through the documentation. This is what I have to say. And then Node 3D. What do we have? Camera, collision, grid map, marker, shape, skeleton 3D. And now, normally you can build up through shapes and nodes and other things in here, but a probably more preferred way would be to create or get your assets in Blender. Now, you could use Maya or anything else, but Blender, you want that so that you have freedom and of rights usage and it won't disappear on you. It's another reason to use Godot. They can't take it away from you. Unreal, next quarter they might change their mind. Unity might go back on their word. Who knows? Godot, if they do something stupid like that, somebody else will fork it. For like build systems, how many people use Hudson? Oracle bought Sun and said, oh, we are going to lock this down because everyone uses it and we will make lots of money. And all the developers says, no, open source, boop, Jenkins. Everybody uses Jenkins now. Same thing. So the people who do Godot know if they get stupid, the users will just leave. So you go in here, you set this up, you go in, you can add nodes, do scripting, add scripts on different, to your scene, to your nodes, individual things. And as I said, personally, I think it's a really nice language. The handlers are good, and you name them with like on whatever, but not on button clicked. You do something else. You give it the name of what you're going to do when the button clicks, in case you want to add a keyboard to do it also. You know, it's little things like, and the tutorial covers that. That is what I really liked. So let's see, showcase, I had shown that, and how you can go through and click on these different games, like the rabbit game, Osagishima, Tail Quest, was that cute? Oh, it's a little fox guy, not a dragon, my mistake. You know, and all these different games you can just go and check out. But more importantly, let's see, tutorials and resources. So this is the important point. This is where you get going next. You search for the Godot. It's in docs.godotengine.org, or you hit help in the program. Introduction. Go through this. They have a whole thing with including your first 2D game and your first your first 2D game. Contents, setting up your project, organizing it, finishing up. Let's see if they have. Yeah, and so here's a 2D game. They walk you through creating this. This took me a couple hours sitting at the kitchen table with my in-laws to do. Beautiful. This in the 3D game. And then they introduce how you do this same thing in 3D. Let me see if they have a... Yeah. So in 3D, that's what you get from just an hour or two of poking at GDScript, and this walks you through all that. And by the time you're done working through the tutorial, you'll get an appreciation of what the language is and how it works. And then if you want to use C#, you can bring in your C# version. If not, you can, or C++ if you're hardcore, you can use that if you want to. If you, hey, but I think GDScript is probably the best case. So let me see if I can find my settings again. Quit. Don't save because I didn't do anything in there. So that's how you get started. I'm not going to actually do something because that will color what you try to do. You do your thing. And this can do anything. So whatever it is you're thinking of, it can do. So now let me extend these displays. Keep changes. And then I forget how to get started a specific slide. So we'll just go through the whole presentation again real quick. I'll say everything. No, I won't say everything really fast because that'll get confusing. So going through the steps I just did. I had recorded the key points on slides just in case it crashed or whatever. But then here's the other thing. You can go through that other tab when you open up. You can get all these demo and resources. Just go to pull this up, and it's a live page. So you can try all sorts of things first before you try to create your own project. But work through those 2 demo projects first so you get a feel. So this is the link for the tutorials I was just showing, how to get at them. I'll leave that up for a second for people who are making notes, because your cameras are so helpful. And then I was able to show the tutorials live because this is SCaLE. They have great Wi-Fi here. This is the sublink to getting started. So for you should be able to find them easily, but if not, it's there. And then I showed them. So now we have a couple minutes, hopefully, for any questions out there. Anyone? Anyone? Or should I say, first one to ask a question gets a muffin. I've got a speaker. Oh. This is a special speaker's muffin. Don't tell them I gave this to you. You can give it to someone else. I don't care. But use the mic so everyone can hear.
So I was just wondering with Godot, how does in the industry, I know that a lot of times they're talking about using Unity and Unreal Engine. How Godot expand into bigger AAA industry and stuff?
Okay. I'm wondering if that was working or not. Yeah. So he was wondering how Godot enters into the industry using Unreal and Unity. It's changing. And the big thing, with all the Unity drama that just happened, what you're going to see, I think, is smaller and indie studios first are going to be wary of putting all their eggs in the Unity or Unreal basket because they just saw how likely the company is to just kick them over at any moment. And just like with Blender, where, oh, you can't afford Maya anymore? Okay, just use this. Suddenly, their sales drop. And then there was other things earlier where the workstation software, we can get into the whole thing happened there. Wavefront, I think, or Alias. And you don't hear about these companies anymore because they tried to do that. And everyone just said, no, I'll just go to use my PCs instead of the Sun workstations. They're good enough. So I think it's because of what happened last fall, they're doing this. You won't hear about it for another 6 months maybe, but then the stories will start to come out. Any other questions? Yes. I'm not sure if this is working again. Oh, it's on somewhat.
So, with all the questions about licensing, I'm wondering, does Godot impose any kind of copyleft terms or anything like that? I worry about that from both sides.
Oh, yes. Very good question. So he says, does Godot impose any licensing, any copyleft, anything like that? I forgot to include that. That is a key thing. Godot is under the MIT license. MIT license says, basically, take it, mention that you're using it, that's it. That's all you're under restriction to. So it is for a game development group, that's what you want. Someone saying, here, use this. If you want to give us changes, we'll take it. If not, just say you used it. That's it. I think that's pretty simple and non-burdensome, but very good. Yes, I definitely needed to mention that. Anyone else? Ooh, couple down there. Yeah, still working. Can you pass the mic down?
Have we seen any AAA games being developed with Godot yet or not?
Okay, have we seen any AAA games being developed with it? I'm not sure. I think like Dome Keeper was a couple months ago, I think hit $1.5 million in sales. So you're looking at that for the moment. But, you know, how long does game development take? It's not the 5 years plus it took on the game that I worked on, but it's still, you've got a big lead time. So bigger games might be coming out, and as more small developers realize they can get into this for Unity, Unreal Engine, you pay thousands of dollars per year per developer. If you have 5 people using it, you have to pay 5 times that $5,000, things like that. So for basically what I'm waiting for is the AAA game equivalent of Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's all there. It's tools easy for creative people to use. It's affordable, and Unity just made people notice it. So I'm sure one of the big factors for Unity backing off their claims is how many indie studios announced they were switching to Godot, and how many big studios privately told them, change this or we are switching. Because Godot is good enough. It will do the job. So I think we're about to see more and more until sometime with it. But you're looking at a good Godot game can net, over $1 million, couple million probably easily nowadays. Anyone else? Yeah.
Godot doesn't really support concurrent gen console, so if for somehow I have access to the console SDK, how can I try Godot to perform on those consoles?
How can you try Godot to perform on the consoles? Now that takes third-party publishing things and money that I personally don't have just to spend on the weekend. But I think it was either summer or fall. That is where the Godot developers formed the separate company so that they can pursue that because of those questions. So I forget the name of it right now, but just do a search for that online, and they are the group trying to make this happen, trying to make it easier, and they'll have those details, I think. So that's where to look for it. But yeah, they are trying to answer that question and that need. So real quick, any last question? Oh. Well, I'll get two real quick.
Yeah, what's the asset ecosystem like? If I'm a developer who doesn't want to learn any Blender, how easily will I be able to find assets for my game?
Oh, how easy can you find assets? Check that online source that is in Godot itself. itch.io, I think, has a lot of assets, and just Google Godot 3D assets, and you'll find free ones you can buy, one to license or buy, depending on the terms. There are a lot of resources out there. Yeah, and then.
Are there any good resources you know of where you can find a list of like platforms and hardware, and it'll tell you like what constraints to work within? Like, for instance, I've been trying to make things for the Quest devices, and I'm finding can't use depth maps, don't use anti-aliasing, don't use like volumetric fog. Is there somewhere I can find what's like reasonable? Or
Okay, the question is there somewhere you can find details on limitations on specific platforms, what features not to use so that it can work on Quest or some of these other pieces of hardware? Well, I would say, from what I've seen, Godot, the website, the group, Godot itself has forums that they just revamped so that they could scale up to better support. So that's one of the two places to check. The other is Reddit. There are so many resources. A few different subreddits do cover those kind of questions, if you might. So there might be Godot subreddits and Quest subreddits and other subreddits, and they are discussing those type of issues constantly. I just browsed a few to see what was going on. I don't have anything memorized, but that's where you can go and get a lot of answers. And then for tutorials or, okay, how was it a couple weeks ago? Then you can go to YouTube and search for videos, and because indie people love putting YouTube videos of their work up there, so you will find out quick. Now, hopefully I haven't, oh wow, on time. Thank you very well. little over the break, but thank you for coming, and hopefully you can look at this and have some fun.
anything? Is there nothing? Cool. Okay. Maybe really talking to it. Oh yeah. All right. Well, I'll just eat the mic then. That's fine. I can do that. Here we go. That's probably a lot better. All right. going to start in a couple of minutes. Just want to do a mic check. Is my mic close enough to my face? Hello. Is this going through the speaker at all? People near, yeah? All right, beautiful, beautiful. Because I will get a little animated talking about fiber arts, but not so animated that it should blow out the speaker. Oh, wow, I'm breathing on it, too. There we go. Beautiful. All right, so we are 1 minute past. I think we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, everybody, for coming to a talk about fiber arts. I really appreciate that. And also some electronics in Linux and open source, too, but mostly fiber arts. My name is Kyle Rankin. Hello. I am a tech author. I used to write for Linux Journal Magazine, published a number of tech books. Most recently, I was Chief Security Officer and President for Purism, who made free software running phone and a laptop and things like that. Since I'm no longer with them, and right now I'm just sort of looking around, looking for the next job. So if you have an idea, you can want to talk to me after, that's great. Let's see, what else am I plugging? I wrote a book in my time off about how to write a tech book, so it's very meta. So, yes, oh, well, thank you, fan section. So yeah, if you want to, if there's a lot of people who are like know tech really well and maybe have thought about writing a book, but they're not sure whether they're, you know, what it would take. So I kind of like did a brain dump of everything, my experience in that. Okay, enough about all of that. Let's get into the talk. So, brief introduction. I have a lot of hobbies, and I mean a lot of hobbies. And every now and then when I talk about this, I'm trying to, and people kind of wonder why, and I think about why is it that I have so many hobbies. And I think really what it is I like the process of learning new things. I like the process of getting new skills, whatever that is, and you get to this, at least to this certain plateau of like, yes, I feel like I have this down, and then you sort of at least maintain that, and then every now and then a hobby you dive even deeper into. But I tend to dive pretty deep into the hobbies that I get into. So for example, some past hobbies. I got really into barbecuing and then curing meat, so like made my own bacon, you know, made some, I got as far as curing a holiday ham one time from scratch, which was actually the best ham I ever had. Got really I've been into 3D printing for like 12, 13 years or something like that. I did a SCaLE talk about that a number of years back. I got into playing the banjo. I do a lot of home improvement and got really kind of enthused into plumbing. Most recently, I got into historical mechanical calculators and started collecting those. That was like a deep dive where now if you were to do a Zoom call with me, you would see behind me this wall. It's kind of like an antique calculator museum with like a lot of, that kind of stuff. In fact, one of them I was rewatching It's a Wonderful Life, and we had to pause it, so I'm like, wait, I have that one. But the thing is that like I got really into that, and that goes down a rabbit hole of understanding the history of computing, right? And when you start going into the history of computing, you'll realize there's a lot of crossover with other things. You eventually land on people like Charles Babbage and Ada Lovelace. And when you start looking into their history about programmable computers, you learn about a man named Jacquard, who invented a loom about a century before that was programmable with punch cards. And when you're someone like me who reads that, then it plants a little seed in the back of your mind, like, okay, looms, weaving, punch cards, that's kind of interesting. Okay, we'll get back to that. So I didn't do sourdough bread during COVID, but I did get into weaving. That was sort of my COVID hobby that I dove into for this reason. It's sort of like one hobby led to the other one. So a couple of examples of this, I got really into it. So I spent, I have a vast library now of mostly out-of-print weaving books that I've gone through and get really into the history of it. I actually this last year entered a competition for the first time. So there's an example of a double weave cotton reversible towel that I submitted to a competition. I actually won. So yeah, towels. Thank you very much. But yeah, so like I got really into that sort of technique. Most recently, I wove a stole made out of silk for my wife by surprise for like Valentine's Day. This is using like an undulating twill for those of you who are weavers. Pretty complicated, the most complicated pattern I've ever woven, and probably the fastest I've ever had to weave because she was gone for a short amount of time. And so I had to really like spend like hours and hours and hours like getting this done before she got back for a surprise. All right. But enough about that. So basically, that getting into weaving sort of like opened up a world generally into fiber arts as a pursuit. And as I mentioned before, there's a lot of intersections with technology and fiber arts, in particular with weaving and the automation with weaving, but also with knitting. A lot of the automated machines that started like the Industrial Revolution were around automating fabric production, which spawned a revolt by people known as the Luddites, who were revolting against that technology, in particular how that technology was taking control out of the more skilled hands and making it and commoditizing it without any alternatives. And there's actually a really good book that just came out this year called Blood in the Machine that documents the history of that whole thing, because traditionally these days when you hear about Luddites, you think of someone who doesn't like technology, and that actually wasn't the case. The people who were around the Luddite movement in the UK were actually not afraid of technology at all. They embraced technology generally speaking, but they didn't embrace how technology took control out of the craftsman's hands and put it into just the owners of the factories. So recommend that read if you're interested in that. That's another diversion, but that's okay. We'll get back into it. Okay, so briefly, I was like, man, there's like all these other automated, there's these intersections with technology and fiber arts. And I was like, I saw someone online on social media post about a computer-controlled knitting machine. I'm like, I want a computer-controlled knitting machine. That would be really cool. So I kind of start searching for that. Like, man, well, they're kind of expensive. Oh, well, there's kind of one or two that you can find. There's some flatbed ones that used to be programmed with floppies, but you can then the Craft magazine in combination with Make came up with some interfaces for that. But anyway, that led me to searching on Craigslist like you do, and I found a free flatbed knitting machine. Now, it wasn't an electronic one. It was the previous generation, so it was programmable only with punch cards. But that's still okay. So now I have this flatbed knitting machine to where like we have some people in the middle row doing it the hard way where it takes some time and focus to knit. Whereas with me, it's sort of like one row is, and then the next row is you kind of go like that. And it's about the size of a Casio keyboard, right? Well, that kind of made me interested in the process of mechanical knitting. And I was like, that's kind of cool. And that, again, another seed planted just to sprout later on. And ultimately, that led me to building a knitting machine clock from scratch. So this is a story all about how I did that. So I named it Tempest Nectit.
which is the closest Latin I could find to time nits. And so that's the name of the project. And let's go into it. So this talk in particular, I'm going to talk about the inspiration of the project. I didn't conceive of this idea myself. The design. There's a lot of design elements into this that was the heaviest part of this project for me. The assembly, which wasn't so bad. Set up an installation. So after it was built, how do I set it up and get it ready to go? I'm going to talk about the 2023 scarf. So this machine knits a scarf every year. It takes a whole year. It's a pretty long scarf. And I'm going to talk about some particular highlights of the 2023 scarf. And then talk about some future plans for this machine and for the things that it produces. And then some closing thoughts. So let's get going with that. So the inspiration was this. This was a Hackaday post that I saw in January of 2023. An artist by the name of Siren Elise Wilhelmsen designed a project clock. So this is like an art project that you'd put in an installation, and the way that it worked is it would knit a stitch every half an hour, and every day it would knit a row. So there was 48 hooks around this circular knitting machine. Every half an hour do a stitch, which means 48 of those is a row, so that's a full day. After a year, it would drop a completed scarf onto the ground. Okay, and it's sort of like talking, it was a commentary on the passage of time, and there's probably some references to some Nordic tradition as far as like the not the Valkyries, but the Furies and their using of looms to stitch people's lives, kind of like the Greek fates. There's a lot of this stuff probably tied into that. Regardless of that, I wanted one, but there's no build plans. The thing is you could commission the artist, but whenever you go to a site, whether it's an enterprise vendor, who says, ask us for pricing, or an artist is like, you can commission me, like, oh, okay, never mind, I can't afford that. But that's okay, so I was like chatting with my wife about it, sent her a link, I'm like, I want one of these. And she's like, well, you should make one. I'm like, well, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Sure, I got approval and everything, so let's go. So the thing is, there were no documents on how to make one of these things, right? Like there was no guide, so I had to figure it out. But the thing is, when you think about what this clock was doing, you can break the design down into a couple of components. So the artist clock had a 48 hook circular knitting machine. I'm sorry if that font's kind of small, but you can just hear what I'm saying. So it's a 48 hook circular knitting machine. There's a stepper, it had some sort of stepper motor that was attached to what otherwise the circular knitting machine usually operates by a hand crank, or you can get an attachment to hook a drill up to it, which is kind of sweet. But instead of a drill, you could also just hook up a stepper motor. So clearly there's some sort of stepper motor that controlled that. Some sort of electronics to control the stepper motor. Some software that then told the stepper motor to turn one stitch every 30 minutes, right? So I took that as, those are probably how it was made, and so my personal project ended up breaking into a couple of sections. So electronics, so I needed some way to control a stepper motor with some kind of electronics. I needed some kind of software so that I could rotate a stepper a certain amount of steps every period of time based on a schedule. I needed a knitting machine. I wasn't going to make one of those from scratch. I was going to pick something off the shelf, and there's a couple of examples out there that aren't that expensive. And I needed a case. I needed something to put everything in. So that's sort of like the breakdown of the project. So let's talk in more detail about each of these. So for the electronics, my first proof of concept is, can I control steppers from a Raspberry Pi? Yes, you can probably do it with Arduinos for sure. That's not really my strength. But I also have tons of Raspberry Pis lying around because you eventually get a newer model to do a thing in your house, and then you have the older model kind of sitting on the shelf. And I'm pretty sure this didn't need a whole lot of horsepower to do what it was doing, and Raspberry Pis for Arduino people are already way overkill. But I was like, hey, I bet there's some way to control a stepper motor from a Raspberry Pi, and of course there certainly is. And if I could do that, then I didn't have to get into Arduino programming. I could just use my Raspberry Pi, and I could also easily SSH into it, which is kind of cool, SSHing into your clock. I used an Adafruit motor hat. Adafruit makes this really nice little hat that sits on top of the Raspberry Pi and is designed for controlling both a stepper and regular electric motors. So I combined that with, most of this, there's some purchased things here, but a lot of this was like stuff that I had lying around my house because I'm a geek, and you collect things. So you have the drawer of power supplies where you're like, I'm going to use one of those someday, and everyone's like, you're never going to use one of those. Well, I proved you wrong because I did use one of those for this project. But so I had a spare Raspberry Pi lying around. I also had a spare stepper motor because I had some spare old 3D printers lying around, right? That were no longer like fancy. I have like a fancier one kind of, and I have these old school ones. So like, okay, well, I can just take the stepper motor out of there and it'll probably work. So I just basically followed the Motorhead docs. Oh, I didn't mention, I've never worked with stepper motors before. I mean, technically, yes, I used a 3D printer, so that uses a stepper. I've never programmatically managed stepper motors. I just had a vague sense of some ideas about it and read some docs. So that was like a brief crash course. The Motorhead needs something between a 5-volt and a 12-volt power supply. So I went through that drawer that has all those old bricks that you have, and I found both a 9-volt and a 12-volt. There's some things that if you've worked with stepper motors, in particular with 3D printing, that there is a relationship between the voltage and how much power you're going to get out of the stepper motor, but there's also a relationship to the sound. So the more voltage, you're going to get more power, but it's also going to be louder. The stepper motor is going to make more noise typically. I mean, they sell quiet stepper motors and things that compensate. But I knew that relationship just because I read it one time and it was stuck back here somewhere. And so I was like, well, I have a 9-volt and a 12-volt. Let's see if I can get away with a 9-volt. Also, the brick is smaller. I went with the 9-volt mostly for that reason, because the 12-volt power bricks that I had in my drawer were the gigantic ones. So I went with like a 9-volt, a little bit smaller. I can make the case a little bit smaller. So after that, I could control a stepper motor. It was spinning. I would type a command and it would spin. SSH into my Raspberry Pi like you do, and it would spin. But the thing is I kind of realized as I was doing this, I wanted hardware buttons on this thing. And because it would be really useful to be able to control the steppers manually, but in particular, control them manually without saying, well, all you have to do is SSH into the clock and run this Python script, and then you could, I didn't want to have to do that, so I was like, it would be kind of nice if I had two little buttons on the bottom. One would go forward and one would go backward. I know that Raspberry Pis can do that. Not that I've ever done it before, but I know they can do it. So I went through my stash of conference badge, like electronic badges. If you've gone to enough conferences, you'll see these kits that like make your own badge, that kind of stuff. Well, I have like a stack of those. And so I went through the stack and found one. I'm like, oh yeah, there's all these great little push buttons in there. I'm sure that would probably work fine. So got that. Followed the GPIO guide and learned how to like wire those and all of that stuff, which again, crash course in that, but that, again, not too challenging. The docs are there. So you read the docs, you hook all that, wire that stuff up, and then you have hardware buttons. I settled on just 2 buttons. One would advance forward some amount, like about a stitch, and one would go backward about a stitch. And this was also kind of useful for testing other things. All right, so that's the electronics. Now on the software side, basically, it's a Raspberry Pi running Raspbian. I wanted to do that for a couple of reasons. One, Adafruit's examples were all based on that, so I didn't want to veer from that. And also, it's just like the simplest approach. I don't need it to be like super lightweight, whatever that would mean for a clock. So it didn't really matter. So I just went with the basics. I'm glad I did. I needed to write custom software, though, because I needed to control the knitting machine with very precise steps. I'm trying to move it at just a certain amount, and this actually becomes more important halfway through the design process when I get thrown this giant curveball. So I have to control it precisely. All the examples are in Python. I did a little bit of Python before that, but just like here and there, because mostly, like, and this is also a connection to Fiber Arts, I learned in Perl first. So that's a knitting joke. Sorry, everybody. Because like Perl and Bash. But this was in Python, so let's learn some Python. So did this in Python. The key, though, is figuring out exactly how many steps to tell the stepper to move to go forward 1 stitch. And it's based on the machine it's hooked up to and a couple of other things, and the gear ratios and things like that. So it's not like that's not documented. So you basically have to do trial and error. So that's what I did. I found a 3D printed part online for someone who wanted to hook a drill up to their circular knitting machine, and I just printed that out and hooked it up to my stepper motor. There's this nice little trick. If you take an aquarium tube and put it over a stepper motor and then kind of squeeze that into the drill hole, it provides enough friction and grip that you can control the gear that way. So I did that, hooked it up sort of like in this really hacky way first because there's no case. So kind of hook it up to the kind of have it suspended, hanging from the knitting machine, and do some trial and error, run some scripts, and figure out exactly how much I have to move to go a stitch. Then I wrote a couple sample scripts as I was doing this because I wanted to try out a couple different ways to advance things. So for example, here's a script that would advance one stitch. All right. Most of this is relatively straightforward Python. Half of it's importing libraries, and the other half is a single for loop. You'll see a lot of commented out examples here, and this is me iterating. I kept this on purpose. This is me iterating through. There's a couple of different ways to control stepper motors with this motor hat, as there are a couple of different types of steps. And so in this case, I'm experimenting with a lot of the different ones, and some of them require sleeps in between, some of them don't require sleeps, and I'm experimenting with a couple of things. One, how much power is that step providing? Because the knitting machine, this isn't a high precision knitting machine, this is like a very cheap plastic knitting machine. And so it has a tendency to bind because there's not like high precision between the parts. And so you kind of have to overpower that with like a little bit of extra oomph. And when you're hand cranking, it doesn't really matter. You just kind of like crank a little bit harder. But for a stepper, you don't want it to be just sort of stuck. So I experimented with a couple of things there. And so, for example, it took a lot of experimentation to find the right type of step to do, the right speed of step, and any sleeps in between. There are what's known as micro steps, which are way quieter. It just makes this loud kind of noise, which is really kind of sweet, although it's also kind of weird. It's more precise in terms of compared to some of the other stepper types, but it's also way weaker. And so I ultimately ended up going with, well, there's also a single type of step. It's called a single step, which is way stronger, louder, but it's, again, more powerful. And there's a double step, which is even stronger and also even louder. I ended up noticing when I was doing this, it would skip sometimes when actually, with just the knitting machine by itself, with no yarn in it, I could use some of the weaker stepping types, and it would go through, and it would go through fine. I could like go through whole cycles through it. But when I started putting yarn in, that added just enough tension, especially at the very beginning when you're first casting on, that it would start binding. So I realized I'm going to need more powerful steps. And at first you could kind of get around that by sort of forcing it through, and then once it was a little bit better, but I found I needed to get one thing. I needed to do the most powerful step I could. I also ended up buying a more powerful stepper. So I just went online and found like a equivalent stepper. Like with 3D printers nowadays, you can find these steppers very easily online. And found one that was rated to be stronger. And I have links later for this. I settled on the double step, which is the strongest but also loudest step, with a short sleep in between. And that combination, you can kind of control the volume a little bit by how long you sleep in between each time it tries to move the motor. So then I needed to somehow programmatically control this. So first I considered a cron job. This seemed like the perfect use for a cron job because I want to do a thing every half an hour or every hour or whatever. Well, that's what cron was made for. But I also added those hardware buttons. And so that means I needed some sort of daemon already that was sitting there in a loop listening for button events so I could trigger actions based on that. So since I already had a daemon that was always going to be running, I decided to combine that daemon for button control with my clock, essentially, everything that controlled the clock. I ultimately wrote this daemon that runs in an infinite loop. I sent a link here. It's actually longer than it'll fit on the page, and you can just click on it if you're interested. And it runs through this infinite loop. At first, at the very beginning of the loop, it checks the time. If it's at the very top of the hour, then it moves the stepper forward one increment, whatever that ends up meaning. What I ended up doing is not just move forward, but I noticed it got louder here. I also noticed I needed to move backwards a little bit first to kind of sometimes help it unstick, because again, this isn't a high precision machine. So every now and then it would kind of bind, and I noticed if I went backward a little bit first before I went forward again, it kind of would loosen things up, and so that helped, and so I added that in. The other thing I decided to do was, instead of doing the entire step for 1 hour together, so instead of just going like, what I did was I split it up to chime the hour. So what I mean by that is, yes, 1 o'clock would go, but like 3 o'clock would go, and so the idea was you could be, well, it's kind of loud. You could literally be in another part of the house, and you would just sort of hear it start, and you're like, oh, wait. Oh, it's 6 o'clock already. Okay. So you could actually hear the chime based on how it did that. And I was back and forth about doing that, but I like that I did it now, so we kept it. After it chimes and advances a stepper, it sleeps for 61 seconds. That's on purpose so that there's no possibility that it could go back into the beginning of the loop and chime again at the top of the hour, because it will have at least be 1 minute after the top of the hour at that point. Otherwise, if it didn't chime at the top of the hour, then it looks and detects button presses and acts based on those. I also added a very simple system to Unifile that runs this automatically at boot, so I don't have to deal with this at all. I can just sort of plug it in, and it starts up and it gets the time from the internet and then gets going. All right, so now I have electronics, I have software, I need a knitting machine of some kind. Here you go. Here's a prototype. I started with the Centro 48 hook knitting machine. This is a pretty inexpensive clone of some more expensive circular knitting machines that are out there that are plastic, like Addy, I want to say, makes one that is very popular. It's about 2 or 3 times as expensive, but you get what you pay for. This is pretty cheap, and this is a fun project, so I went with that. The other thing I wanted the machine hook count to match the machine hook count in the original project. Now, why does that matter? It makes sense as a clock. So if you think about it, if you have 48 hooks, then that means and you want a row a day, then it makes sense to chime every half an hour. Then that way you get 48 chimes or 48 stitches every day. So it's easiest to calculate that with 48 hooks. You know that every half an hour it advances 1 hook and then keeps going. I just said that slide. So my original plan was to basically use a back and mount everything to the back, some sort of backer board, and then build a wooden frame around it, kind of like a birdhouse design. And the reason that made sense, one, the original project did that, but the other reason it made sense is you have the circular knitting machine, and there's a stepper motor sticking out of it at some place. And so it makes sense to have like mostly a box around the round object, and then wherever the stepper motor sticks out, to build a little roof over it so you can obscure and hide that stepper motor. So I copied that design and went with that. Originally was just going to get out the woodworking tools and start making that. So, I mean, things progress pretty quickly here. You start diving deep into one of these projects, and with 2-day shipping on most of the things that I didn't have, from the start, I had everything completed in about 2 weeks, from like conception, like seeing the Hackaday post, getting approval, to like going through buying the knitting machine and prototyping and writing the software, and I had like a finished project, and you can actually see that stage of that project right there in that picture. But I put it on the board, I put it on a kitchen table, and both my wife and I look at look what I did. And so we both kind of look at it, and we both, walk around and look at it, and we're like, this is giant. I mean, the knitting machine itself, the 48 hook knitting machine is about this big. And by itself, it seems like, well, that's kind of big, but if it's on the wall, it's not going to be, there's clocks that big. You've seen the big face clocks, but that's one thing. It's another thing when you imagine the big wooden birdhouse that you're about to build around this thing, and you're like, that's too big. That's crazy. So that's not going to work. And we both realized that. I'm like, because I was going to have this really sweet thing where, like, look, I finished this. From start to finish, like 3 weeks, and I built this crazy project. So not going to happen. All right, back to the drawing board. So take 2. What do we do? Turns out Centro also makes a 22 hook machine that's a lot cheaper. It's a lot smaller. The bigger knitting machine is designed to automate the making of things like hats, or you can make like big panels to stitch into blankets and things. The smaller one is more aimed for like socks or small scarves, I guess you would say. It's much smaller. It's like half the price. You can get one if you shop around for about $35, which is even more within budget of I'm doing this project with no practical use in my house kind of thing. But 22 hooks messed up the whole 30-minute stitch plan. And 22 hooks is not, well divisible into anything related to like a base 12 system, thanks Sumerians. but that's just how it goes. So what I did instead of a half an hour chime is I went with an hourly chime, and the and I went through a couple design questions with that. Like, okay, if I do an hourly chime, do I just divide an entire row of a stitch, like an entire circumference around, with a day? So every day, does it do knit one row, or do I make it match the hour? I decided to have it match the hour, and I'm glad I did. So what I mean by that is, so on this knitting machine, there's a bunch of hooks, and there's these little hook covers, and they're all like the same color. I took some foil tape and marked one with a shiny piece of foil to mark the hour hand. All right, so every hour, like if it's straight up and down, it's midnight or noon. At 1 o'clock, it advances to the 1 o'clock position. Like at 3 o'clock, it's, on the side on, I guess, facing you, it would be east. So anyway, it does that just like a clock would. Well, to do that means it has to do 2 rows in a day. So, but it also meant I could go look at the clock and know what time it was within an hour of it being accurate. But which doesn't sound that useful. But, well, and plus I already have the chime, so I kind of can hear it from literally anywhere in the house, because the resonance of this thing is kind of crazy. But the other thing that was useful was I would also know if I'm losing time. Like, for example, if it bound at some point in the middle of the night or when I was away or whatever, I could see, just sort of like if you have a clock and you haven't perfectly tuned the pendulum. Well, in the olden days when you have mechanical clocks, that you would have to tune them from time to time, I guess based on listening to the church bell ring, and then you would like line it up, right? So in this case, I do the same thing. Like I walk around, it's like, wait, it's 6 o'clock, but it doesn't say 6 o'clock, so then I could like adjust the time. So it's kind of useful to do that hour hand with foil tape. So yeah, 2 full rotations per day as a result. Another problem was the Centro 22. So the Centro 48 knitting machine basically sits on these 4 little plastic feet. It sort of sits above everything. And all I really had to do, and they are removable, so all I had to do was remove those feet and replace them with posts, and I can mount it to whatever board I wanted to. Very easy to deal with. I didn't really even have to take the machine apart other than removing these little removable plastic feet. No problem. Because what I like the idea of this being reversible if I wanted it to be. But the Centro 22 has a completely different case design, one that doesn't allow you to do that. So the only way I could mount it to something was to take it apart. And when I took it apart, I couldn't just easily, there's a lot of, the outer case makes certain assumptions that the inner case makes some assumptions that the outer case is there to hold things in place. And so you can't just take the mechanism out and have it work, which I found pretty quickly. So I disassembled it to mount it to the wood. What I realized because of that is I would need to add some structural elements underneath this mechanism so I could mount it to something and have it be up high enough that the scarf could come out of the bottom and all of that. And so I'd have to design something and maybe 3D print it or something to kind of do this. In the process of doing that, I realized, well, I have to think about the case. Well, what I realized is when I took this machine apart out of its case, it actually fit on the bed of my 3D printer. Where the previous one did not. It was way bigger. I'm like, huh, so this fits on my 3D printer bed, you say. I wonder if I could just forego this whole woodworking project and maybe 3D print a case for this. So yeah, totally an option. The only problem was I didn't really have any 3D modeling experience. Now, for sure, I had been 3D printing for like I said, 12 plus years now. I've had 3D printers for a long time, but I've never actually made my own stuff. I always use somebody else's design for things. But I decided, well, let's just do what you do. The solution was a 3 to 4 week crash course in 3D modeling using Tinkercad, like you do. And you can see here, here's a picture of one stage of the case, the bottom part of the case here. So it's an iterative process. I got a pair of calipers and started measuring things. I started prototyping sections at a time. So for example, the orange piece in that picture is the part that the main knitting machine mounts to. That was one of the most critical parts to get right and had the most need for precision for how it was fitted. So what I would do is basically design everything, but designed that separately first, printed that out a few times and got the fit just right, because ultimately what you're seeing there is one giant part. I didn't want to start fastening a bunch of individual parts together if I didn't have to. just let the printer fuse it all together. Like I said, the most critical part was the machine mount. Everything else would sort of fit around that, but obviously if the machine didn't fit well, then you're kind of lost. That's the key to this design. So like the other one, I decided to mimic a birdhouse. The way it was designed is the back part, or the bottom part, is the part that is against the wall. Everything would mount against that, and then I would put some sort of cover on the front and a roof on top, kind of like a birdhouse, for the same reason I said. The top itself would split into 3 sections, so I made this little design channel so it would slide down in place, and then the top would sort of slide into place, and so it would cover the front, but it was in 3 sections, whereas the bottom case was one big piece. The reason I did it this way is it allowed me, this design let me take all the top part out and mess with the electronics without disturbing the knitting in progress, because I figured, I knew if I didn't design this in, I promise you, like sometime in June, and halfway through a year, there'd be some sort of problem with some electronics somewhere. I would need to take it apart, and I would have to take the whole scarf out. So this allowed me, I can put the scarf kind of back into the knitting machine, or the yarn into the knitting machine, and take the whole surface off and get access to everything if I need to make a fix. So 3D printing. Here's a picture of my bottom case in progress. It took 2 days to print. Pretty big print. It completely filled the print bed, like to the point that the skirt that you normally would print around, I didn't print around because it exceeded the size of the print bed, so it like literally filled up the print. It was as big as it could be, but fit barely. It took 3 prototypes to perfect, because 3D printing, and it was the kind of thing, and this is after doing other iterations, so this means it took a 2-day process that you would then get, and you'd put everything together like, oh great, man, this is looking really sharp, and you would start putting things together like, that hole is supposed to be here, like there's a 2mm difference where this hole is supposed to be, and I measured everything, but it's not right. Okay, well, take 2. But that's okay, because what you would do is there's certain bugs you would find in the design that you're like, well, it doesn't really matter. I can live with that, but then you'd find some massive mistake, and like, okay, cool, then I can bring in all the other mistakes, a lot like with software releases. And you can like squeeze it all together and ship it all out. So in addition to the bottom case, I designed a couple of extra parts, so I had to design plastic button covers, because you have these little electronic buttons, push buttons. Well, I wanted to have basically a little tube that wasn't just a tube, but that would sit inside the bottom of the case and protrude, so you could push it, and it would ultimately push the button underneath. I had to design some clips. There's a ring gear inside of this knitting machine that actually does all the magic. And I needed some clips that would hold that to the case, because it wants to float, and its old case I took it out of, it has these little channels in place. So I had to replicate that with some clips, some standoffs to mount the Raspberry Pi to the case. I needed a spool to hold the yarn and figure out where I wanted that to be. And all of this, I have a project printables page. So if you wanted to make one of your own, you can just download all of those designs and print it yourself. All right, so assembly. The full installation steps are on my project page. You can totally make one of these. The hard work's already done. So all you have to do is follow steps, and I'm a technical writer on the side, and so I wrote like a 4,000 word, fully detailed step-by-step professional, to my opinion, documenting the whole process. All the code's there, all the design files are there, everything's there, so you can just follow step-by-step and have one of these in your house. Full bill of materials is right there. Many of these things you might already have, except for maybe the knitting machine, but if you do, that's sweet too. The rest of it is pretty easily accessible. I didn't want to get anything that was too hard to find for the project. And again, most of this I found around my house. All right, so the bottom case, assembly. Looks kind of like this, fully assembled. So basically everything attaches to the bottom case, like I said, and then the lid slides on. So I started with the Raspberry Pi first. A lot of this has to do with access to screws to get things in and everything. So the Raspberry Pi gets mounted first, then the knitting machine, then the motor. Once the knitting machine's in place, then I can slide the stepper motor in and get that attached. And then the motor hat goes in. And then the push buttons go in next. And I designed this, I think it's kind of neat, a way to slide the buttons in so that they would slide in, not pop out. And if you looked at the design, you'd see like, wow, Kyle, like, nicely done, nicely done. I'm like, yeah, I know, it's my first time designing anything. So thank you for your, yeah. But then mounted the AC outlet, did a lot of zip ties because that's what you do. Fasten those. In fact, the design features like little slots in the back where the zip ties go through so you can bind everything nicely. Tidied up the cable management because I'm a sysadmin, and that's very important. All right, so bottom case done. And actually, you would think you could test it with that, but you can't really because the top pink piece on here wants to float. You need to actually push it down. The top case keeps it in place. So the top case looks like this separated. You can see there's 3 different parts. I just said that, split into 3 parts. I had to do it this way because the full thing would not fit on the 3D printer bed. Again, the bottom case fills up the bed. So I had to split it up into 3 parts just to be able to print it. That's one reason. But there's another reason. Well, I'd split it for easier access to electronics as part of it. But the other thing is the bottom cover has a different print orientation than the roof. Just so even if I could fit it all in the same print bed, to print it all as one piece would mean something would have to have crazy support material underneath it. And that's a huge waste. I didn't want to do that. There's already a little bit of support material for the roof. But for the most part, this print was designed with either built-in support material. For the bottom case, there's this little arch that the scarf comes out of that I did add. I added support material in the design for. And everything else, like I said, you can mostly print it without that. Said that. All right. So now we printed out the top case. So to put this into place, at first it would seem like, and I designed it so that it would just slide in. And it could, except that this knitting machine always has one hook sticking straight up in the air. And so there was no really good way when you're sliding this down. There's always a hook that's way in the way. All the other hooks are down, but there's at least one hook that's really high in the air. So the only way to get this on was at an angle. So basically, you would have to slide this sort of in at an angle, and then you could sort of flex the plastic a little bit and kind of get it in the next channel, and it would sort of lock in place, and you could slide it back down into place. Like I said, the hooks were, I didn't think about that part when I was first designing this. Like, oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. There's always going to be a hook sticking up. But I found a workaround, and that was all right. This particular part of the case is important because the plastic hook covers just float with gravity, and gravity's not going to be its friend when it's mounted on the wall. And so it kind of has to hold in place. If you don't have that in place and you start doing test prints or test runs with yarn, it'll start flopping all over the place, and it'll start dropping stitches, which is like the worst. So after that, there's the B and C part of the case. So let's talk about B first. This has the name of the project on it, which I thought was kind of cool. And I also tried to do like an ancient Greek kind of thing, like the U is a V and all of that, right? Because it had this sense of like a column, like a stone project, right? Plus it's in Latin, so well, it's Roman, but anyway. So the other thing I did was I was able to use two colors to make the text more visible. It was visible kind of if you just did a single color, but I liked having the black on the background and then switch to the white because it made the text pop. And so I'm pleased with that result. It also, the middle piece covers up the join between the 2 other pieces. If I only had a main piece and then the roof, you would see this line across it where the 2 join. Regardless of how nice the join was, there would be some sort of visible line, and it's like aesthetically, I didn't like that. So the fact that I have a nameplate intentionally kind of covers up the join between the other 2 pieces, and it makes it look cleaner. The C part is basically, you can see here that there's a stepper sticking out of the top, right? And so I wanted to do something to cover that up. And so that's the roof part. It sort of basically just slides over and covers the stepper motor is the main purpose. And it actually makes it look, like I said, like some like cuckoo clocks and things that look like a birdhouse. So here's what this looks like assembled. I also have it up here for those of you physically here. In the front, you can check it out later. And you can see here it is assembled and set to midnight/noon. Because you can kind of see the little shiny foil there. All right, so now it's built. Now I need to actually install this thing. So you start by casting on waste yarn, which this basically you want to get some sort of yarn that you're not going to use for your final scarf. There's a number of reasons for that I won't get into here. But basically the knitting machine instructions go through all of that. If you, like even the sparsest instructions explain how to add some waste yarn, a number of rows to kind of get the scarf started. And then after that, you switch over to your real yarn you want to use for your scarf. After about 10 rows or so, I had that all set up, and then I added about 10 more rows of my regular yarn, and then I ran a script, because here's the thing, is I was inspired by this project in January of the year, of 2023, and at first I thought, well, cool, I'll get it done before the beginning of the month, but again, it took a couple extra weeks to learn 3D printing, 3D modeling, and do all that stuff. So it ended up being sometime around March, early March, when I finally got this ready to go. Well, I just missed like 3 months. So I needed to I wanted to document the year, so I had to basically add that to the year. I also wanted to document events, so I'll get into that. But so what I did was I ran a script that simulated a day. So I would just run that, so I made sure I didn't like have it be incorrect. And it was, so here's the script in Python to simulate a full day. It's basically just like doing an hour chime, kind of, except it just does it all at once. And it's really cool. I have a video on my site of it going when I was doing this, and it's just like, you know, it's pretty awesome to see it all in work. And I mean, honestly, even if you didn't want to make a clock, if you were just a super lazy knitter, you could do this project and just like do a scarf automatically using this in like, I don't know, like 10 minutes, maybe at most. You cast on and then just run scarfscript.py. And it would just like, and you would have a scarf at the end, which is pretty sweet. All right, so my idea behind this wasn't simply that, oh, this is kind of cool. I also wanted to document our life. I really got into this idea of having an individual scarf not just be this thing that talks about the year, but actually document our year. And so here it is on the wall, and here it is with the majority of 2023 hanging from the bottom of it. I noticed I had to add a hook because I started the hook around the time it got to cat height in my house, and then would constantly adjust it as it got longer and got down back into the cat danger zone. I would just bring it back up. But here's the problem, though. If it's not free hanging, what's going to happen is you're getting twists in it, right? Like every day it adds like 2 twists to it. And that's fine. I found I could survive about a week's worth of that. Before it got so twisted, it was a problem. So you ended up having to take the whole scarf off the hooks and untwist it. And what I ended up doing is like twist it the other way a little bit, so I'd have a little bit of a buffer, so I didn't have to do it as much. So I decided that we would mark notable events, good and bad, with colored stripes in the scarf. So the base background of the scarf would be black, and then anything notable that would happen, like think birthdays, anniversaries, things like that, or holidays, we would mark with colored stripes in it. So you could look over the scarf and see your year. Well, it turns out it was a pretty eventful year for me, 2023. So for example, the scarf documented major holidays, so birthdays, anniversaries, like Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, things like that. Awards and residencies that, like my wife won a couple of notable things, and we documented that with these cool little stripes to kind of mark the event. My layoff for my job seemed like a notable event, so that had a stripe. Related, we took like a 3+ week road trip around the country, about 9,000 miles, starting from California, went up to Maine, as far up as Maine, and then went down to Georgia, then went back, so it sort of lapped the country. And so if you see in that picture, there's a really long yellow section, and that's what about 3+ weeks looks like in the scarf. A lot of pre-twist. So like I heavily pre-twisted, and then like then it was enough that it was all right. Also documented a stroke. A member of my family my mother had a stroke that year, which was interesting. Related, also documented a giant road trip to move my mother across the country to live closer with family. Also documented a death in the family. So this is like, you don't know this when you're making a scarf, but that's documenting the year, and I don't know whether you're talking about like, again, Icelandic fates that control your life with thread, but it's kind of interesting to see your life documented in a physical, tangible fabric form. Here's what it looks like, all set up. I split it in the quarters, so you can kind of get a sense of where it was. It starts at the top. The little brown stretch is like a short road trip that we took. I'm not going to go through all of these. We actually planned to, we meant to do it earlier to get like little tags and tag all this, because we're already starting to forget some of them. We're going to have to go through our calendar and see what things were. But yeah, and you can see the giant road trip in the second half there. And then a lot of, like I said, a lot of other little colored stripes. And all of that was just from my yarn stash. If you are into knitting or weaving or anything, you end up collecting a lot of yarn over time. And so when an event was upcoming, we would basically, I just bring in a couple of the giant bins of yarn and go through and like, okay, well, what color really signifies this particular event? Like Christmas was, I found some red and green yarn and kind of twisted it together and then had that. And I started figuring out around how much yarn I needed for a day's worth of a stripe. It ended up being about like a meter and a half of yarn for that. It's surprising because it's looping so much. And so I would figure that out, wrap it around my finger, put it on the little mechanism, and go. We're doing okay on time. So the question is, how do you join it? So there's documentation on like the circular knitting machines on how you change yarn out. Basically, you overlap it. Now, some people, this is controversial, you kind of wade it into like a VIE max thing. So there are some, you didn't know it, and it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I don't take sides on the debate, I'm just gonna explain both sides. So there are certain people who believe you should never have a knot in your knitting. And there are other people that believe it doesn't matter whether you have a knot in your knitting. And so the people who are fine with having knots in knitting would say that you would tie a knot between those two to secure them. Other people who are not a fan of having knots in your knitting would say that you don't. You lay them over the top of each other perhaps, and then you can weave them in. There's other techniques that you can use to secure them, but frankly speaking, they're not gonna really come loose. So it's not that big of a concern. You might crochet them in, or there's other things you can do to secure them if you're worried about it. So depending on which side of that holy war you fall on, you might add a stripe in a different way. Right, and so yeah, so if you don't want to do it the right way, that's your choice. It's your scarf, right? All right, so that was, yeah, oh. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you just you just plan. You always have to plan for emergencies. So you yeah. Come on. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so that was 2023. Now it's 2024. I have a year's worth of learning and using this machine and documenting my year. So what are some of my plans for it? One thing I did part of the way through the years, I tweaked how much it slept in between each step to make it a little bit quieter. So both pro and con, I put this in my living room because it's a great conversation piece. People come over to visit and they're like, what in the world is that? And then 10 minutes later, they understand, and some slide deck, they understand like what that is. They're like, oh, well, that's cool, Kyle. Nicely done, Kyle. Yeah. Oh yeah, right. So that's really cool. But the one slight downside to having it in the living room is that it does chime on the hour, and the box makes a pretty good resonator. And it's not that stepper motors are quiet anyway. The stepper motor is actually not exactly the problem. The problem is the mechanism, because it's not a precision device. It's like plastic that's kind of floating around in negative space and kind of can move and wiggle a little bit. So when you use this, especially quickly, it's loud. It's kind of loud. And then the box kind of like amplifies that sound a little bit. So the first couple of weeks, we would be watching TV, and then it would strike 8 o'clock, and everyone would kind of jump. By like, April or May, we didn't really notice it as much anymore. We mostly just sort of like, and then go back if we missed something important or otherwise, just like whatever. But it was still kind of cool. It's still going to live in the living room, but it is a little loud. But then again, if you have like clocks that chime, that's the thing you have to deal with anyways. They're going to chime on the hour anyway. So, but I did make it a little bit quieter by changing the sleep amount, and that did change the vibration enough that it was actually markedly quieter. I also noticed, and this is not fixed yet, the ring gear that came with the actual knitting machine wore down in a place. Basically, as there was a little bit of bounce up and down, the 3D printed gear was like nice. But the ring gear was cheaper plastic, I think, and not as hard. And so when I took off the scarf and started examining things at the end of the year, I noticed like a lot of little white plastic in the bottom of the machine. I'm like, huh. And that explains why I would get it stuck at a certain time of day. Like I would notice, like, sometime between 8 and 9 o'clock, it always just sort of stick and bind. Like, and you're troubleshooting this without looking at the machine, but there's a couple things that probably is, and it's probably a worn ring gear, and it was. So I need to replace that. Ultimately, I will probably 3D print one, but for the first step, what I plan to do is just get another machine. This is wasteful, kind of. I don't like this, but get another machine, get the ring gear out, replace it, and then use the broken ring gear to template my 3D printed ring gear for the future. Because then I can just take my time. Because what I don't want is this to be off the wall for like a month while I'm trying to figure that out and losing time. So I'll probably do that sometime this year. In the meantime, what I do is, and you can tell this is happening because of the hour marker, right? So I can look and like, oh, it's stuck somewhere between 7 and 8 o'clock again, and it's 11 o'clock now. So what I do is I basically just grab the ring with my hand, like a combination lock, and just sort of go, and you just twist it, and it works fine. You sort of twist it in place, and you twist it to the right time. Just, again, a slightly more violent version of what you would do with a mechanical clock that's out of time, right? We just sort of gently move the little hour or the minute hand over into place. I just do that with my hand. And that works for now. It's a little annoying, but it works for now. I've noticed I never actually use the buttons. I think mostly because I noticed I could just grab the machine and just sort of move it where I want it to go. That I never use those little buttons at the bottom, which did complicate the design quite a bit. I mean, it's neat, but I never actually use them. So if I were to do this again, I probably wouldn't add the buttons to the design because it's. I mean, if I were going to sell this as a product to all 4 people who want one, to want to pay good money for one, then I would probably add the buttons. But otherwise, I probably wouldn't. All right. Also, there's a 2024 scarf in progress. If you come up here, you can see it. We already have some interesting stripes, like our whole family got COVID. That was pretty cool to put in. So that's documented. And you'll have to check with me next year to see what other fun things happened in 2024 that we have in the scarf. Ultimately, one of our plans for this is we might, when we have enough years, we might stitch all of these into a blanket. I really like the idea of, like, if it was a round number, like a decade or something, it'd be kind of cool, or something like that, where at the end we have this blank. All right. So let me see. Where was I before? All right. So yeah, I'm going to make the blanket. If you didn't see that you didn't hear me say that. All right. Closing thoughts. So this was inspired by Hackaday. It actually got featured on Hackaday, which is like this really cool full circle thing. I was like super excited about that. They also like clocks a lot on Hackaday. If you follow that, it's kind of a fun thing. So it was featured on Hackaday, which is neat. Here's the thing: is my clock? You could say my clock was made from scratch, but not really. If you look at it, like I made it, but I didn't really make it exactly, because the thing is like open source tools made this entire thing possible. Like this wasn't anything I invented at all. Like this was me taking this and this and this and this from the open source store and gluing it all together with other open source glue and then having a thing. So everything from like the Raspberry Pi to the Adafruit hat to the open source scripts and the prototypes that I used, that copied and pasted in and modified, and all of that is all like other people's work, and it's all open source and available for everybody to use. because of that, because I didn't have to learn how to design a circuit board to control a stepper motor from scratch and fabricate it, I didn't have to learn all these other nuances. I was able to go from like, hey, I kind of want one of those. Oh, you should make one. Okay, cool, I'm going to make one. To like having an actual functioning prototype in 2 to 3 weeks, right? And the only reason I was able to do that was because there's all of these projects out there where people have already done the work and are willing to share their knowledge, share their code, share all these examples, so that someone like me who only knows a little bit about a lot of different things can learn more about one of those things by following their examples. So it's true, I had to learn new skills, but all that was possible because the community is willing to share their knowledge. So I didn't have to learn all this stuff from scratch. Everyone was willing to tell me, oh, you want to control a stepper motor? Well, a billion of us have done this already. Just do these things and you can do that. And it wasn't so bad because, again, I had great examples and plenty of guides. So in the end, what I want to sort of leave you with the thought of is that open source software makes hard, almost impossible tasks accessible to non-experts. I'm certainly not an expert in pretty much any of the things that I do, I guess. But I'm pretty competent at those things, in particular because there's really good documentation for things. I like learning things, so what I bring to the table is a motivation to learn the thing, and what the world provides in return is like all of this knowledge that people are willing to share and examples and everything else. And that's true for all of you too. I mean, I'm sure that you felt that when you wanted to do something new and you look around and you realize, okay, well, other people have at least gone 90% of the way there, and I just need to add that little extra bit. And then hopefully you're sharing that extra 10% with the rest of the world, so the next person needs to take your idea and move it a little bit can. Thank you very much, and I'll take some questions. And since I'm doing the secondary, the failover mic here, what I'm going to do is you can talk to me, and then I will repeat your question. So go ahead.
Okay, so just is there any appreciable difference in the behavior considering this is a leap year?
Yeah, so the question is, it's a leap year, so that means there's going to be an extra day. Is there any appreciable difference? The appreciable difference is going to be there's going to be 2 extra rows in the scarf. Now, I don't pretend that this is so precise that my current scarf, if you were to count it, it would have probably documented every single day because there's a thing here and there where something messed up or whatever, and went on a trip, maybe it bound, and sometimes when it binds, you're like, I think I caught this in time to just rotate 12 hours, but sometimes, you know, so in the end, if I make a blanket out of it, if we take this scarf and the 2024 and 2023 scarves, they're gonna probably be more than just 2 rows different anyway. So yeah, thank you. Had another question? Yes. The question is, have I thought about automating weaving? I love the idea of doing that. I've seen there's 1 or 2 projects out there where someone has done that, where what they did was they took kind of a production loom that had a fly shuttle. So a fly shuttle, for those of you who don't weave, if you've seen people weaving, they throw a thing back and forth, and that's called a shuttle. And like the space shuttle's named after that. Like basically everything that you do in life is probably comes from fiber arts or one of these other ancient crafts, right? You don't realize, or sailing, right? You don't realize how all of this terminology, for example, in this front row, this is the heckling row, right? Well, so the reason that we call it heckling is that if you are producing linen, the way that you do that is you grow flax, and then you let that rot for a little bit, and then you take the outer shell out, and you take this tool that has all these little needles sticking out of it, and you scrape the inside of the flax, and it separates the inner fibers from the outer, and use those inner fibers, you twist those into linen thread. Well, that tool is called either a hackle or a heckle. So when you are heckling somebody, that term means that you are needling them with this tool that's stuck with needles. Anyway, that's a whole other talk. But yeah, so there's a couple of projects that took a fly shuttle that goes back and forth by pulling a string, and this person actually worked in on a production loom for a while that just was fully automated, and they added like servos and a couple of other electronics to programmatically have it go back and forth and advance things. And it's really advanced. If you look on YouTube for like an automated fly shuttle loom, you'll probably find it. The best examples are sadly like $20,000 plus, because they're actual production looms. every now and then, like you can, some of them are even like from the turn of the turn of the 20th century. You know, like they're relatively old, used to make denim. Some of those are still in production use today to make, like it's in particular in Japan, there's this whole group of weavers. I mean, they're companies, but they make like really expensive denim for really expensive denim jeans, and they maintain these old looms from like the heyday of denim that automate the whole process. And when the part breaks, they either fabricate the part or get it from one of the spare antique looms that they're doing. Same thing kind of goes for antique French lace weaving, where they have the same sort of thing where they maintain all these old cast iron Victorian era looms that are automated. But in particular, I would love to automate weaving, kind of, and I kind of really like the separation. Like one of the reasons I got into weaving was because it was completely manual. Like I don't even have an electronic bobbin winder. I got one of those Swedish hand cranked ones because I like to have at least one thing I could do with no electricity, right? And so I can, when I sit and weave, I'm sort of like unplugging from all of that stuff, and it's very meditative to kind of just like throw the shuttle back and forth and make fabric. So if I did that, it would be like a separate thing. That's kind of why I was excited on the machine knitting part, because I'm like, that's the knitting world over there. Like I'm a kind of partially a weaver, so I will, I'll stick over here with the manual stuff. All right, another question. Yeah, so the question had to do about yarn thickness, because these circular knitting machines have a range of yarns that they are optimal in, and then a range of yarns that they're not. And so, for example, the larger knitting machine is sort of the optimal, largest you could go is about worsted weight for knitters. And then, because like you go to a store now, it's all sort of aimed at knitters, so it's all named after that. Like I'm used to like numbers because I'm a weaver, but uh-oh, it died. Wake up. All right. Oh, no. Oh, well, you saw the slides. It's not the end of the world. So anyway, yeah, so the bigger one would be worsted weight. I think worsted weight for this one would be a little bit too much, but it would kind of work. But the key is for it to be relatively consistent thickness. So for this, the 22 hook one's more designed for socks. So I wouldn't go any thicker than DK. I have most of my stash is DK or smaller for stuff. I have some worsted, but like I wouldn't go any thicker for my scarf. I have a lot of thinner than that yarn though, so I have like a lot of what they would call lace weight. And in those cases, sometimes I would have to double it up so that it would be thick enough, because I defaulted to kind of sock weight for this because it's kind of made for socks. And so the other thing is this knitting machine, like I had to add this to this design, but the circular knitting machines also have a tensioner that sticks out that has a couple of different holes. And yeah, you can adjust for different yarn thicknesses by which and how many of those holes you use. And some of that's a trial and error, and some of it's also a function of the yarn. So some yarn is just grabbier, I guess. It has to do with twist. It has to do with what it's made out of. Is it superwash or not? Things like that can cause it to be slicker. And sometimes if it binds a little bit, you can have problems too. So it's a trial and error. Yeah, so the question was there still trial and error on my case with the tension, even knowing that about that? And so, I mean, in my case, I knew I was going to sit somewhere in the middle to be safe. And I tested it first with a couple. I wanted to find the upper end, so I put some worsted weight in there to see what would happen. And of course, it was like hard to turn, and it like strained the stepper motor, right? And I knew lace weight was too small. You would get this like really spindly little tiny scarf. And so, yeah, somewhere between DK and sock for me, like had the best result. But yeah, it definitely took trial and error with the tensioner. I ended up running it through all the tensioners on mine because the way I designed it, because I like the angle it entered into the hooks, the way it grabbed. But I also designed it in such a way that you didn't have to. If you dealt with a thicker yarn, you could skip a couple of those and get away with it. Any other questions? Yeah. Yes. So the question is, when I'm making the scarf over time, it gets a twist in it. And why does it get a twist in it? It gets a twist when I hang up the bottom of the scarf on a hook so the cats don't get it. And so when it's hung, the circular knitting machine is doing two full rotations in a day, and the scarf that's coming out of it is rotating. Because the thing it's coming out of is rotating. So if you were to look up front here, you'd see this big circular like a clock hand. And so if you imagine a clock that you would attach a string to, right, and kind of hold the string like out from the clock. So from your perspective, there's a clock here, and I'm holding a string out this way, and you just hold it, and you put it on the minute hand. Every time that minute hand goes around, it's going to add one single twist to that yarn, and every day it's going to add, or every hour it's going to add 60. Or every hour it's going to add one twist to that yarn, and every day it's going to add 24 twists to that particular piece of yarn if you're holding it out. In this case, instead of it being out, it's in. So the scarf is being formed on the inside of the machine. It's coming out the bottom, but it's being formed behind this circle. So it just naturally adds two full twists to that scarf in 24 hours. Yeah. Any other questions? I can do knitting questions, but I can do weaving questions too. Yeah. Oh, so the question is, have I considered adding a sensor to sense the binding? I haven't. That'd be kind of an interesting addition. Honestly, if I were going to modify it too much, I would probably also want to just put like a higher quality knitting machine that had higher tolerances, so I didn't have to worry as much about binding. Because even I added lubrication in different parts and things like that to try to improve it, and it kind of did. But ultimately, it just comes down to you have non-precision parts that are kind of floating back and forth, and just every now and then they just get in the right sweet spot to kind of bind a little bit. It's just low tolerances. So, any other questions? All right, well, if you have other questions, I'd love to talk about basically everything in this, so we can talk outside. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Just see how many people are here today. That's the whole point. That's how Windows is supposed to be. We'll give it a few more minutes before we start. That's pretty short. That's short, only 6 months. Too many security updates that require a reboot. This does not fit at all. There's some major, Cloud CA is all based off of Cloud Stack, a Canadian cloud provider. Yeah, they're all running cloud. No. Quite a few more servers than that. There's also some bigger ones in Europe that have been using it for quite a few years. This headset is terrible. Yeah, there's now even some. This is really not helpful. There we go. Okay. It's now time to start, I think. So this is talking about Cloud Stack, building your own cluster for $500. You can build it on the cheap. I'm sure there's quite a few people in here that have their own home servers that are running or have run in the past. This is something very, very doable. First, some about me. I am the IT for my house, as I'm guessing there's a few other people here. I generally program. I've been doing software development for well over 20 years now. So I am the one that fixes the servers or the computers or the internet or whatever breaks at home. There was a time I worked on implementing an MLS trusted operating system and also implementing a system that ran on trusted operating systems. For those of you who have done that, you know that that sort of screws up your view of security from there on. But that's not what this talk is about. This talk is about CloudStack and what I did to build a small, useful set of cluster, small, useful cluster for less than $500. I did this quite a few years ago. This is actually a updated talk that I gave at ApacheCon a few years ago about this exact subject, same talk. So now, why would you want to do this? First of all, I just wanted to see if it was possible. If it was possible to actually, no, that doesn't work at all. If it was possible to build a cluster that would be useful for $500. Could you get it? Would it be able to do any useful work? Could you keep it that cheap? And you can. I'd been using AWS private clouds for quite a few years before this. And wanted to have some other. Sorry about that. Some other. Can people hear me still? Okay. I can't tell from back here whether you can hear it or not. So I wanted to see some other clouds to see what actually underlied the cloud, kind of those old hardware architecture classes that I was required to take in comp sci. Because to really understand how it works, to see how it works under the hood is really, really helpful. So that was one of the reasons. It matched up with a proposal at work. So because of that, I picked CloudStack, was one of the reasons I looked into that. Of course, just it seems fun because running your own server, whether it's Plex at home or Squeezebox or an AS or your own DNS or whatever it may be, sometimes for a lot of us, that's something that's really fun to do and to have enjoyment doing that. So that was another deciding factor on why I wanted to try to do this. And then when I actually got it running, it turned out to actually really be useful for some of those side projects you're doing at home, or maybe that learning of a specific distribution to take a look at so you can have a more informed opinion about it. So why exactly did I choose CloudStack? It's open source, which is definitely something I think a lot of us would be a key deciding factor. It's probably one of the simpler full clouds you can deploy. OpenStack seems to have improved that recently. There are other solutions like Proxmox that aren't quite a full cloud. CloudStack is a full cloud. It's used in production for some pretty large numbers, especially in Europe. So that's one of the reasons I picked it. As I was mentioning earlier, it matched up with the proposal I was doing for work, and I figured might as well just get an early start on it. And as I was mentioning before, I really wanted to use a different cloud because all the clouds are slightly different, and having a wider range, especially as we're moving into a multi-cloud deployments, is really helpful. So what are my requirements? Requirements are obviously as cheap as possible. The CPU must support 64-bit with VM extensions. That's required as part of CloudStack's requirements. I figured a minimum 2 nodes before it would be really useful. So I'd need at least some storage, something to manage it, and then a compute node. Even though there are quite a few options for CloudStack for storage, I chose to do NFS, figuring that that would be the easiest, most straightforward to do it. But there are a lot of other options. You can pretty much any storage you can run under CloudStack if you want to. I was targeting to be able to run about 3 to 5 instances. The more would be nice. And figured a reasonable amount of memory for doing that was 16 gigs. And so that's where I started. So what am I not counting for that cost in here? A big one is the network switch. I just done an upgrade at home, and I have plenty of ports. I still have plenty of ports. So I did not count that. But you can reasonably get a 2 or 3 port switch for this to dedicate without too much trouble. I also did not buy cases, as you can see as an example of what I built. It's just going to sit in the closet. It can look ugly. I took, as you can see, quite a bit of inspiration from some of the minimalistic crypto rigs that you see out there. And I had lots of scrap wood, so I just stuck it together, attached stuff as needed, and that has actually worked out really well. It's held up fine. I've had to move those servers a couple of times to reinstall OSs or to upgrade hardware because hard drives failed or whatever. It has been no problem. So what is the process about doing this? First, I started with the CPU. What was the minimal CPU that I could find that would meet the requirements? Find the cheapest motherboard that would meet the requirements. Find the cheapest memory without too many DOAs. If you look on whether you're looking on Amazon or New Cloud or whatever your preferred place is, usually you can see the reviews there and have some idea how many are being returned. I chose, yeah, I could have gone cheaper with memory, but it just wasn't worth the hassle of DOAs. So then I just found a cheap power supply, looked at this, is this reasonable? A couple of times I looked at it, I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is reasonable. It's not either not going to have enough power or it was going to be too noisy or any number of other reasons. So then I started over until I found something I thought was reasonable. And then I just picked the biggest hard drives that fit within the budget. So that ended up with 250 gig hard drives is what I started with. That's not what it is on now. It's now an SSD is about the same size. Cheap hard drives fail even more than other hard drives do. So this was originally ordered in the fall of 2017. So it came to $487.52. And I've looked a few weeks ago, and you can get something pretty close to this or a little bit more powerful for a very similar price without any issues at all. I'll cover how some ways to maybe even do this cheaper. As I mentioned, this did not include cases or network. If you want to do cases, you're probably going to add on $10 to $20 if you're buying as cheap a case as you can find. More if you want a nicer case. And that was including, I got some rebates on top of that 400, so it was even less. So what have I upgraded since then? The 250 gig hard drives died, and I bought replacement ones, and then they died. So I said no. And by the time that I replaced them, it wasn't really that much more to just buy 250 gig SSDs. And I'm only using storage on one of the nodes, so I was like, it's cheap enough, I just did it. It didn't really make much in the difference. If you look at current prices now, on smaller hard drives, you can't really save much money on them. SSDs sometimes tend to be cheaper until you get into reasonably larger hard drives than 250 gigs now. I've also split up changed my management storage server to a Raspberry Pi. That was inspired by, after attending a ClassAct collaboration conference a few years ago, as they were talking about that, and there's actually one of the community members that builds packages specifically for Raspberry Pi. So you could do a whole cluster with a Raspberry Pi. I just chose to do the storage and management and then make 2 compute nodes. So that was another 170, but realistically, we probably have some hardware around the house. Which brings me to the next way, where you can save money on this. You could do all Raspberry Pis. It's doable. There are people who are actually doing that now and getting useful clusters out of that. And they take up a lot less space and they take up a lot less power. For some of us, power can be a consideration in California. So you can also, realistically, do you have extra hard drives? How many people here have extra hard drives? Yeah, exactly. You can skip the cost of the hard drives. You can probably end up with a bigger hard drive than I did for less money. There's also probably a few of you that have extra CPUs laying around from upgrading previous servers. Yeah, I see someone there, someone else. Or extra memory that you may have sitting around. A few more hands go up again. So those are some ways that you can take what hardware you may already have. Maybe you only have to buy a motherboard for it or another CPU for it and make it for a lot less than 500. You can pick refurbished hardware. I tended to stay away from that just because of the difficulty of making sure the hardware is actually reasonable, whether that's a refurbished CPU where you'd have to then get a cooler for it and make sure it matches the motherboard you want, make sure it isn't failed in some way. You run more risk, but you can get them much cheaper than you can new hardware. Same with motherboards. Looking what else if I covered everything. Another way you can end up saving money depending on how current hardware prices are is sometimes it's more advantageous to pick the memory first and start there. Say, what is the cheapest memory I can get for the amount that I want, and base all your hardware on that. I picked CPU in this case, but with how memory prices fluctuate in hardware, you just kind of have to look. But you can definitely save more money there. You can also get really cheap rack mount hardware, especially if you're willing to buy some refurbished stuff. I did find some significantly more powerful hardware than what I ended up building that was rack mount hardware. The problem with that hardware is it's loud. I don't know. I'm sure we've all had experience with that. And at the time, I didn't have my own office. It was my wife's office. And putting that loud of hardware was not conducive to keeping people happy in the house. So even though I did find ways to do it, it can be more expensive. You also then need to get a rack for that. And there is why you can buy racks that are expensive. There is a whole group, and I'll have a link to this later, building a rack out of lac tables from IKEA. That worked pretty well. I haven't done that yet. I'm considering it since I have my own office now. Whether I want to put up with that much noise in my office is to be decided. So now a little bit overview about CloudStack. So how do I go about installation? I started with Ubuntu 18.04, and then just had SSH server, sudo, and basic networking set up. One compute node, one management node, management storage node. Later switched to the Raspberry Pi, as I mentioned. I manually set up the networking on those compute nodes. You could do it with Ansible if that's what you prefer. I used Ansible for most of my plays. It's just, if they're sitting in a closet without a display, it can be really hard not to disconnect yourself so you can't fix it. So sometimes it's easier just to do some of that stuff on the console by hand. All their packaging needed for ClassStack I installed with some custom manageable roles that I did. I didn't pick anything out of Galaxy or roles that plays or roles that were already written because I kind of wanted to dig in to figure out how it all worked, how it all went together. So to force myself to do that, I chose to write my own roles and plays, and I'll have a link to those at the end as well. Then I just pulled that all together with some static inventory for Ansible, as I'm sure there's quite a few people here familiar with Ansible. Some people mentioned that before the talk started. And then I automated purging of the NFS setup, compute, and management, so it was easier. Then instead of going and poking at the database that underlies and fixing that, I figured it was easier just to purge everything and start over, and that ended up being a big time saver. I mean, if you have the database knowledge, go for it. But I don't. I'm more of a developer on the developer side. Sysadmin stuff is kind of incidental to my development, and so I just didn't. To get all the networking done, I took the easy route. To get all the database done, I figured it was easier to purge instead of to try to dig through the database because I don't do it enough. I do have some automated source installation and building in those Ansible roles, but I haven't really done it that way. That is definitely the way a lot of bigger installs of ClassStack work, is they're not using the community provided packages. They're actually taking the source and building it from scratch to make sure that it meets exactly what they're trying to do. And then I went through the manual configuration in the web interface, which has gotten a lot better from when I first started on this. The current 4.18, or actually 4.19 now, just released last month, is much, much better. So some of the few of the gotchas that I got with working on this. System VM has definitely been an issue with ClassStack. They've now moved that into the management package. So the ClassStack management, when you either build that manually or you download the community edition, it includes the system VM template for all hypervisors that are supported, which means that package is 1.3 gigs now, which for some of us, maybe we're installing at the end of a relatively slow network interface. That can be noticeable. If you can find a way to cache that locally, there is a way to do that with the Ansible plays, so it's not well documented. You have to look at the source. Just something to be aware of on that one. Networking issues. Custom template creation. So one of the things I found really helpful to do was to customize the template. Those of you who've worked in the cloud before will know that making an AMI, the custom AMI, can be really helpful for having like a base to start from what you're generally doing. But there's a few gotchas. So some of these are going to be repeats for those of you who've worked in the cloud making your own images. In CloudStack, they call them templates instead of AMIs or images in some of the other ones. It's pretty standard. Use CloudInit for all of this. CloudInit supports CloudStack without any problems. Supports OpenStack. Supports AWS. That's how they do a lot of the initialization when you start up your instance to get set. Is done with CloudInit. I've used CentOS and Rocky, but I prefer Debian. And that's usually what I started with. In some cases, I started from an ISO install for the template and just did a real minimal install with just the bare minimum, SSH with a key that I knew or a password, and that's it. And then I have I've captured in again that Ansible that I'll link to at the end, of how I prep some of those templates into actually becoming templates. But one of the things that caught me is slash didn't grow. And there were two different reasons for this. Initially, I didn't put the last slash partition as the last partition, which those of you who've done this before will know that just doesn't work. Once I put it the last partition, that worked for Debian and Ubuntu. It didn't work for Rocky. And what turned out to be the case is, for whatever reason, Rocky Cloud Init at the time that I did this did not depend on Cloud Init utils. And without Cloud Init utils, it won't grow. So those of you who are new to this will realize that. Those of you who've done it before, we'll go there. Okay, I'm stopping back a second because I skipped a slide. Networking issues. I took the simple, basic networking for CloudStack. They changed the name of it now. I think it's called simple networking instead of basic like it was. This does not include any VLANs. This is just security groups, so just basic firewall for isolation of guests. CloudStack does support VLAN. It does support VXLAN. It does support some SDN solutions as well. But I'm not a network engineer. I'm just, without that experience on doing the networking, it can be quite hard to get that all configured. If you're more of a networking engineer, go for it. Go buy yourself a Cisco switch, and you can get VLAN isolation and all that stuff working. I took all of the 10/8 because I wasn't using it on my home network, just dedicated the whole thing to CloudStack. I don't use anywhere near that number of IPs, obviously, because I don't have enough instances. But it has been useful to keep it separate from the rest of my networking. The first problem I had is getting the bridge networking set up correctly. The compute node needs to have a bridge networking for all networking that your VMs may connect to, which includes the management network, which is how CloudStack talks to all the different instances. Includes any storage networking so that it can talk, so that it has a system VM that comes up that manages the access of instances to all the secondary storage and primary storage. That needs to have a bridge that works. And then the guest network. In my case, I just stuck everything on what's effectively a public IP address, which is just an IP address that's accessible from the rest of my network. There are ways to do guest isolation with VPCs just like you do in AWS, Google, Azure, OpenStack. I just chose not to do that for my home networking. The second thing that keeps catching me, I keep forgetting about, is that the pod networking, the IP space that you set aside for the pod during setup, is the networking space that all of the networks need to fall under. The management and the storage and all that. Because otherwise it doesn't get set up correctly. I keep forgetting to set it that way. I'm sure someone else will do that. One way you can tell once you have it running and you've gone through your first step of configuration is CloudStack as of 4.19, it still does this. There's talk of changing that. It downloads a CentOS template that is ancient, but once that template downloads and you can see it on your network and you can see it in your cloud, you know that you've gotten everything set up correctly. The most common issue I ran into is that I typoed the storage network and then it wouldn't successfully download. And it will tell you when you go in there. I don't have examples of that today. Talked about custom, okay. So now to talk about what did I use my cloud for. A big one was Ansible testing, as some people mentioned before starting up that they've used Ansible. I don't know how many people here have. A few. It has been very useful having instances that I can just spin up and spin down that generally better match actual installed servers that I've been running since, in some cases, long before Ansible was around. In other cases, I just didn't configure them with Ansible to begin with. Having ones that instances I can spin up to test roles or to go back and say, you know, I really want to capture my DNS configuration to make sure that I can push it out to other servers has been really, really useful. Much more useful than I expected it was going to be. I've also tested quite a few different distros, whether that's different versions of Ubuntu or Debian or Rocky or Alma or CentOS, or I think I even stood up a Nix template at one point to mess with that, or Nix. There's another one that I've set up a few times. And then I also did some testing for potentially building a custom NAS for home, and it was actually useful. Granted, the storage is a little bit limited, so I didn't have quite as much storage to do a full test, but it was enough to get an idea that, hey, do I want to do true NAS? Do I want to do Open Media Vault? Do I want to do something else? It was surprisingly useful even on something like that. I've also generally started testing most of my services that get put on the home server in the cloud first. So before I actually set up Plex for real on an actual server in my network, I ran it in CloudStack, and that worked perfectly fine. It was not perfect, mostly because, again, storage space, because there's only a limited amount of storage I have, but also because I picked cheap processors, and if there's any sort of transcoding, not going to work. But that's plenty to get testing done. It's plenty to get an idea of what's going on with Plex. It's plenty for direct play. Setting up WireGuard for a VPN setup, that was really useful to do that before I put it on my main server, because I don't really want to disrupt my main server, because that breaks stuff for the rest of the network for the rest of my house. And when I break stuff like that, people do notice in my house. It's unpopular. Sometimes it's nice to have somewhere you can set up like QMK building or some other development, maybe Rust or something else, before you put it on your main development box, because you may not want to disrupt whatever you're doing on that development box, or make sure that it's not going to disrupt what you're doing. And that's turned out to be pretty helpful. There's also been some instances where having a dev node I can just spin up and throw away is surprisingly useful, besides just services. Like, why is my particular version not building correctly? I can put on a specific version of GCC, I can put on specific versions of Make, I can do whatever debugging I may need to do that of my build environment itself without disrupting other stuff that is working on my main dev node, and that's saved me an invaluable amount of time. Learn from what I did. So my biggest lesson, I think, is that the CPUs mattered much more to my use cases than memory. Like, I haven't had any real problems with memory other than, I don't think I really have. It's really a matter of the CPU and not having enough cores. Most of the stuff I'm testing isn't really memory bound. It's usually CPU or disk bound. And that said, the Raspberry Pi is, for the hardware I have, it was comparable. Once I put the storage in a dedicated actual USB 3 hanging off of the Raspberry Pi, not trying to serve off of the SD card. Those just aren't fast enough. Once it was in its own, once it was off the USB 3, the performance between when I had the storage on like one of the nodes I started with to Raspberry Pi is almost unnoticeable. It really didn't make much difference at all, especially with the new Raspberry 4s. Raspberry 5s I expect to be even better. As I was mentioning, memory just hasn't been as critical for what I'm doing. I'm not doing really memory-intensive testing in there. Now, if you are doing something different, that is something to consider. Maybe you do want to do GPU sharing, which CloudStack does support in some instances, to do LM AI development or something like that, or you're doing large databases, or you're trying to do memory caching or something like that, where you do need more memory for doing some of that stuff. It's perfectly reasonable. Spend the money then on getting more memory instead of more CPU. I just found that for most of what I do, 99% of what I've done, it's really been limited by the CPU cores, not the memory. Something also to keep in mind, which is going to be kind of repetitive because I'm sure all of us have heard this before, is back up your stuff. Whether that's your template that you spent all that effort building in the cloud, back that up somewhere outside the cloud so that that way you can treat your cluster as you can reinstall it and you don't care. You just reload the templates. It's not a big deal. Also keeping any like ISOs or additional templates that you're not actually using outside your cloud somewhere else where you have more storage, especially when you're limited with the storage space, like if you're building this in as cheap as you can and you don't have that 2 terabyte drive sitting extra unused. Keep those out of the cloud too. Once you build your base template from an ISO, don't keep the ISO in your cloud. Once you build a template and then you update it to the newest release of that version, don't keep the old versions around. It just wastes space. You're not going to go back. Unless you have a specific reason, you're just not going to go back. As many of you are going to be familiar with this, if you worked with the cloud at all, keeping your templates, your machine images, your images, as small as possible helps a lot. And it's not just in how much storage space it takes up, it speeds up your instance launching a lot. The bigger your template you're starting from, that has to be copied, and that slows stuff down. And the smaller the cluster you're running on, the more noticeable that will be. Is there any questions so far? Comments? Sure. Here. He got one first, then I'll get to you.
So CloudStack seems to be like so I use Proxmox at home. So
Yes.
I kind of do the same workflows with Proxmox. I just whip up a virtual machine, install Ubuntu server on it, and then do that testing that I do in there.
Proxmox can do a lot of the same stuff CloudStack does.
Okay.
The advantage of CloudStack over Proxmox is that CloudStack can scale bigger than Proxmox can.
So I can
and
have
it's a
multiple
full
nodes.
cloud.
Okay.
Like it's not just VMs. Like there's image management, there's auto scaling of some sort you can do, there's migration between hosts, there's now managed Kubernetes clusters since 4.18. I haven't run it. I haven't run that particular stuff because I haven't had a need for it yet, though that's what I'm going to look into next.
Okay.
But it's a full cloud. So Proxmox can meet a lot of these
Got it.
a lot of these things, especially with some of the nice I think they have some web-based interfaces now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's definitely overlap with some of these. It's just I don't think you're going to run 1,000 instances on Proxmox, and you're not going to do migration between zones. You might not, because you can set up multiple zones, kind of.
Yeah.
The CloudStack uses some different terminology, but you basically have different regions and different zones, and you can migrate between them, and there's a bunch of that kind of stuff. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. Well, actually, I have a second part.
Okay.
So I assume the Raspberry Pis are running containers, and then your x86 machine that can run VMs. So you manage all of it through CloudStack.
So on the Raspberry Pi management storage node, it's just running the OS.
Oh,
it's
got
not running containers. I'm not running any virtualization or anything on that. It's just running Java. Most of CloudStack's written in Java, so that that's pretty easy to deal with. It's just the compute nodes that do stuff.
CPU definitely matters in a ton of applications, but there are some applications that are extremely memory intensive. I encountered while I was building a self-hosted map and routing server.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, routing 100% lives in the RAM. So
oh, yeah, especially
you need
perform it.
If you want to map for all of North America, you need like 100 gigs of RAM, and there's no two ways about it. So some applications, read the docs, guys.
I'm curious as how you hooked up the storage to the Raspberry Pis. Are you using like a USB hard drive interface?
Okay, yeah, I can talk some more about the storage on the Raspberry Pi. So what I did is I have an SSD that's sitting in the most performant external device I could find for Raspberry, for a 3.0, USB 3.0. You're not going to get the best performance, but for the hardware I was using to begin with, it really isn't any different. It's been more limited because the hardware I started with, I mean, you saw that I spent less than $500 shipped. And that hardware compared to the Raspberry Pi is not much performance difference. Now, if you're optimizing your hardware for storage more, you can get better performance than the Raspberry Pi can provide. But if you're doing this on the cheap, for as cheap as you can, it may not be as big of a difference as you think it was. It sure turned out to be the case once I started doing it. I expected it to be a problem, and it was a problem when I ran the storage off of the SD card. But once I moved it to its own USB 3, it wasn't really a problem, which kind of surprised me. And as someone was mentioning about the networking, yes, depending on the type of stuff you're doing, it will make a big difference. Memory may be a much more limiting factor than anything else, particularly with routing or if you're doing some software-defined networking, which CloudStack totally supports, but I would expect that those routers you'd need to have configured and running are going to take quite a bit more memory than what I may have set up. But you have to take that in consideration when you're what you want to optimize your cloud for. And if you're building it cheap, you can always start with the less $5 or much less if you have the hardware laying around and upgrade later. Get started, try it, see what happens. So one question is, did I spend less than AWS? At the time I did this, definitely after about 5 months, I was definitely way less than I would have spent for a similar set of instances. It's a little harder to tell now because some of the stuff I did in CloudStack you can now do cheaper in AWS without actually having instances. So that changes some of the calculations. But a rough idea was, with what I did on average, was probably about $50 to $70 a month. So it takes around 10 months for my investment, assuming like I'm actually spending $50 in instances. Advantage is you don't have to worry about shutdown termination to save money. You don't have to worry about any extra costs for storing AMIs. They're effectively free. I already bought the storage. So I could have custom AMIs for as long as I wanted. It didn't really make any difference in my cost. Where in almost all the clouds, there's some cost for storage. And after it's been running for so long, really the main cost on my stuff is electricity, especially being SDG&E's region. I can see some of you shaking your heads, so I'm assuming you know what that means. But yeah, electricity is by far the biggest driver of cost right now for me. And also to be aware, there's some testing I couldn't do in the cloud. Like if I was going to try to test Plex, for one example, the smallest DVD I have is 3.4 gigs. To move enough of those into the cloud to be useful, it's just not going to happen. It just isn't. And the cost for that kind of storage is just way too high. Where I could reasonably test it, I didn't have maybe 2 or 3 DVDs and a Blu-ray, but it was enough to test it to say, yes, this is something I want to put on my network. Yes, I want to start managing it. So it was useful and ended up saving me money. Some final thoughts. One thing that will take a surprising amount of bandwidth, especially if you're installing multiple different Linux distributions, is packaging. I would strongly suggest something to limit your bandwidth, or you will notice some issues. I don't know how many of you are running any sort of package caching like App Cache or NG. That's what I've used since I'm mostly a Debian Ubuntu guy. But that makes a really big difference on how fast a turnaround you can have on spinning up your templates and getting them to a reasonably recent set of whatever the recent security updates have been. RPMs have similar solutions. You can configure App Cache NG to cache RPMs, but yeah, I would strongly suggest that you have some sort of package caching. It'll make a big difference. It makes installing instances, even VMs probably in like your Proxmox, having something there that you Like I baked it into my template that it points at my local apt cache, so that when I spin it up, I can run an update and it's going to update in maybe a minute or two instead of like however long it takes to download all those updates. As I mentioned before, keep templates and ISOs and whatnot outside your cloud. Once you build up a template from your ISO, doing maybe a base install, because you can get to the console in CloudStack, there is support for that. You don't really need to keep the ISO around, just keep the template. Depending on what you're doing, if you're finding storage is becoming a problem, first of all, don't use the cheapest hardware you can, whether it's a Raspberry Pi or what I did. That will definitely make a big improvement. Also, dedicating a storage for a switch for some of that storage can make a big improvement. If you think you're going to need a lot of, like you're going to move a lot of data, or you're going to be doing something that's very disk intensive for your type of use case, start looking at what some of the other options are other than NFS, or maybe splitting up your secondary and primary server, your primary storage, so that your primary storage is on the fastest possible way, or maybe you use local storage, which will make it harder to migrate instances, but you can specify CloudStack to use local storage for VMs. It just slows down your migrations a lot. The VLAN tagging and trunking, I'm now looking into that, not for my home cluster, but for a different one. Definitely takes a lot more advanced networking knowledge than I have, but having at least some idea on that can make it much easier to talk to your network engineer who's configuring your switch, if you have that ability. But it's also not unreasonable to buy Cisco or whatever, I don't know what people are buying that are full layer 3 that can do VLANs, because there's a lot of power to be had there. And as mentioned previously, is that CloudStack does support some SDNs, some software-defined networking. That seems to be somewhat in flux. Not that CloudStack isn't going to support it, but there seems to be some talk of resurrecting some dead SDN projects now that VMware has been bought by Broadcom and has changed licensing models. There's some doubt for some of the SDN stuff that they've supplied previously to continue to be available. So I just kind of, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, keep your eyes open, because there's been some discussion on the list, at least one or two threads about people talking about that they're trying to get a group together to resurrect. I can't remember what the SDN tool was that they're talking about, but they're talking about resurrecting that. So that would be useful if you're looking for that. It can also be really helpful to have an SSL cert for your CloudStack. On my home networking, it's my own network, but I still try to keep everything encrypted, because if someone gets in, it makes it that much easier for them to get elsewhere. And if it's encrypted, it makes it much less likely. And more likely that I will see something that looks wrong if it's harder. I did that by pulling Let's Encrypt cert. And generally, you can't pull certs for privately routed DNS, but there's no reason, if you have your own DNS name or your own domain, there's no reason you can't set up either a wildcard cert of some sort that you can get from Let's Encrypt. You do have to do some DNS authentication, but you can automate that with Ansible if you spend enough time, or SaltStack or whatever, or Chef or whatever you want to. But I did that, and that definitely helped. There are some or maybe even setting up an Acme server for testing. Maybe you want to try doing an Acme server with SSL signed certs and automate pushing certs onto instances. That's definitely something doable with this. As I mentioned, I think in passing earlier, as of 4.18, CloudStack has added a managed Kubernetes cluster that also supports the cluster API. And I've seen someone live demo this at a presentation. I was very impressed that they were able to do that, where you basically just have your base Kubernetes cluster somewhere. You tell it where you want to deploy it, and it'll just deploy and automatically set up the whole cluster in CloudStack. I have not looked at that yet, because I just haven't had enough need, but in 4.19 there's some additional improvements with that. Just came out the end of February. That looks pretty good. It's a fully managed cluster. It supports CAPI. It supports one of the other APIs I think that's common in Kubernetes. I haven't looked at Kubernetes enough to speak to it, but yeah, it's there. And as promised, here's some of the links. You can reach me at that email, either one of those. The presentation will live at that Google Docs address if you want. Take a picture, as many of you already are. The CloudStack roles, those are the ones I'm currently using for my own private cloud and for one I'm doing for work. It is not, don't take it as a really good example of Ansible. Some of that Ansible I wrote in there is very early from what I've learned now. And I just haven't gone back and rewritten it. There's also been some changes with how you should be doing some stuff in there. Namely, your module should boot fully the full name of the module. Some of you know with Ansible. There's stuff like that that's still in there. But yeah, you're welcome to look at that. And then as promised, the rack page. If you're thinking about rack hardware and you're trying to figure out how you're going to put it, mount it somewhere, and you want to do it on cheap, those rack tables look really good for that. And unless people have more questions, I think that's it.
Hello, hello. Perfect.
That's what I like to see.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Perfect. So let's get started. Today I'm going to talk about a journey of a home-based personal cloud project. So this is a very personal project, so I would like to start from the start. It was in 2007 when I was in high school, and we were on a weekend with my dad, and we were bored, and we were looking for something to do, and I've heard about this little thing called Ubuntu. And I decided to, there were an event at Paris that was called Ubuntu Party, so we decided to go. And it was a full day of conference around free software, and it changed my mind. To this day, I knew what I wanted to do. Then later that year, the dream of the moment was to became true. We went road tripping to the United States, and this was my very first trip overseas. As you can see, this is me. We can change in 17 years. And 17 years later, here we are, here, at the same place in Los Angeles. I would like to share my experience about running a project entirely on free and open source software, based on the idea that we don't need to depend on cloud provider to hold our own data. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank the organizer for selecting my talk, because this means a lot to me. So who am I? Now, my name is Julian Ryu, and I'm an open source DBA. You can find my previous talks on this website, and if you want to see the slide and click on the links, you can already open it. They are available, and you can follow me on Mastodon. Today we are going to talk about why, the context of the project, and the history, the timeline. We will talk about infrastructure, data management, alerting, observability, automation, and what's next. And I will give you a little takeaways. So why? Why running a home-based personal cloud storage? Why on earth? Because I've lost data in the past, and I want it to never occur again. And I also want to control my data. As you can heard, I'm French, so I don't want to provide my data anywhere in the world. I want to keep it with me. And I also wanted to learn new stuff. So a lot of solutions I've implemented maybe are already solved by one tool or something. I just wanted to try some tools one by one and have some fun. A little bit about the history. It was in 2013, I was living in an apartment, and my data was stored on USB drives, classic. But the USB drives are hard to find. Maybe they are lying around somewhere, and we used NTFS because at that time we had some Microsoft Windows laptops that were unable to open like ext3 or 4 file systems. We had to physically plug and unplug the disk and eject the disk before the end or something bad happens. So I decided to look for some NAS, the network attached storage, like this type of NAS. I didn't bought this one, but for the illustration. So I used my desktop PC to create a NAS. It was on my home office with some bashers because of Windows, but there is a big problem. Every time I upgraded the server, the client were unable to reach the shares. It was a big problem for me. And in 2015, I got a new job at a major cloud provider in Europe. Ironic, huh? But this gives me the advantage to have a discount price on disks, which is not the case anymore. They don't provide us disk anymore because, you know, safety reasons. But at the time, it was available. So I decided, at work, we also use OpenZFS. So I discovered at that time OpenZFS, more on that later, that was able to create NFS and CIFS shares. And I use GNU Linux and on servers and desktop at work. So it brings me back to 2007 when I discovered the open source world. So I decided to create a small storage with all this hardware I could buy it at this discount price. So it must be silent and small because I live in an apartment at that time. It has to have the same design as the NAS I've shown before, so very small, like Synology, if you know this brand. I bought 3 hard drive of 4 terabytes. It was pretty cheap at the time. Used drive, so they were 4 years old when I plugged them, but it's okay, they work. And I decided to buy new stuff, new hardware, like Intel NUC motherboard and PCI Red card, because there were not enough SATA port on the motherboard. And I decided to try FreeBSD, because on FreeBSD, OpenZFS support is built in. But I made a mistake. When I bought the motherboard, it wasn't on the right format. There was mini ETX and micro ITX. They are supposed to be small, but they are not the same. So it ended up like this. I had the motherboard outside of the case. The monitor is my TV, and it is on where we watch TV. It's not on my office, so it can give you the vibe at the time of what I was able to do. Anyway, I've set up some Frankenstein PC, and okay, let's start to copy some data. And a big sound noise started to ring inside the room. Later, I found out that it was because of the temperature. When it was higher enough, there is a buzzer inside the case that were causing this sound. So anyway, I have something I can't use, so let's buy new hardware. I decided to buy something I know, so a classic ATX tower with new hard drive, smaller ones to reduce the price because I don't need that much of storage. So I decided to, and I've already bought some parts before, and still use FreeBSD. And in 2018, I had a baby. So I had to put the computer away of my home office to create a room for the baby. And I didn't have any time more to do this stuff. And 1 year later, I got a new house, my house, with more space. Noise is not an issue anymore because we have a basement and a secure basement behind like a regular house. And I have a third PC, an old storage, because I reused my main computer as a storage. It was my very first PC I've mounted in 2008. It only had 3 hard drives of 1 terabyte. 3 is a good number. You will see later why. but I already had them somewhere. But this one had some issues. For the installation, the USB stick didn't work. So I had to burn a CD-ROM on the latest version of FreeBSD at that time that was causing a loop error. You can click on the link, the bug was open. I tried FreeBSD 11, same error. After two or three CDs being burned, I decided to fall back to Debian, and it worked. But after that, and running for some time, the PC freezes, so I had to hard reboot it from time to time. So I decided to fully replace that later on and upgrade it too with more hard drive a few years later. So quick recap, today I have 3 servers. They are not named chronologically because of all this history. They are pretty much the same capacity, except the first one that is a very big one, but it's enough. And I decided to use Debian only because at the end of the presentation you will see that I use automation, and it was hard for me to manage 2 operating systems at the same time. I had to choose, and Debian has a pretty nice support of OpenZFS. But I had computers everywhere. What should I do with them? I need to find somewhere to put them and to be useful, because I don't need 3 PC to run storage. So the idea is to put one computer at my dad's house and my parents-in-law house and at my house. I have a distributed storage system. And as you can see, we have 1 server in France and 2 servers in Belgium, all in different houses, all in the basement. A little word about the clients, because now I'm not the only one using this solution, this infrastructure. There are my parents too. So I decided to convert the Windows clients, the Windows computer they had, with something very similar. I decided to use Kubuntu, which is Ubuntu with KDE interface, because it looks like Windows. And so they are not very lost, and in the end they only use the browser, so it doesn't matter for them. But it was better for me to do the maintenance. And I decided to use NFS, Network File System. It's easy to set up with a full Linux environment or even BSD environment. It's easy to maintain and it doesn't break when you upgrade. So the idea is to mount a remote directory, but locally on your client. So you can copy file without worrying about local storage. But it's not that user-friendly, especially for the parents. So I decided to, and my dad in reality has a new PC with Linux. He kept the old Windows PC, and he kind of have both systems at the same time to make the switch eventually one day. So I had to find a solution even for Windows. That's why I choose SCFile. I just picked this one because it's written in Python, not in PHP. And at the time I was installing directly on the host without Docker system or something like that. But right now I use Docker, so I could use any solution out there. But it turns out SCFile is it's okay, it works. It's user-friendly. There is a drive client. You can mount as a drive. There is a web UI, so you can even share links on a UI, on a web link. If you are not inside your house, you can share something to the family, for example, and it keeps file in sync. There are different levels of caching, but you can read the docs because I'm not an expert in different mods. Sorry. One big issue is connectivity. How can we connect all three hosts together? Because I want in the end to copy the data from one host to another. First, the static IP address. You should know that in Belgium, to have a static IP address on a major ISP, it costs $30 per month, only for one static IP address. It's horribly expensive. I don't want to spend 30 euros per month. So that's not an option. And ISP modem settings. I have 3 houses with different ISP settings. If we can take only mine, it allows only few protocols by default. You have to do port mapping. And you even have to request the ISP to lower the security level. And it works at my apartment, but not at my house. So not an option. What can we do? I decided to use OpenVPN. It's a virtual private network solution, a VPN, with a client-server model. It can authenticate with certificates using encryption, like TLS, and it allows clients to communicate with each other. And it can even assign static IP address to the client, so the storage server. And here is the settings. You have the topology, which you declare a subnet. You allow client to client. You can define the static IP address and the pool. Okay, but I kind of lied to you. I had to use something external to configure this VPN. So I have to rent a VPS somewhere. In that case, it's at my own company, but I don't have any discount on that. But I could use every VPS in the world. The cheapest one could work. You only need a network and a static IP address, of course. And the network is encrypted, so you don't care, they can't sniff or something, and the certificate authority is at my house. So it's pretty secure. And it goes like this. All the network flows transit via the VPS. So you should select a location that is close to your client. That's why I use a VPS in France, because it's the closest location I could choose. So it was working. Now the servers can communicate with each other. And for that, we can configure SSH to remote control them. So from my house, I can control everything. Now, let's talk about data management. As I said multiple times before, I choose OpenZFS for zettabyte file system. Zettabyte stands for the number of grain of sand on Earth. But this file system can handle more bytes than that. So it gives you the idea of the powerful system of DFS. It can manage your disk, create some redundancy with RAID. You can create multiple file systems. You can create snapshots for implementing a backup solution. And the snapshots are basically free. It's a copy and write system, so there is no impact as I can have seen with LVM, for example. When you take a snapshot with LVM, back in the days, there were a lot of I/O operation. With ZFS, there is little to no impact. And with those snapshots, you can do replication, cloning, and even rollback on the data. There are built-in features with ZFS like compression. It's transparent and encryption, and it's production ready, even on Linux. At my work, every backups are on OpenZFS. It's like 600 terabytes of data, and it's for databases. So yeah, production ready, even on Linux. But here we are at home, though, so it could be easily okay. So red, in ZFS it's more like a red Z. There are multiple levels of red. You can do the standard red, but I choose the red Z with 3 disks. You have a parity disk, and you can lose up to 1 disk. So if you lose 1 disk, you can replace it and resilver the data. ZFS can handle that for you. And then you can list the pool. Here I have like 6 terabytes of data available on 3 disks, and a little less, 5.5, thanks to the parity. And I use pretty much 50%, snapshot included. And I keep 10 years of snapshot. And this project is less than 10 years, but I won't reach the maximum. Maybe in a few years, but not right now. And I can enable the compression. So for binary data, it's not that important, but if you have documents, for example, like text files or thesis or something like this, it can be compressed very well. And you can create file systems. So you can create, for example, for my example, I've created 1 file system per person. So everybody has its own space, but you can do whatever you want. I even have 1 file system for 1 software, for example. And you can mount this file system directly using the ZFS itself. And you can create snapshots. So the data, for example, if I need to access the data in the middle, I can clone the snapshot on a main point and directly access and even modify the data without touching the snapshot. It's pretty magical. And you can replicate the snapshot. You can replicate the first snapshot by piping through SSH. And you can do incremental send with the previous snapshot as a base snapshot. But as you can see, it could be a little bit complicated at the end. So I used the snapshot management system called Sanoid, which is open source. It can take snapshot for you, run pre and post snapshot scripts if you, for example, run a database and you have to do some operation before. The fun fact about this feature is I contributed myself to implement this feature, because when I discovered this solution, this Sanoid solution, I decided to use on my home lab, and it was so better than what we used before at my company that we decided to use it at our company. And it can prune, so remove older snapshot, all based on policies. And you have monitoring capacity. You can check if your ZFS pools are okay, or healthy, or if you run out of capacity. The configuration is like an ini file. You have here 2 templates. You can say the number of snapshots based on the frequency, like hourly snapshot, daily, monthly, yearly, and if you want to create snapshots and prune snapshots based on that. And I use this, I keep 10 years of snapshot with 1 year in monthly snapshot and 31, so 1 month for every day snapshots. And I have a template archive for managing the replicated snapshot. So they can't create other snapshot where they shouldn't. So I have two templates, and I deploy the one I want where I want. And the policies, you use the template defined before, so you can use one template or another with that. And by default, Sanoid comes under Debian with systemd service that is called with a timer, and this timer is like a cron job, and the service is like a one-shot command. So here it's by default it's cheap like this, and there is a timer that runs every 15 minutes. It doesn't mean that a snapshot will be created in 15 minutes. Only the configuration will be evaluated at 15 minutes, so it can run all the times. Only needed snapshot will be created based on the date and time. And if we play with some timers, we can see the next time the command will be executed. And Sanoid comes with another tool that is useful. It's Syncoid. So there are two binaries in the Sanoid repository. Syncoid is like rsync, but for ZFS snapshots. You can see it like this. It can resume on interruption, because you know a network can fail. And it can control the bandwidth. I have a pretty low bandwidth at home, and I don't want to make some noise and interrupt the work when I'm working, or slow down the TV for the kids or something, even if it's bad. But you can control the bandwidth, especially the upload bandwidth. So the usage, it's like rsync, pretty much the same option. Not the same option, but the same principle. I've added a list of commands to the script, and with the same idea as Sanoid, I've created a systemd service and a timer, so every configuration is available here if you want to, on my website if you want to check this out later. And one nice feature here is the randomized delay second. For example, I don't want my house to overlap with some other house, so I prefer to delay the starting and with a random value. So the timer are capable of this, can do this. So it goes like this. The local client connect to the local storage, and the storage overnight send a snapshot to the two other storage. Beware, you should not do multi-master or multi-primaries replication. It's only to the two nodes. There is no circle. Here, the colors don't overlap. It's like a circle if you take the big picture, but if you zoom, only one host will send to the two others. And Sanoid is able to check the health of your system and the capacity. So now, I need to be aware when something goes wrong. So let's implement some alerting. I decided to use the good old Nagios. It can be old and ugly, but it's light and it works. It can be configured with simple configuration file. We have a simple infrastructure. It's okay. It has a web UI. If we want to, for example, put some downtimes because we are doing some stuff, we don't want to be alerted, like a real enterprise, or not. If you don't want to use the web UI, it's okay. And there are lots of plugins. And welcome to Pilot. It's like a pilot, but in French. It's a Raspberry Pi, a small host. I had some Raspberry Pi somewhere, so I decided to take one and to install it to have my own Nagios at home. Nagios has multiple components. It can declare host groups to regroup multiple hosts and services, to link services to host groups and notifications. So the pilot is now able to run check commands to different hosts. And for that, there are here multiple host groups. There are monitoring servers for the monitoring server itself. There are storage servers for the host group, and one host here with a name. So we can declare our host. It's a host name and IP address, simple. We can define the host groups. It's a comma-separated list of hosts. And we can define multiple service commands. The one I use, there are 3 commands I use. One is check ping to ensure the host is alive. The check NRP, which remote plugin executor for Nagios, and check HTTP for the web services. There are multiple service states. Okay, warning, critical, and none. You can define, based on the services level, you can define the alerting later, if you want to be alerted for a warning, for example, or only critical. And the service configuration goes like this. We have a host group name, so we attach the service to host groups. And we name the service, of course. And we have one command, check NRPU, with some argument. Here, check ZFS snapshot to tell the NRP local agent on the host, okay, execute me this command and send me back your result. And the NRP agent is deployed on every storage server, and it runs the command on the host. And for the notifications, I'm a big fan of Telegram. I use it every day, so I decided to implement a notification system for Nagios. It's open source. You can click, you will go on a repo, and it can be configured. You can have it's written in Python, and it uses Jinja for the template, so you can basically put whatever you want into the template, and you have notification like this. So here I have a problems on my snapshot. One snapshot is too old, so it means that the overnight transfer has failed, so I can check it out. But I'm not on call. I will check it out later when I have time. It's a home-based project. I don't want to be a slave of my infrastructure. I'm already one at work. I don't want to have work at home. And a recovery notification. Same. And we have the web UI, but there's one issue. The web UI is available only locally. How can we make it available to the world? For example, if I'm not at my house, I would like to access the web UI. For that, I've set up Nginx on the VPS that run the OpenVPN server. And the Nginx acts as a reverse proxy. So it terminates the SSL connection and communicates via the VPN over HTTP, which is insecure, but the VPN itself is secure, and it's only monitoring system with, and it's also already encrypted. So the web UI goes like this. Everything is green, but it's not always the time. That's why we have set up I have set up an infrastructure like this. Okay, we have the live system alerts. But what if we want to know the evolution of the system? If we want to put some observability in there. So I want to know the disk space evolution. It's good to know. The network stability, because I had some stability issues on over my network, and I wanted to know where is the origin of the issue. And the most important here was the temperature, like the buzzer before. I don't want this to happen again. And the power consumption, because my dad wants to save money, and it's kind of scary to let a computer run 24/7. So he wants to know how much will it cost. So let's do this. For that, I use what's called the TIG stack. It may not be the most latest technology here, but at that time that was pretty common. So TIG is for Telegraph, InfluxDB, and Grafana. Telegraph is a plugin that collects metrics locally and sends them to a data store, a metrics data store. So it gathers some inputs, like the CPU, like disk I/O, and other stuff, and write to some outputs. Here, the InfluxDB. InfluxDB is like a real-time data analytics database. Okay, all the solutions are in the open. And the last one is Grafana, is like a tool that allows you to create dashboards and visualize your data. And my dashboard looks like this. I have the disk evolution. I have, let's say, the capacity, the fragmentation, all the ZFS stuff here. I have some disk temperature, the age of the disk, 8 years. I should watch them, but they don't fail. And the different colors is because I have reinstalled the server at the time. A little overview of the infrastructure of the observability one. I decided to use my monitoring server to install InfluxDB and all the stack, but at some point the SD card wasn't crashing so much, so I decided to use a real server that I also use for other projects. So now I have real SSDs, but I don't have so much metrics, but I don't want my host to reinstall my host for once in a while. So I have deployed a new server that runs Docker images of InfluxDB and Grafana, and I also use the same technique to access the web interface with a reverse proxy with Nginx. So we have a lot of things going through the VPS. Unfortunately, if I had static IP address and a way to do something at home, I won't require, and I will be 100% free from a cloud provider. So Docker images are available. But in the end, if I would like to start from today, I would replace this metrics collection with a Prometheus-based solution. I will learn new things, and this is also the goal of this project. And then sensors. I want to know the temperature, the humidity, and even the noise of where the storage are placed, of my basement. And for that, I decided to use Arduino. It's powered by USB, so you have just to plug it on your computer, do some electric stuff with pretty cheap sensor. It costs, it's very cheap. I don't know the exact cost, but it's way cheaper than all the stuff that I've already bought before. And it works with a breadboard and some electric cables. So the architecture is like this. You have a breadboard here, some cables, you can plug them, and it goes through they go through the sensors, and you will have to put some code into the board, run it, and gather the data. So the software, there is an IDE for Arduino when you can write code and push what's called a sketch. You can upload it to the board and let it run forever. So here is the code. You can initialize some values for humidity, temperature, and sound. And if you want to have more sensors, you can update the code. You have a setup function. For example, the sensors are OK after 2 seconds of wait before the values are not OK. So you can wait here, initialize some stuff. Then you have a main loop. So the delay is more in the main loop. Here you define the initialization part. The main loop is the loop that runs all the time. And I gather with the module some metrics and format the metrics with the format you want. But there is a problem with that. If you use one process, it's okay. But as soon as you use 2 or more processes to access the serial in interface, you will have access issues. So for that, you should use multiplexing. And it kind of, it's more in you often see the mosquito part, the broker, when you have independent systems writing to one centralized system. But here, the concurrency is only on Nagios from one part and Telegraph on the other part. So we have to use a multiplexing system. So I use the MQTT broker called Mosquito. I've created a tool that's called serial to MQTT to gather the value and send them to this little queue. And I use the check that was already existing, check MQTT. And the Telegraph plugin already has a consumer of MQTT. So diagram goes like this. There is the sensor going to serial to MQTT to Mosquito, and Nagios and the metrics could read from the queues and have the same data for doing what they are supposed to do. So the graph goes like this. As you can see, the temperature is okay. The threshold is like 25 degrees. I don't know how much is in Fahrenheit, sorry. And you can search 25 degrees. It's pretty warm, but it's okay. The buzzer sound was triggered at 29, so way over. So it's pretty cool in my basement. Even in the summer, it's 1 year of data, and we can see the summer is here, and the winter is here. So we are okay. What about humidity? Oh, humidity is pretty high, like 90%, but we don't care. It doesn't affect the system. There is no, the hardware looks pretty good, it's pretty new, and with the temperature, even in summer, the humidity is not a problem. At least not at home where I live. And the noise. What about the noise? I can't even know what does that mean. In reality, the sensor is activated when you tap on it. You have spikes. Only when you tap on it. If you have ambient noise, you won't even detect it. So I was confused. I decided not to look at it because the noise is not a problem anymore in the basement. And what about power consumption? How much will it cost? For those who don't know, the Belgium price of electricity has spiked over the last years. It was like 4 times the price we had before the COVID, but it's 2 times now. but it's pretty expensive. And those are the price of Belgium here. It's the fourth top expensive given to this statistics, and France is over here. So we have not cheap electricity. First, I decided to want to use the watt meter. You can plug it on the wall and see how many watts do you consume, but how to parse the data, because they are cheap, but unless you put a camera and analyze with AI, I don't know, but it's pretty hard to implement. So I decided to use an UPS. The UPS is a little bit pricey, more than $100, $150. But this is a project I want to be happy, so I decided to buy them and to work with them with something called APC UPS daemon, which is a daemon for this kind of UPS. There is a Telegraph plugin, of course, and the Grafana dashboard is already available. And the nice little things is now I can save my servers from power outage. That was not the first purpose, but it's nice to have now. And the dashboard is here. You can see the evolution of the power consumption thanks to the battery, and it costs only $7 a year, even for an expensive country as Belgium. $7 per year. It's not even the price of a kebab. So in real life, there are some photos. This is the Eiffel Tower, but the server is in Belgium. But just because I'm from Paris, but I live in Belgium now. And you have, this is my fridge, and this is the wall. So there is a little space here, and it's cool, it's okay, it doesn't take so much space. And you have this Frankenstein electricity thing over there, but it works. Generally, the kids don't go here, so it doesn't fail. Or they can go just before on the fridge and they won't touch it, so it's okay. It's the basement. They don't usually go to the basement. And at my dad's house, it's the same principle. And in my in-laws' house, same. The fridge, the wall. Okay, now I will try to go a little faster. Let's talk about automation. Because failure, we already have saved our data, it's okay, but some failures can happen. You can have micro SD cards that fail, or flood or fire in the house. Oh, it can happen. So for that, my workflow of deployments goes like this. I inside the operating system, install and configure the software, and restore the data. Or for a new server, it's optional. And we will focus here on install and configure the data, the software. And for that, I use Ansible, which is an open source simple IT automation system. And by simple, it's really simple. It's written in YAML, but not the same YAML as you have in Kubernetes. It's really simple YAML. And the concept, you have an inventory. The inventory here is a group of hosts, and because I don't have a lot of hosts, I use static file. And a playbook. Playbook uses some roles that group some tasks, and tasks are modules plus arguments. So the inventory example is like this. You have a name and eventually an IP address. Because I don't have set up a DNS server, I just put the IP address because it's static over the VPN, it won't change. Even if I move from anywhere in the world, the IP address will stay the same as soon as you have an internet connection. And my playbook look like this. You have a site.yaml, which is a best practice when you have to configure an infrastructure. And I have multiple playbooks to configure multiple parts of my infrastructure. I have storage server, but I also have other servers that I won't cover here. I decided to write my own roles, like the previous talk, just for fun. Same as you. So I decided to use a common role, for storage a ZFS role, an OpenVPN role, and inside the playbook you can have optional roles. For example, you can target some sub-host into your inventory, and in this example I deploy only the NFS server on the storage one, because I'm the only geek that use the NFS server at home, so I want it to be deployed only on this host. And a role is like this. You have your default variables, your handlers to act eventually on services, like restart some services if needed. Like you have your task and your templates. Some modules I use. I use the built-in modules of Ansible, like apt to install packages, like files to manage files, services, and templates. Templates to create the, files based on Jinja templates with variables, loops, and so. So I use a template to manage my Syncoid destination script, as I've shown before. And this is the template. It's a Jinja template. You have like brackets here for every data set in the main data set. I do a double loop with the destinations, and I do a little echo for the log, and I call the same command as I've shown before, but templated. And it creates a file shortened for the talk, but there are multiple lines, and I just need to configure variables to tell the list of datasets and the destination, and Ansible will do the rest for me without any copy-paste issue. And for upgrades, I use not a role but a task. I've created a task, apt upgrade, that calls a module apt to upgrade, and I run it with a CLI, Ansible playbook. You can run for the whole infrastructure, seed.yaml, or the upgrade. And you can use this as a building blocks for the rest of your potential infrastructure, like at work, but at home. So what's next? I should open source my Ansible code base, but right now I can't because I've put some secrets in there. So I don't want to share my secrets. So I have to remove my secrets, my variables, and put that online. So I will do that very shortly, I promise, because it could be a good example of what I manage at home. So there is something that I wanted to. It's automate certificate management for renew my certificates for the VPNs. I have monitoring on the date, but I don't renew them with the automation. I do it by hand. I probably should use ZFS encryption because, okay, your house is safe, but you can be broken by some thief. So, but I'm not sure they will pick my server first, but we don't know. So encryption is good. You should encrypt by default. And use Prometheus for metrics. I should probably forward some logs because it's good to have logs at one location instead of going on every host. And the more important is to handle the mobile phones, because today we take a lot of pictures, for example, with our mobile phones, and right now the solution is not pretty well designed for that. The client for C-File is not very working well, so I should fix this issue. Okay, so the takeaways. Self-hosting is not that hard. As you can see, I have 3 servers or 3 house. Even if I've done it through the years, it was on my free time with kids, so it's okay. You can do this. And I'm not burnt out. So you can take your time, but it's not that hard. But if you really want something fast, you should consider using a built-in solution like TrueNAS. There are a lot of features that I've shown that probably are handled by TrueNAS, and free and open source software is awesome. This is my philosophy. I try to contribute as much as you can. I even have a Postgres hoodie, so this is in my blood. And enjoy what you are doing, because if you don't, what's the point? I would like to thank you for being here. You are a lot here, so it's mean a lot to me. And thank you. If you have questions. Maybe just a little 1 or 2 questions because I've been running late, so yeah. Yes? Yeah, the question is, do you have a hot swap disk, and am I able to detect which disk has died? The answer is I have hot swappable disk, but it's easier for me to take down the host, to manage the host, to see the serial, and even list the serial identifier and do it like this, because we are at home, not at a data center. We can do whatever we want. Yeah. Thank you. What's my disk usage? This is a question. I have, it was shown, it's like more or less 2 terabytes. More or less. Sorry? For logs, only logs. No logs are rotated, so I don't keep them. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but if you want to ask me a question, I will be around. I will stay here for the rest of the day, so you can ask me anything. Thank you.
Beautiful. Yes. All right. Hold it close. Yes. No, I tell people the same thing all the time, so I
Treat it like an ice cream cone.
Yep. rather hold it. You know, gives you something to do. Yes. Yes. Couple people still out here. Do you mind shutting the door? Thanks. All right, welcome everyone. I'm here and I'm going to talk about running an open source hackerspace. My name is Tracy Homer. By day, I work for the Software Freedom Conservancy, which is a nonprofit dedicated to software advocacy and open source, open technology. And we have a booth in the other room if you want to come visit us after this. But in my free time, I help administrate our local makerspace. So Knox Makers is located in Knoxville, Tennessee. It is the Southeast's biggest and oldest makerspace. We have 350 members. We've been in existence for about 13 years. And it's like your classic hackerspace model, so it's all community run. We are an actual nonprofit organization, but we're all volunteer run. We are fully funded by member dues. We don't take any corporate sponsorships, and we are also fully open source. Every class that we teach, every software that we have there is as open as we can. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how we make those decisions, what kind of tools we have, and what software we run, and then some of the challenges and some of the places where we're not quite there yet. So we have set out to have some core values, which is what we envision will help Knox Makers, keep its core solid and what we use to make decisions about our organization. You can see on here that open source is not listed actually because we feel like it fits under several different of our values. I think that people get into open source technology a lot because of the non-commercialism and privacy, and it certainly does fit under there, but we think that it fits a lot better under opportunity because it allows people the opportunity to run their software no matter if they have a Windows machine, Mac, or Linux. It allows them to not pay licensing fees because the worst would be if they came to the space, they paid their dues, and then they could only use the software at the space because they didn't have the money to get the licensing fees at home. You're not getting ads thrown at you all the time, and it also gives people the opportunity to learn very deeply about the software they're using, which is an example of we have here, which is our CNC router, which is in process. So if you've ever tried to purchase a CNC router, they're quite expensive. So we're home building ours, which is another aspect of opportunity. It's giving us the financial opportunity as an organization to save us a lot of money by not purchasing one and having it straight out of the box. But it also allows for cross disciplines. So we have a lot of people that are into woodworking, not necessarily into software, but they see this getting built, and they're interested, and they're like, well, how is it run? How do I get my designs onto it? How is it programmed? And they can learn about the software. They can learn about the stuff that we're putting into it. And also, I think that when you learn an open source software, you tend to learn more than just press this button, make it go. So when you do go to a different software, even if it is proprietary, you know more about the inner workings of it and how it runs, and not just press this, press this, press this, magic, your stuff comes out beautifully. So there's a lot of opportunities for that at Knox Makers, and I'm going to go through all the different areas that we have. So this is sort of our how we look at different softwares and different tools when we come across something that we want in our shop, right? So green makes sense, fully open hardware, open software, great for everybody. Red, proprietary, we're just gonna say no. We're not gonna teach it, we're not gonna spend money on it, we're going to avoid it at all costs. We don't let our members teach on it. I mean, our members are allowed to use whatever software they want in their own time and on their own projects, but what we have in the space, we're going to keep it fully open. But then there's the yellow part. Some things you just can't get open hardware for, like a CNC embroidery machine, which I'll talk about later. There just is not any open ones. But you can access it via Linux or via plugin or like put a USB in the side of it. So as long as we can find a way to access it without downloading their web app or something like that, then we feel that it's not the best, but it's okay. And we'll allow it into the space. We'll allow it as long as we teach the open way of doing things, right? But then the problem comes, well, not the problem, but like the challenges is like, how do we make this accessible to our members? So we have, like I said, we have 350 members of all varying levels of tech experience, all varying levels of other tooling experience. Some of them don't have a computer at all. Some of them like programmed in COBOL at one point. Some of them don't care about open source. Some of them, only have a Pine phone because they don't want to like use a proprietary phone. So how do we make this accessible to everybody? And really that is a really difficult problem because we want the people that have the SolidWorks membership or some other proprietary CAD software to be able to come in and still use their designs. So we try and have different applications. We have a web app that you can like load software into that will like take SVGs no matter where it comes from, things like that. So asking those questions and going with our members, trying to make it accessible to everyone is really at the key, not just open software, but open to people's different experiences. It's taken a lot of thought and a lot of work on how to do that, and I guess I will go more into that in the specific tooling. So here is a map of our shop and the different areas that we have. Some of our areas don't have any software involved at all, like machining or blacksmithing. They barely have electricity, like they're not going to have any software questions. But some of ours are just fully based in software, and we have plenty of members that are programmers or computer nerds as well, as there's not necessarily a zone for that, but we have people that are into coding and network, things like that. So the first zone that I'm going to talk about is 3D printing. So 3D printing, it feels like they're very open. Prusa is like pretty popular. It's a very open software and hardware. You can build your own. If you buy a Prusa, you can buy a kit. You can get the plans and like print out an entire machine yourself. So it's accessible that way. And we also have had we've had MakerBots in the past. We've had different types of 3D printers. We have Prusa Slicer loaded on our computers there so that anyone that brings in their own designs can just load it into the computer, and then all of the slicer is like set up to with the configuration for our 3D printers, so they can design it on their own. We also teach classes in FreeCAD. We have thought about teaching classes in OpenSCAD, but no one has really gotten it together because it's really difficult to put a class and a talk together like that. But 3D printing, I feel like, is a very open discipline. Like, even if you have a closed printer, there's plenty of CAD programs, there's plenty of design programs and slicing programs where you can have open software and it's available to a lot of people. It's a little bit different with resin printers. So this resin printer in the picture here isn't open hardware. Prusa does have a resin printer. It's a little bit pricey, so we don't have one. Someone donated this one to us, and we were kind of iffy on it because it has like that Windows web app in order to like load your design onto it. But what we found was Prusa also has a resin printer slicer, and a Python script or some script that you can take and use the Prusa slicer and put it into their proprietary slicer, and then it will put in your open design, and you never have to worry about the Windows app. There's still some issues because resin printing is smelly and chemically, so we're still working on like getting that onboarded, but that is the reason that we accepted that donation, because we could access it without having to download their proprietary app software. We also recently got a 5-head Prusa XL, which is just really, this slide is to show that off because it's pretty impressive. We won a grant to get that printer, so they're not always, they're not very cheap, but it's really cool, and I'm excited to like expand our 3D printing zone with these new printers. Electronics, we don't really have any machines that have software attached to them. We're working on building a PCB mill that uses Gerbil, but it's not up yet. We do, however, teach classes in KiCad. We teach electronic theory classes that we post all of the class notes on GitHub. We teach a lot of Arduino classes and Raspberry Pi, so there's a lot of open areas in microelectronics as well. I've actually heard a couple talks already today that mention Arduinos or Raspberry Pis, or seen them like all over here. So we also have noticed that a lot of people come in and they want to learn basic soldering. So we've designed some soldering kits and sell those for fundraising, and also have those schematics on our GitHub as well, just to make the learning accessible, even if the software, even if there's no software attached, we still have all of those plans accessible to everyone. Fiber arts is an example of as more of a yellow area. Like there's not a lot of open hardware in the fiber arts section, but we've found ways to make it work. So we have a silhouette machine, which is proprietary and has their own like little app that we don't like to talk about, but they also have an Inkscape extension. So all of the computers at Knox Makers has that Inkscape extension. We teach classes on how to use the Inkscape extension. We don't teach classes on how to use the other part of it. So then that allows people to use the Silhouette machine without ever having to download that other stuff. And actually, I think that Silhouette and Cricut are some examples of how we are able to evangelize FOSS a little bit, because recently they like shut down you load your design into their software, and then they're like, okay, well now you can only have it if you pay a subscription fee. So we use that as a good example about why you shouldn't use these types of software, because you don't know when they're going to turn around and change the terms on you. So you own all your projects at Knox Makers. We also have a CNC embroidery machine. So again, there's no open hardware embroidery machines in existence that we know of. If you know of any, please let me know. So when we were shopping for one, we wanted to find one that would take a USB that you could load your designs in with a USB, because there is another Inkscape extension called InkStitch that outputs several different formats. A lot of them are usable with different embroidery machines. So the fiber arts woman was tasked with find an embroidery machine that can get these types of extensions, that has a USB option, and she found one, and then she also found one that had like local sewing machine repair support. So that was obviously the one she chose. But InkStitch is an excellent extension. It's really easy to use. I made this pattern in about 5 minutes this morning. You just load in a vector, you click go, and it will make all the stitches for you, and you can load that into your embroidery machine. So when someone takes the class, we go through how to use the InkStitch extension. We give everyone a USB that they can keep and leave their designs on, and show them how to load that into the machine. Arts and crafts, we have a couple different machines there. This is our large format vinyl cutter, so if you don't want to use the Silhouette at all, or if you have like something bigger, you can use the vinyl cutter. The stickers, I don't know if you can see the stickers on my laptop, but I cut them out on the vinyl cutter. That also has an ink state. It's not, you don't even need an extension for it. You just use the plot function and it will print right out of the box. I think that this is like an off-brand vinyl cutter. It doesn't have any like apps with it or anything like that, but you can just plug a USB into your laptop, press the plot function, and it will cut out your vinyl for you. Something that we thought about for a very long time was a poster printer. We had one that was given to us, and it was used, it was not working great when it was given to us. So we sort of fixed it up, and we used it for a while, and then it started not working really well at all. But it was used enough that we thought, well, it'd be a good enough investment that we're going to buy a poster printer. And printers are notoriously terrible for not being open at all. So when we were searching for a poster printer, our main thing is that we wanted one that was already in the CUPS database, so we know that someone else had used it and someone else had done some testing, and at least it had been successful for someone else using a Linux computer. The really sad bit is that when we got it and plugged it in and we're like setting it up and everything, it didn't work right away. And we're all makers, so we're like trying to press the buttons and we're like trying to fix it. And we ended up having to call the helpline, and the helpline wouldn't help us because we hadn't registered the serial number with their organization. And it was like so heartbreaking, so we had to have a repair tech come and fix it for us. I mean, that's just really wrong. It was very sad. But now it finally does work, and you can use it with any of the machines at the space, even if you run an obscure form of Linux. Laser cutting is our most open area. Our first laser cutter that we had was a small CO2 laser that was built by our members. And then we decided that we wanted to upgrade to one with a much larger cutting bed. And we decided that the most economical way to do that was to buy a laser from China. You can see in the background of the picture. And then we ripped out the brain and put in our own guts that were all open hardware. All of that is posted on our wiki, all the instructions on how we did all of that and what software we used for that. So we have our own custom safety on there. If you open the door while the laser's running, the laser will shut off. If you hit the emergency stop button, obviously it will shut off. If you turn off the air filtration system, it will shut off. I'm sorry, if you turn off the water cooling, it will shut off. But when you turn the laser on, the air filtration automatically comes on. So, you know, we're building in these safety features to make it accessible and easy for members to use, even if they've never used a laser cutter before, or they're not like a person that uses tools very often. But it uses Linux CNC with the G code to get the G code to the laser cutter. Linux CNC is a pretty old and mature project. It's used with lots of different CNC machines, mills, lathes, robot arms, basically anything that uses G code to move something, you can load into Linux CNC. And again, with this, we added our own features to it. So on the right, this side of the screen, you can see the bed up and bed down buttons. So people can just like click this button and it will move the bed up for different things. We also set a bounding box. So if you click on the bounding box, it will outline your old project. So you can show where your project is on your material and things like that to make it easier for members to use. But how do you get your design from Inkscape to G-code? That is a tricky bit. And Inkscape has a plugin called something to G-code, but it's not very intuitive. So it's sort of, you have to use certain colors. You can't change the power settings. We're not, you know, it's a little bit difficult if you're not used to like techie stuff. So we have a custom web app that our tech director developed that you upload your SVG into it, and you can see that all the different colors in my SVG are on the right side of the screen, and I can choose which ones I want to engrave, what power I want to engrave it as. which ones I want to cut, which order I want to do them in. And actually, it's been upgraded since then. You can actually load in a raster. It will automatically recognize that it's a PNG and will go to the raster settings, so you can set different raster settings. We also have a custom extension that we built for Inkscape that will do a lot of the common things that people want to do with the laser. So hatch fill, which is these hash marks to like color something in with the laser, or make boxes, or make text into paths, something like that, so that you can, it's very approachable. Even if you've never used Inkscape before, you can go in and you can output something on the laser fairly easily. We recently also got a fiber laser, which the difference is a CO2 laser will do wood and organic materials. A fiber laser will engrave and cut thin metals. It will engrave metals and different materials like that. There is not, we use Meerkat for that, which is just now being developed for the fiber laser. Like, I don't think that there's any other maker spaces that use it for fiber lasers. I'm not sure if there's any other people that use it for fiber lasers. It was originally developed for CO2 lasers, which is a totally different like movement system. So with a CO2 laser, the entire gantry moves back and forth and cuts out your material. With a fiber laser, it has a mirror that just moves and engraves your material that way. So Meerkat started developing this for fiber lasers. Our tech director was very in contact with them when we were working on this project and trying to debug it and try and make it usable for the common person who's not like a laser expert. And eventually we have gotten it to work for us, and it's been really good so far. He's even thinking about moving our CO2 laser onto Meerkat in the future, or his own personal laser. We've loaded materials. Fiber lasers are very picky about the materials, like what settings you use. So we have our own materials loaded in there. We sell like little coins or little steel plates that you can engrave on. So we preloaded all those materials, and then we're working with our members to, like, if you put a new material in and you find good settings, share with us and we'll share with everybody else. So it's like opening up all that as well. So those are our tools. Internally, we also use a lot of open stuff. We use Wikimedia for our wiki page. We use Nextcloud. We use WordPress for our website. You know, these are all pretty common basic things. We also have computers available for members to use that run Debian. This one, this is a very boring picture, a screenshot of the desktop of our computers. But as you can see, like, all the favorites are at the bottom. So if you're very used to using Windows or Mac, you've never touched a Linux machine before, you're afraid of Linux, it's so technical, it's scary. Well, it's not really. You can see all the software that you want is listed at the bottom of the screen. You can just click on what you need, and it's right there for you. We also have different scripts that will update them all when we find that something that, if there's like a package that's not running properly, you can run a little script and it will update all the laptops, and so that they're all equal and completely ready for members to use for whatever. And those just live at the space and people can come in. So if they design something at home, they can bring it on a USB, or if they bring their own laptops in and they don't have Inkscape or they haven't downloaded it yet, they don't want to try it yet, they can try it out on the Space laptops. So it works out really well. They're very helpful, especially if you like forget your computer at home or something. There's always one there. We also use pfSense for our firewall and network in the space. We do have cameras in the space. Despite what we said about having privacy as a value, it was really important to us being open 24/7 and people potentially being there by themselves and maybe hurting themselves horribly. We thought that having cameras was important. We use ZoneMinder with a motion sensor on it. We do not publish it to the internet. We definitely don't use proprietary software that's going to you know, sell your face to like some corporation or something like that. We actually have really strict policies about who can look at the cameras and when. There has to be a board vote, and it has to be a good reason. It can't just be like, was so-and-so in the shop yesterday? I want to tell them something. Like, no, it has to be like something catastrophic. And it's like sort of a pain to look, so we don't really want to. It's mostly because someone leaves the door unlocked, which is really bad. We definitely don't want to leave the door unlocked, but if someone does, you can see it in the background. We see the last person that left and then give them a tourist phone call, but it happens really rarely. I think 11 times since we put the cameras in place years ago is how many times we've had to like log in and look at them. And they automatically like wipe after, I don't know, a month or something, maybe less than that. So we don't store that data, we don't keep it, we don't give it out to anybody. For member management, we also have another custom-built member management system, which we keep our member data in. We try not to collect any member data if we don't have to. We don't collect people's income or gender or addresses or anything about them. It's basically contact information. When did you join? A little bit about yourself. We do ask people to submit their photographs because 350 people is really difficult to keep track of. So it's helpful to have your photograph there, but we don't share that with other members. But this is the web interface to it, which I've been told I'm the only one that uses it because I'm the membership person, so I'm the only one who logs in and makes changes to that. We also have an API, so it like has different scripts that run that adds you to like the mailing list automatically, or it checks to see if you can run. Sorry, I've made some shell scripts that will like tell me different things about members, so we can like have a count of how many people we have at a certain time or how many people are on probationary membership or something like that. For our internal chat server, we use Mattermost. We've used that for a lot of years already. It's for members only, and it interacts with our HacksDB as well. So there's a special channel that just runs bots where you can have a little / command, and you can say, who was that person named Tracy again? I don't remember her. So you can type in people / Tracy, and then all the members named Tracy will pop up, and you can find out their picture, so you can see if you're looking at the right person, how long they've been a member, a little bit about them. We also have different / codes for teachers of classes, so we don't have to let them have access to the website and all the people that have purchased tickets and all their information. They can just type /events, the number of their event, and it will list the people that have signed up for their class. So we can restrict that data access to them without giving them like admin privileges on the website. It's really helpful. This is how we mostly interact with it. It also will run daily and check to see if new people have joined or new people have signed up for Mattermost and stuff like that. So it'll, we also have bots that will check our machines, that will ping them once an hour and tell us if something is down, or if someone has submitted a trouble ticket, it will also pop up in this bot channel as well. We do live streaming once a week. So once a week we have a community night, a public night where people can come and show off their projects, show what they're working on, ask for help on stuff, and it's streamed to the internet. So we use OBS to like control the camera versus screen type thing, and we stream to Big Blue Button as well. So we enabled Big Blue Button back in 2020 when everyone started using video conferencing software. And we went and did our show and shares on Big Blue Button for about a year. And now we just stream them out for people who aren't available. If they can't come out on a Tuesday night for whatever reason, they can still watch it from home using Big Blue Button. And we also still use it for our board meetings because it makes it easier for members to come if they don't have to leave their house. It makes it easier for me to go if I don't have to leave my house as well. So it's worked really well for us. I'm a big fan of Big Blue Button especially. So there's some things that we could improve on. It's difficult to change after 13 years and 350 members. If you set something in place in the very beginning, it's really hard to change it. So that's my excuse. It's not that we don't care, it's just that there's maybe no better option, or we haven't found the time after putting out all the other fires to switch over to something new. The first one is we use GitHub for our code repository. I don't know if you're familiar with Software Freedom Conservancy's opinion of GitHub, but it is not good. Don't tell the table up there that I said that, but you can come talk to me about it. I'd rather that we move to something less corporate, but it's really difficult. It's a huge social site, GitHub. I mean, it's like everybody knows where to go. If you say you're on GitHub, everybody knows what that is. So moving off there is not risen to the top. It's not a huge priority, and I feel like that's okay right now. We also use Gmail for our email. Again, is just what we started. When we started the organization, there was a couple people. It was the only option. We were maybe not as hardcore about open source when we started this, and it was free, and we were broke, so Gmail it was. We've been looking every once in a while on where to migrate off, but we want something that has available for a lot of aliases. You can use different bots to control who goes into what mailing list and what. So we haven't quite found something yet. We've heard a few options, but it would be hard to transfer over. You can't transfer over overnight. It would be a multi-month project to do that. So we're still using Gmail for our email. We did use Google Sheets and Google Drive at first, but we have moved away from that. None of the forms on our website anymore are Google Forms. We have them all within, they're either like custom built, like by ourselves, custom coded, or through WordPress. The biggest one that gets to me is that we use QuickBooks for our treasurer stuff. That makes me really sad. I'm not a huge fan. I'm, in fact, not a fan at all of QuickBooks and Intuit. They have some serious issues that I won't go into. But as far as I know, there are no open source CRM and treasurer and financial things for like small business type things. Or nonprofits. I have looked. The organization I work for uses a very old project that is incredibly technical and would not be accessible unless you're like a legit programmer, which is fine if you're getting paid for it. But if we want volunteers to work on this and they're not like super militant, hardcore open source, it's really hard to convince someone that they have to learn like terminal commands to do bookkeeping. So we use QuickBooks right now. And for real, seriously, if anyone knows of any open source bookkeeping software or CRM software, please, please tell me, because we've been searching. The best we found was Odoo, which is open core, and specifically their bookkeeping software is subscription-based, which is disappointing. They have other services, so I'm not knocking them. I think that they're a good organization, but what we need for bookkeeping, they just don't have. The last thing that we don't have open software for is the keys to our building. And we actually use a physical key, like a normal key that you would use to get into your house. We don't like have a little passcode or a little dongle that you can use to get in. Part of that is because we rent. So like changing the door hardware would be a big deal because our landlords need to get into the building. Part of it is the question of privacy as well. So like we don't want to collect, we don't want to know who's in the building when, we don't want to know that information, we don't even want to collect it, we don't want anyone to know that. Another reason is that not all of our members have smartphones, so you can't have an app on your smartphone because that will, enable, like some people won't be able to get in the building that way then. So eventually we would really like to have like a dongle way to get into the building. If we ever own our own building, we will probably enact this and then have it keyed to the membership database as well. So if someone like quits membership or moves away, we can just turn off their access instead of expecting them to mail their key back in, which is what we do right now. But if we go to a different place where we're renting again and they have a key fob system, it's going to be a lot of hand wringing because we don't want to give our data away to them either. So we're not really sure how this is going to play out. But currently, we're using the old school way, and that is how we do that at the moment. No software. That is our answer to that one. This is about the end of my talk. It's been really fun to. I wasn't a Linux nerd when I started going to Knox Makers, and I've since become fully everything that I own is running open software, and I really love it. I'm open to questions if anyone has any. Otherwise, you can talk to me at the booth or email me at Knox Makers. Thank you. Yes, question.
First of all, thank you for your talk, and I find it inspiring. I'm involved with a brand new hackerspace just outside of LA City in Westlake Village. Anyone that's interested, sorry to
No, yeah.
plug it. It's called the Conejo Valley Makerspace, so if you're interested, you live in Conejo Valley, San Fernando Valley, anywhere you're interested, let me know. Come up here later. So I have a lot of questions. Congratulations on your success with this space. One of the questions I have, honestly, is about money. It's like we have a membership structure already, but I wonder how much, do you have a rough picture of roughly how much of your funding comes from membership versus donations versus grants?
The question was about the space, how much money comes from membership versus donations versus grants. The long answer is that our 990s are public, so you can definitely look that up. The short answer is that all of our operating costs are covered by membership dues. We have enough members that everything, we would be fine if we never had any donations or grants. We've never used a grant for operating costs. We mostly use them to get cooler tools. So, and what was the name of your makerspace? Conejo Valley Makerspace. Go visit that. cvmake.org. Yeah, I'll totally plug anyone's makerspace. I love it. Did you have more questions? Question? The first question was, is there ever tension between Linux users and non-Linux users? And if we could just do this one thing proprietary, would it fix everything? Well, which is what they ask. And the answer is yes. Sometimes there is tension. Sometimes if someone, especially in teaching classes, because you get people that are super excited about the projects they're working on, and that's valid. I'm excited about the projects I'm working on. And then they're like, but I use XYZ. And we're like, you can talk about the whole thing, except don't teach people XYZ. And yeah, sometimes it does cause a little bit of tension. But we try and have it so that if you do bring in your project in XYZ, there's a way to get it into a Linux or an open software so that you can at least do the same thing that way or pass it through an open software. Like the web app to get stuff onto the laser cutter, it will take only SVGs. So I've never actually tried to export out of like a different CAD program in an SVG and load it into there, but I'm not sure it works. I think you at least have to pass it through Inkscape and pass it in Inkscape SVG. So sometimes there is, but we, you know, this is how we are. This is how we run, and you can make your projects any way you want, but this is how we do it here. And your second question was, how do we do outreach? And it was a very slow burn getting going. We did a lot of community building things. We did a lot of interesting talks. We had every Tuesday when we did like our show and share, we'd have like a talk afterward and like draw people from the community in. We don't do that as much anymore because our show and shares sometimes like will go an hour because we have so many people showing off their projects. But sometimes we still do have talks about different makery projects or different things that people are working on. So just having a lot of public events and advertising into the community and being a friendly group, that helps a lot too. So does that help? I'll come to your organization if I'm ever in the area again. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that if we, the explanation was about their RFID system to get into the building, and I think that another thing that we would, another challenge that we have with that is that when we have a trial period where you're allowed to be when you first start to be a member, you're not allowed access to the building by yourself for 30 days to make sure you're like a nice human. So if we had a program like that, we would want to keep it like normally locked. And currently, if you're a trial member, you can just, if there's someone there, they will have the door unlocked and they can come in and use the shop and whatever. So there would have to be some way for it to tell, like, I'm a trial member, let me in anyway, something like that, but without giving them full access. So, but it's a good thought to think about. Yes? The question was, how do we balance privacy and assessing people's skills? So we do have safety classes that we require everyone to take. If you want to work in the wood shop, you have to take the wood shop class. Even if you've been working in a wood shop your whole life, you have never worked in our wood shop. So we do require that, and it's not guaranteed that you pass the class. Like if you're acting a fool during the class, you don't get to be authorized. We put a very high level of personal responsibility, really. We tell people that we don't fault anyone ever for asking a question. We are all here to learn. Everyone has been a first-timer at some point. If you are caught using a tool poorly, like if someone comes in and there's like blood everywhere, that's obviously a reason to look at the cameras, right? So, and then we'll find out who was doing that, and we'll have a chat with them. But for the most part, everyone that's come in really wants this place to work and is willing to learn and is willing to not use things that they're not allowed to or things that they don't know how to. And we have lots of opportunities for people to learn from each other as well. Yeah. So the question is, how do you balance wanting to do all the projects and making sure that they follow through? Yes? Sometimes things take a really long time. So that's one thing. I mean, like, and the other thing is that I think we have a really good core group of volunteers. The board is really committed. The area heads are really committed. So even if it does take a long time, it eventually, someone will pick it up. it's not always only one person working on a project. You've got a team of people that sort of like, if one person has a family emergency, someone else steps in or something like that. As far as like doing other volunteer things in the shop, we have really cultivated a culture of like, of cleanliness, honestly. I've been to some maker spaces that are really cluttered, and it's hard to keep them clean. It really is, because like you said, your own shop, you can do whatever you want. But cultivating that volunteerism, like if someone needs a shelf built in the welding, you just like call up all the people who are newbie welders. Hey, you want to learn, you want to do some skill building? You want to come out on a Saturday and like do a project? But like the big projects, like the laser cutter, we would want to make sure that it was someone who's going to follow through on something like that. If it's a smaller project and we're not sure that it's going to like end up finished any day, I mean, maybe it just doesn't happen for a long time. It's a lot of, we're really casual. So, and that's what we tell our members as well. Like, there's no customer service here. Things are not always going to happen in the most timely manner, but it's a community. It's just how we go. So, yeah. The board, yes, but also we have our area heads. So each of the zones has what we call czars and czarinas that run them. They run the budgets. They decide what projects to do. They decide what tools to purchase. So they would sanction something like that. A lot of our things, not a lot of our things are home built anymore, unless we find like a super good deal on Craigslist or something, and it's like something in horrible shape, and we like have to clean it up. But we're sort of in the financial place where we can purchase things, maybe not software, but like machines, we can purchase them. So you had a question. That's a very loaded question. Have we had any drama or antisocial behavior? So the 30-day trial membership is sort of how we get around that. Like if people can't keep it together during that time, then they don't get to become members. And that doesn't happen very often. We do have what we call peace officers, which is like a third party that if you're having a misunderstanding or something, you can go to them and they will help you, like, both parties work it out anonymously. If there is like harassment or some other like serious issue, we would just kick them out. Like we don't tolerate any of that stuff at all. So that's really our policy is don't be a dick is our policy. Sorry, it's just yes. The question is, what is the division between volunteers and members and management team? Well, ideally, every volunteer would be or every member would be a volunteer. Like, that is how we talk about it. Like, if you come and use the shop, at the very, very, very least, you have to leave it cleaner as when you came in. Like, everybody volunteers here. Everything that is done here is done by us. As far as management team, we have 8 board members. We have 1 person in charge of each zone, and each zone has like, some of them have deputy people. So like the wood shop is really big. It's way too big for 1 person. So he has like small, like not smaller, but like people under him that like are authorized to fix the tools. But honestly, anyone who comes in, if they see a project on our project board that needs doing, go do it. I mean, everyone's a volunteer. That's the answer that I'd like to give, is that everybody's a volunteer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The question is, do we have an issue with people leaving their projects laying around? And sometimes we also give the area heads like their own decisions. Like in the wood shop, that's where the bigger projects are going to be in the wood shop. Electronics projects are, this big, not less of a deal. And he does allow people to leave projects there for a couple weeks at a time, as long as it has your name on it and the date and it's being moved forward. That's totally cool. Each of the areas has like a little corner that people might store their stuff, as long as it's not being obnoxious. And honestly, as long as it has a name on it and it's moving forward, people actually get interested in it. Like, oh, I saw that last week and now it looks cooler. We do have personal storage. Everybody has personal storage if they want it. So it's just some shelves with some bins on it. You can leave small projects or PPE or something like that.
Okay, kind of a two-parter and a follow-up to what someone else asked about tracking members. One is, do you have multiple levels of membership? Okay, that sounds like no. The other part is, you talked about how someone has to be checked out in each area. How do you keep track of that?
The first question was, do we have multiple levels of membership? And the answer was no. Everyone has the same rights and responsibilities. We do have different prices, like we have lower prices for students or people on fixed incomes, but they still are fully members in every other way. How do we keep track if people are checked out on the tools? That is an option within HacksDB that I'm pretty sure no one uses. Sorry. I know that when I was teaching authorization classes, I was not using it. You can keep track of tickets in WordPress, and that I suppose if we thought that someone wasn't authorized, we would go back and check on that. I mean, I suppose we should start tracking that, which is honor system, right? A lot of things is done on the honor system. Which is another reason why the door access project never really got off the ground, is because we thought feature creep. We thought, oh, we could make this not only into door access, but we could make it into tool access, and then we could put them on all the tools, and you'd have to key card into a tool only if you have access. But then there was so many questions about safety and like people walking away, and like how long does that work if you like flash your key or something. And then it just never got off the ground. Maybe a couple more questions? One more? Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned that you train or give courses on safety to the new members. My question is, how do you handle liabilities or like physical accidents and things like that?
The question is, how do we handle physical accidents or liabilities? Well, everyone has to sign a waiver when you come into the space. We have very expensive insurance. And I'm happy to say that only 2 people ever have had to like call for help because of an injury. So does that answer your question? We have them sign a waiver that, we basically tell people like, this place is dangerous and it is, it's up to you to keep your own self safe. So, which is why we require the safety classes and we teach them and we encourage people to ask questions. And if you're questioning your ability or questioning the tool, then back away and wait. So, I think that's it. Yes, one more. The question was, is the 30-day policy 30 calendar days or 30 sessions that you're under observation? That second one sounds horrible to administrate. It is 30 calendar days from the day they pay their dues to 30 days after that. And we do also have like a little onboarding session where you have to come and listen to me and one other guy talk about how to be a good member and stuff like that. But it is 30 calendar days, and we do require them and ask them to like come and show your face, interact with people. We've really found that it is the best way to, make sure that they're good humans, is to just talk to them and get a feel for the space and get a feel for them and like how are you going to interact with other people. So it is 30 calendar days. All right, I think my time's up. So thank you.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Okay, that works. Let's see. Oh, let's see if that thing works. Yeah. Okay. I'll turn it off in the meantime. Okay. Hello, everyone. I might wait just a couple more minutes to let people come in. I think we start officially at 6:15. Is this volume okay for the microphone? Yeah? Okay, good. Thank you. Started? Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming to my talk today, which is creating terrain models with Python, Blender, and Second Life. Anyone here familiar with Emacs? Yay! Anyone here familiar with org mode? Emacs org mode? At least one person. That's how I did my presentation. So this is actually just an org mode text file in Emacs with a something called org tree slide mode. So yeah, hooray for open source, very esoteric text editors. So who am I and why am I giving this presentation? I am all of the things that it says here, writer, visual artist, vocalist, musician, filmmaker, scholar, or perpetual student, I guess. I should actually add coder to that. And then longtime explorer of virtual worlds. I am very passionate about free and open source software and deeply appreciative of all the amazing variety of tools that are available to us, thanks to the internet, of course, and also the tireless efforts of open source and free software developers. There's a lot wrong with the internet, with social media and AI and all of these things, but open source, I think, the open source movement in general is one of those things that the internet has really helped kind of, push into the mainstream, so to speak. I am currently, my qualifications, I guess, if you want to call it that, I'm currently doing an MS in Media Arts and Technology at UC Santa Barbara, which is a very non-self-explanatory program. It's a very strange program, but I won't talk too much about it. And I previously completed an MA in Mass Communication and Media Studies at San Diego State, and also a very convoluted MFA at CalArts, right up here in Valencia. So I did vocal performance and creative writing as the two sides on my MFA, plus integrated media, which is this sort of tech-focused concentration. So very convoluted, completely non-self-explanatory. Anytime anyone asks what I did there, it's always a long conversation. And the reason I kind of started doing these terrain models, of course, I've been a resident. Has anyone here heard of Second Life? Raise your hands. Most people, so not everyone. But I'll talk a little bit about that and then go into Blender and Python and what I did with this. But I've been a resident of Second Life for 19 entire years, which is a little scary. I joined in March 23rd, 2005. The platform actually began, or it was released officially to the public in 2003. I had beta before that, so I've been there not quite since the beginning, but almost. Again, very scary, so try not to think about how old that makes me. This is just a link to my student bio on the UCSB MAT page. I'm not going to read this or go through all the links here, but that's just sort of a little bit what I just said, and some of the other things that I've done there. And then what I will actually do, just to start us off, especially since not everyone here was familiar with Second Life, I did a video essay a couple of years ago, just a 3-minute video essay in Second Life that I'll show, and then I'll get into the main portion of the talk. My avatar goes past, my camera shall not follow. As it turns out, this divide is at the heart of a question that has driven me for decades. The question is this: at what point does my presence become less about who or what I am and more about where I am? Is there a difference? For someone else in the same virtual space, seeing me on their screen, the answer might be more straightforward. My avatar is how they know me, after all, is how they see that I'm there. In some worlds or in some circumstances, they might even see me as no more than a name. The question is far more challenging when you consider that technology has given us so many new ways to know ourselves and to experience our surroundings, ways that do not necessarily match our experience in and of the physical world that we're used to. In Second Life, for example, there's the third-person view, potentially from multiple directions, and a first-person mode as well, called mouse look. While these assume that you're looking either at or from your avatar's position, it doesn't end there. You can focus on anything in the environment, zooming and rotating and panning as desired. You can also take advantage of hardware peripherals like a space mouse, similar to a joystick but with more axes, in order to steer the Second Life flycam around, as I've done quite a bit while filming various videos, including my MFA thesis. Besides the cinematographic freedom involved, what I also find fascinating about Second Life is its mainland of contiguous virtual landmasses. This contiguity presumes a sense of place and perspective that is at odds with the design of most social VR platforms, where smaller worlds, more self-contained, appear to be the order of the day. Now, this isn't to suggest that Second Life residents can't simply teleport across the grid at the touch of a button. We can and often do. And yet, the mainland continents still possess a plethora of airports, marinas, roads and railways, even the occasional gas station, all of which speak to an impulse toward a kind of realism, with many people choosing to acknowledge the virtual distance and traverse it at their leisure in a manner that is paradoxically in contrast to the platform's extremely flexible camera controls. Is the world itself perhaps an anchor grounding our experience when our avatars and their fickle points of view do not? I could talk much more here about this and other worlds, worlds which I've explored for more than 25 years and counting, but I should probably save that for another video. For now, I'll end by saying that one of my lifelong goals is to critically and creatively explore a variety of virtual spaces, asking questions about place, perspective, and interactivity, and how those concepts come together to define our virtual lives and how we express ourselves. So yeah, just that's a little bit introduction to some of the concepts in Second Life. Again, you kind of saw the camera controls are very flexible, and as you saw sort of the maps showing, there's very large land masses in Second Life, so I will close that. So what is Second Life? Quite a few of you raised your hands and said you'd heard of it at least. How many people have actually used Second Life or been in world? One person, 2 people. A little bit. Okay, that's about what I expected actually. But it's still around. A lot of people think it's gone, but it's still around. But for those of you who haven't heard of it or who have never been there, and excuse my mouse keeps sliding down here, it is a shared, persistent online virtual world with many, many thousands of people. Usually there are anywhere between like 30 to 60,000 people online at any given time of day, any given day. And it is made up, it's a persistent virtual world, like I said, so it's made up of thousands of different regions that are all laid out in the form of a grid, hence why a lot of times when you talk about the metaphor of Second Life's world, people call it the grid, a little bit like Tron's world, if you've seen that, or Tron Legacy. And each region is a square, in the shape of a square, 256 meters on a side. And there's actually another resident who's been along. When I say resident, by the way, that's just the Second Life terminology for a regular user. They're also Linden Lab employees. Linden Lab is the company that runs and maintains it. Anyone you see in Second Life with the last name Linden, they're an employee of the company. There's also a group of independent contractors called moles, like the little animal, Linden Department of Public Works, and they do various projects for Linden Lab, and they'll have the last name Mole, but everyone else is a regular resident. But one of the other residents who's been around a long time, and she's actually a professional statistician in real life, she's run something called Grid Survey, this database where she's gotten information about Second Life, various statistics for it, including sort of the size of it. And so you can see here, as of like 6 days ago, about a week ago, the grid had almost 28,000 regions, totaling this amount of square kilometers. And then you'll see that some of them are actually directly owned and run by Linden Lab itself, and others are private estates. And you can just see here, the only unfortunate thing about Grid Survey is it takes forever to load. I don't think her machine is very good, but she has a lot of data, so I'll forgive her for that. But it will load eventually. But just to talk a little bit more about this, even when it says private estates, those are still basically rented or leased sort of from Linden Lab, the company itself. So this is not distributed, this is not decentralized. There are open source alternatives to Second Life called OpenSim or Open Simulator that is actually an offshoot of Second Life originally, and those can be hosted anywhere by different people. You can actually get OpenSim, like a grid of your own, whatever size you want on your own computer, but the Second Life grid itself, which is the most populated, again, is hosted through AWS, Amazon Web Services, run by Linden Lab. So the private estates here, that number, it's still sort of going through Linden Lab, but it's regions that are sort of paid for by other people. And here's Grid Survey has loaded. You can see just the data that I got here. And if you kind of go through this endless list, you can see regions that currently exist, that no longer exist, and see various information. And then there's also the Grid Survey API, which has various information. And again, as I just mentioned, in addition to the privately owned island regions and estates, they're called island just because they're sort of separate from, out in the grid somewhere, and I'll show you a map soon. There are also several contiguous land masses, which are, thousands of regions in total, There's one that's 433 regions, another that's like almost 1,000, and they kind of vary in that sort of range. And they're what's known as mainland or the mainland continents, and that's kind of where I started the focus of my project for the terrain models. And again, mainland is a special case in the sense that even if no one else pays for that region, it'll still be there. It's part of that landmass. It'll continue to exist. And the way that Linden Lab actually sort of maintains or pays for the upkeep of these regions is that they will lease individual parcels, kind of land within these regions to regular residents that can do different things with them. And again, these land masses are known as mainland. There are about 10, I would say, official mainland continents, and then there's Belisarius and the Linden Homes, which is the largest continent, but is kind of a special case because that's one of those areas where I said it's developed by the moles, the independent contractors, as a benefit for premium subscribers. Second Life is completely free to use, but if you pay a premium membership, one of the benefits is that you get a free Linden home in one of these regions, which I'll show you in just a second. This is, again, I'm not the only one who's apparently obsessed with this world. This is another resident-run project, the Second Life Geography Institute, that has a list of some of the mainland continents here. There's a ton of information about this, but so this is a list of continents. Not all of these are actually mainland. Like I said, Belisarius is kind of a special case. The Blake Sea is an open ocean area, not really a continent. And these older premium east-south, south-south are sort of the older versions of these Linden homes. But it's still kind of interesting, and then you can see here, this is on the Second Life official wiki. That's one of the senior VPs at Linden Lab going for a skate ride. But so this is basically a wiki page about all these different themes. And as I mentioned, Belisarius, which is currently about 2,500 regions, so it's quite a lot, has these different themed neighborhoods with like hundreds of houses each in these different themes. And as a premium member, you sort of get you can get a home in one of these neighborhoods and kind of do whatever you want with them. So there's, I think, about 12 themes currently. You can just kind of, I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but it's interesting. And I will say that one of the recent updates, some of these might look a little dated. Some of them look nicer than others. The lab actually just, who here is familiar with PBR, physically based rendering? So a few of you, it's basically a new way to do 3D graphics that's a little bit closer to how things are actually rendered or look in real life, using like the properties of a material to be like if it's metallic, how rough it is. So they're actually, they've just done that, and there'll be real mirrors and reflection probes and things like that, kind of beyond the scope of this talk. But again, it kind of looks nice. So, and then one of the continent size models that I actually did last year, I started off with smaller regions, and then this is actually one of those mainland continents that I mentioned, Hackerspace, which is 433 regions. So this is kind of how it looks on the world map, 2D, and then this is all made in Blender, rendered in Blender, and you get farther down and then suddenly see, it pops out and you can see that this is sort of what it would look like. Again, the objects that are on the world map are sort of shown there, and now it's just the solid rendering mode in Blender. But this is how the terrain would look if you could see the entire thing at once, at least. And so I just did a loop around it. This is also called the Atoll continent. Kind of, you can probably tell why. But so this is the first continent-sized model that I made sometime last year. And I think, if I remember correctly, this particular model in Blender at the original level of detail with the data that I got from Second Life to do this would have been 227 million triangles. My laptop would have exploded if I tried to render the video with that, but I decimated each region's mesh so that it's only 2.3 million triangles instead. And I'll talk a little bit more about the process involved in getting this data and using it, but when I did this last year and gathered the height data across all these 433 different regions, it took about 32 hours to get the data for all 433 regions. Now it takes much less time, luckily, because I changed how I gathered the data a little bit. So, and then I do want to show, just before I move on, of course it would ask me for this. Sorry, 1 second, as everything has to be secure these days, which is good, of course. You might have seen in the Perspective in Place video, the video essay that I showed, that there was sort of a map museum. It's called the New Kadath Lighthouse Art Gallery. I don't know how good the internet is in here, so it might take some things a while to load. But as you maybe saw in the video, there's this place, which is a long-running gallery. Again, everything that's gray is basically loading in. Everything's online. Textures sort of download on the fly. So you can kind of see, this is that map. You can see someone made, there are train stations and railways, so someone did sort of a live updating map of certain little automated cars there, or train cars on that map. And then you can see this is the New Kadath Lighthouse Art Gallery with lots and lots and lots of maps of various parts of Second Life, the mainland continents, along with other places. And this is quite interesting. This is from 2002. It's in the shape of a key. The original 16 Second Life regions as they existed back then. And then over time, more and more regions were added to the point where it became, whoops, sorry. Someone just messaged me, and I'm going to put myself on unavailable. I can't log in without someone. I'll talk to you later. But yeah, so, and then you can kind of see over here, this is some of the Belissaria as it's grown. And oh, thank you very much. I was going to actually ask if you guys could see, and that probably helps quite a bit. So you can see some of the mainland continent collections, or map collections, magic map where you can see any particular region. And then I was going to show on the world map, you can kind of see also so this is a live updating world map, which again, because it's live, sometimes takes a while to load. But so this continent that you see here, which has a sort of an odd shape, from like up here to like down here is Belissaria, that Linden home with all the different themes, premium member neighborhoods, as you can tell. And this is the original continent, Sansara. And then you can see Heterostria, and there's others over up here. So there's supercontinents. And then if you zoom all the way out, I don't know how well that's going to load, but there's, like I said, almost 28,000 regions. Most of them are sort of off by themselves, either as individual regions or forming contiguous land masses, much smaller than the mainland, of course, but still maybe someone owns it and wants to make a private estate for whatever reason, whether it's a school or some other organization or just an individual with deep pockets. But so you can kind of get a sense at least of the scale. But the question is, why did I actually start making these terrain models? And as you might be able to gather, there's a lot of landmass in Second Life, and the viewer software, akin to a browser basically, but it's what you use to be in Second Life. They're very, the viewer code itself is open source, luckily. They open sourced it some years ago, so there's the official viewer from Linden Lab, and then various third-party viewers that have different features and different UIs, so, and is available for Linux as well, which is a good thing for me since I'm a longtime Linux user. But regardless of which viewer you use, you can only render a small chunk of the world at a time. You can't see like that entire continent at once. I think it might be different on certain viewers, but you can change your draw distance from like 32 meters away from your camera position up to 1024. For anyone, developers, you'll be familiar with powers of 2, and you'll see that a lot in Second Life in various areas. Like every individual parcel in a region is like a maximum of 16 square meters, or minimum rather, I should say, and then it goes up from there. So, but anyway, so you can only see a few regions ahead of you, maybe 3 or 4 if you're lucky, depending on your GPU. It's a huge world. It's extremely diverse. And I wanted to basically, for myself and for other people, both people in Second Life and who have never been there, give a different perspective in the world and be able to see more of the world, or more of its land masses at least, the terrain, than you're ordinarily able to do. Also, I like to tinker and explore different things through sort of project-based learning. So Blender's fun, Python is fun. Put them together and try using the Blender Python API, and sometimes it's not so fun because there's a lot of testing, a lot of debugging, and I'm still somewhat skeptical of ChatGPT and other things, and of course I started this before sort of the AI wave really took off. So all of this is basically just me digging into the code, looking at Stack Overflow, which of course now is probably overrun by AI anyway. But But yeah, it's been a very interesting project. How am I doing on time? Okay, I have a lot of time. And so the process actually involved in this, it's a multi-step process. There is a built-in scripting language in Second Life called LSL, or Linden Scripting Language. And you can put a script or multiple scripts into any particular object and do lots of different things with it. And so one of the functions, and you'll see here on the, let's close a few of these. This is the LSL portal, which is sort of on the official Second Life wiki, showing it's kind of a C-like language, I would say. But so it has lots of different functions, lots of things you can do related to, camera movement, collisions, different math, physics, all of these things. People make all kinds of vehicles in SCaLE. But one of the functions that I, again, used for this, the main function, is this function called LL ground. Which basically tells you the height, the terrain height of any particular point in a region. You might notice here it says offset. There are some functions that get like parcel details or details about the region where you can actually say the coordinates. Again, the coordinates are 0 to 256 on the x, 0 to 256 on the y. Unfortunately, LL ground is a little bit different. It takes the height below the scripted object, or if you're wearing that scripted object, below your avatar. So one of the kind of challenges I encountered was basically having to constantly check, okay, where am I, or where's this object as I'm getting the height, so that if I move a little bit, I try to kind of keep myself relatively still, but you're constantly checking the position. But so what I did with this function is I loop across a region, and I have a Python script on my computer. Everything, by the way, another kind of little function here, HTTP response. Anything, any object in Second Life can be simultaneously, or either or both HTTP server or client, with certain limitations, of course. But so the way I actually gather the data in the first place is to have a Python script that communicates with a scripted object in SCaLE, and basically tells it, I want data from this row, this X value. And then the script in SCaLE will say, okay, it'll loop across an entire row of X, or I should say, the Y coordinate is what is sent in, and then it goes every half a meter across the region at that particular Y coordinate, every half a meter in the X axis basically, and gets the height, and then feeds that data via HTTP to my computer. It's just a bunch of float values. I can show you here what it looks like. This is a particular region called Cormac. So this is 513 lines of just tons and tons of float values, again, every half a meter, getting the height at that particular point, and then some sort of preliminary data about that region that helps me when I want to reposition them in Blender or in World. What did I just do? So there's a lot, and so that was a challenge, of course, in itself, to try to figure out how much data can I actually send by HTTP to my computer from SCaLE on every pass-through. And when I said that it took 32 hours to gather the data for Heterostra last year, I had one scripted object that was just doing this. Now I have, I think, one object that has what's called a link set. When you have multiple objects linked together, each of them can have a script. So now I actually have it in parallel. So the Python script is sort of doing, who here is familiar with Python, by the way? Or, okay, quite a few. Do you know async or async.io? There's that, and I think I actually looked at that, and I wound up doing, I think, in a threaded version instead, that basically is able to, I think, in like 7 or 8 threads, get data from different rows, which saves a lot of time by being able to communicate with multiple objects in Second Life and not rely on that one HTTP connection, which is sort of a bottleneck. After that, I can make a list of different regions that I want to gather data for, and then the script on my computer can look at this list and then communicate with the script in SCaLE and say, okay, I've gotten all the data, go to this region at this set of coordinates. And then the script in SCaLE will teleport me automatically. Usually it runs pretty smoothly. Occasionally I'll get teleport fails in Second Life, and then I have to not restart the process, but restart from where it left off or where the teleport failed. But usually it works pretty well. You can also download those map textures that you saw in World thanks to Taiki Shepard's grid survey, and there's some other people who have this. Every texture, every image, most every object actually in Second Life has a UUID, a universally unique identifier, and so do the textures. So these are all sort of publicly available, and Taiki has the UUIDs for these map tiles on her site. So I download them, generate region models using Blender's Python API, apply the textures. Part of the script can also decimate and reduce the complexity. Like I said, it was like down from 226 million triangles to however much I said, and then export them as mesh objects, as collada files that you can then upload to SL. And then I have another LSL script that can reposition these and apply textures to the terrain and the water, which is a separate, it's called face in Second Life, but it's basically a different material for the water height. And profit, not really. I haven't made any money off this, but it's a passion project for now, so maybe at some point. How am I doing? Okay. What I'm actually going to do now, just since you've seen a little bit about the process that is involved and what I've done, hopefully no one's going to come in here and wonder, what's this person standing in the middle of the floor? So I'll just put myself in AFK mode, where I'm out of the way. So I'll do a little demo of Blender, and then I'll show a few more things. And if you have any questions, I'll do Q&A toward the end, but also feel free to stop me at any point if you have questions about anything. And I do not have Blender open yet. Okay, so 1 second. So here is the Blender interface. It's amazing. And what people usually do is they open Blender and then they delete the poor default cube. Poor little cube. But so, has anyone here actually tried using Blender's Python API? Not really. Okay, good. That's, I mean, you know, hopefully this inspires you to do something with it, anything. I find Blender, there's a guy some of you might know named Andrew Price, or Blender Guru. He's like talked about how with Blender there's a lot of complexity, there's a lot in the software, but he uses what he calls the 80-20 rule that I think, let's see if I say this right, that he uses 20% of Blender's features 80% of the time. So again, even though Blender is extremely complex, you're not going to use all of it. I mean, for most projects, you'll use a tiny portion. A big part of the learning curve is just getting some of the shortcuts into your brain, and I'll talk about that too. But so if you have not used Blender's Python API, you can see up here on the right, I hope that's maybe a little hard to see. Well, up here, there's something called Scripting tab in the default sort of layout, and you click here, and then here's your text editor, another viewer area, and then here's the Blender Python console. And this is extremely useful for getting started with Blender's Python API. I'm just going to maximize that. And then you can zoom with the control wheel, so that's a little bit easier to see. But so this is where you can test out things, see if they work, see what you need to put in for commands, and then you can kind of write them down in the text editor and kind of run them. So one of the things I'm going to do right now, just to kind of show you what you can do, even if it's pretty simple, I'm going to delete everything. So I'm going to create, let's say, a basic text object. Now, I don't want to have to go into edit mode and actually, you know, say something there. I just want to be able to change it. And maybe I have a script, maybe I have a text file of strings or something that I want to use. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. And what you can actually go and do, this is where sort of the learning curve for Blender's Python API gets involved, because everything in Blender is basically on the back end, this hierarchical series of data blocks. So there's a lot of like dots involved. So for this, if I type this open, so oops, that's the wrong, the focus follows mouse gets a little bit tricky sometimes, but so bpy.data.objects. That's sort of the hierarchy under which the objects live. And then if I hit tab, you'll see there's only one object in the scene right now, it's text. And so let's say I want to actually change the string, the actual text that's showing. Then there's another dot and another data. Again, things get somewhat long here sometimes. And then body. That's currently the, so if I hit equals, hopefully everyone can see that. And let's say this is only a test. And of course I forgot the quote. And look, it's been changed just like that. Another thing that you can do is actually change, in addition to that, you can also change something, data.extrude. Let's say right now it's 0. There's no extrusion. It's like it has no volume to it. Let's make that 1. Oops. And then suddenly you have something that's actually quite large. And then if we delete that, then one of the other thing, actually let's not delete that for a second. And you can go to, this mouse movement is not helpful. You can actually go to the location of it. So like if we go, and let's say it's not data now it's just the object itself, because we're not looking at the data of the text object, we're looking at the object itself, and see where its location is. Okay, that's, it's kind of at the origin. Let's change it to 1, 0, 2. Now it's been moved up around a little bit. Now the other thing that you can do, of course, and this is sort of where I'm getting into sort of the way that you can make it easier on yourself, how to find things, is if you go, let's go to the main screen here. If you go to Preferences, in the Interface tab, I'm sorry this isn't bigger, but on the Interface tab in Blender as Preferences, there's a check mark here. I already had it checked, but it's called Python Tooltips. If you can't see that, it's right there. Python Tooltips. And now what happens is if you hold, let's actually bring that back, text. If you hold your mouse, let's say over here in the Properties thing, and you hold it over, let's say, location X, then you're going to see it says, this is really, is that really blurry? Yeah, well, I'll read what it says. So it says location of the object, and then ordinarily what you don't see, but what is now there since I enabled that checkbox, it says Python object.location, and then it'll say bpy.data.objects text location 0 because it's the x coordinate. What you can actually do there, because you don't want to have to remember that, you just right click on it and then hit copy full data path. If you do data path, it's just going to say location, but you can either do Shift Control Alt C, again these like massive shortcuts, but or just right click, and then now if you go to scripting and you hit, then you've gotten that, and that's the x coordinate for that. So you can do that with pretty much any, any property like that or anything. And if it's a menu, or let's say we wanted to add, let's say that we wanted to add a new text object, usually would go out there up to Add Text, or Shift A for the same menu and text. And again, if you hold your mouse over that, then there's a Blender Python operator called bpy.ops.object.textAdd. Again, we don't want to have to remember that. If you right click, there's no copy, but you can, so it's a little different when it's a menu item. Here you can just hold your mouse over it and hit Control C, and then you go to this, and now text add. And now we've added a new one, and you can actually do, if you actually remove the parentheses, the ending parentheses on that, and hit Tab, it'll give you some parameters that you can actually use. So like the radius, initial location, alignment, rotation, and you can do this pretty much on any function. Just remove the last parentheses, hit Tab, it'll kind of auto-complete the other things that are usually optional, but that you can actually specify if you want. So that's a simple text object. Now, let me find my presentation. So the parameters, one other thing besides enabling Python tooltips that's extremely useful in Blender is if the menu search, which is either up here in Edit and Menu Search, and then you can see here, or not really, but it's F3. So if you hit F3 pretty much anywhere here, then you can actually search for what you need to use. And the nice thing about Blender's menu search is you can actually type in the shortcut itself. You don't have to know, if you, let's say, remember a shortcut, but you don't know what it does. Let's say I had F3. It'll say, oh, edit menu search. So it actually knows the shortcuts. You can search by shortcut or by the menu item and find things that way. And you can even, in this menu search, hold your mouse over it to, again, see sort of the Blender, the Python API, so the command that you would use for it, which is extremely cool. And then, again, Control-C to do that. One of the things just to be aware of, actually, is, let's say we go back to this, the default cube, and let's say I wanted to change one of its vertices. So I'm actually going to, I don't need the text editor. So let's say I wanted to change, this is, now there's several objects because I used the default one, but so it's the cube. If you're going to change the vertex, there's a difference in Blender between an object and the mesh. The mesh is the data, is data that sort of lives underneath the object. So if I did this sort of cube object and then .data and hit enter, you'll see that its data is something called bpi.data.meshes cube, which in this case, the mesh has the same name as the cube. That's just by default, but you can change it so up in the right side, if you hit the little arrow, you'll see that underneath the cube is a mesh called cube, but we could actually hit that and F2 and change it to whatever you want. Below the mesh is a material that's assigned to that. So there's all sorts of data under the hood that you can find in Blender. It's just a matter of knowing where to look. But so in this case, if I wanted to change the, let's say one of the, if I wanted to change, let's say, the mesh data of this cube, you can hit vertices, and then it's a list, so you would take, let's say, 0, and then say that we want to change the coordinate. It's .co for coordinate, and then we want to change that to, let's say, 5, 2, 3, and then see what happens. And that's kind of interesting. Now, the thing is, though, if we do that while in edit mode, nothing's going to happen. So that's one of the kind of gotchas with Blender is, besides finding the hierarchy, if you're going to change things about a mesh, you have to make sure you're in object mode. So if I try to now change that, again, I'm changing one of the vertices to 5, 2, 3, hit enter, nothing happens. And if I tab back out into object mode, nothing actually changed. So if I go now, let's say again, says it's 1, 1, 0. I try again and change it to 5, 2, 3. If I hit that, it'll change it, but it won't actually apply. So if you get the coordinates for that vector, it'll say the new updated version, but then as soon as you go back into object mode and try that again, it's back to 1, 1, 1. So when you're changing vertices or anything about a mesh, that's something to be aware of. One of the other things actually to be aware of with Blender, and that comes into play a lot with Blender's Python API, is there's a difference between selected object or objects and the active object. As far as I know, there's always only one active object, but you can have multiple objects selected. And just because an object is selected doesn't mean it's active. Just because an object is active doesn't mean it's selected. So these are one of the weird little gotchas. So like this is a command that you would type in Blender's Python API, like the view layer in the context. Again, this will all be sort of on the YouTube, the video hopefully later. And if anyone wants these slides or this text file actually, let me know after and I can send this to you. But so that's how you would change the active object by hitting equals, and you can't just put the name of the object, you have to actually give it. So like, let's say I want to, now the light is the active object because it's that kind of deep orange over here. But if I want to make the cube the active object, then I have to go, like I said, the context, view layer, dot active, objects.active again, easy to get lost in here. And if I just do cube, it's going to say expected an object type, not a string. So you have to actually give it the data path to that particular object, which in this case was bpi.data.objects cube. And then if I hit enter, it's hard to tell, but in the properties window up here, it is now the active object. So that is something to kind of be aware of. Also, there's another thing in preferences which is quite useful. If you want to actually see, like if you're trying to change a particular vertex in Blender and you want to specify, you want to know, let's say, this vertex right here, how would I access that? What number in that sort of vertex list would this be? There's another option in preferences, kind of above in interface, above Python tooltips. I wish this were clear. But it's called developer extras. And then if you have that checked and then you go into edit mode, and then up here, which is extremely hard to see, I'm sorry, but this will be on the video. It's called Mesh Edit Overlays, and there's now a little thing that says developer and a checkbox that says indices. And if you have that enabled, it's a little hard to see. It's easier on my screen. I think there's a setting somewhere to change the font, but I don't know where. But now, if you actually look at it, at least on my screen, you see that vertex is number 6. It starts counting from 0. 0 to 8 on this, so you can see that. And again, if we actually, let's say we created a mesh grid, Where's grid? That might be a little easier to see. You can kind of see, at least there's like a little blue number hovering above each vertex saying how you would access that particular vertex using Blender's Python API. So a couple of other things to be aware of. As you might have noticed, my mouse keeps sliding. So in Blender, everything, I don't know if there's a way to change this, maybe in the underlying code if you rebuild it. Everything sort of follows mouse. So like when I was trying to change something in the console, my mouse kind of scrolled down to this like message area, or if I want to do something that requires me to like have focus on the kind of the view mode here, what do they call it, the viewport, you just kind of have to make sure that your mouse is where you need it to be. That's a big gotcha and something I've encountered a lot. There's also some cool console and editor shortcuts. As you might have seen, if I do control and then mouse wheel, you can kind of zoom if you want to see higher. And there's also some shortcuts available in the menu for deleting the line, clearing everything, going backwards in the history. So that's extremely useful. One of the things to notice is when you have the text editor, let's say I make a new thing here, which I can also make bigger. If you're testing scripts in the Blender console over here, you do not have to import the BPy or Blender Python module. If you're writing a script in the text editor, you do. This is sort of built in. If we restarted Blender, it would say sort of at the top that certain modules are already sort of pre-imported. But if you're going to do something in the text editor or run something you want to save and run a script for later, you have to import BPy and any other modules that you might need. And one other thing to note, you can actually see, like if you were to use like print statements in Python, either in the console or the text editor, you might wonder where those go. Like, are they going to show up here in the console? They do not. On Mac and Linux, running Blender, you have to run it from the terminal, and then anything that you kind of get sent either to error or other sort of print messages and things like that will get sent to the terminal. On Windows, I think there is an option somewhere in the menu to sort of have this kind of console or extra console show up. But again, if you're going to sort of, if you want to print things or you want to have information, then start Blender from the terminal, and then you can kind of see like certain it's reading the preferences. We can say print hello SCaLE. It'll print it there. Oh, I might be wrong. Oh no, okay. It will show up there if you're printing something like that, but if you're doing it from a text editor, from like a pre-written script, it won't show up in the console, but it will show up here in the terminal. So that's why. And then I should probably close Blender the right way, but I didn't. So I don't have too much time, but I will just go. Any questions so far? Okay, so I just have a couple slides left. So I'm still here, and there's me coming back from AFK mode. So as I mentioned, Heterostra was the video I made last year. This is Belisari, that Linden Homes continent, which as of January 20th had 2,541 regions, extremely large. Now it has more because they're adding to some of the themes. This only took 18 hours to gather the data. Still seems like a lot, but when you consider that the Heterostra continent, which is about a fifth of the size, took 32 hours, this is a big difference. Also changed how it generates. This would have been 1.3 billion triangles at the highest resolution. Now it's only 13 million. I recently upgraded my laptop's RAM to 32 gigs of RAM. Before I was at 8. So this is basically just another little camera movement. This is in Blender, or rendered through Blender, but you can kind of see some of these areas are maybe not as easy to tell that it's actually a landmass and has topography unless you're up close or below, but you can kind of see in the distance some of these mountainous areas. That's the log home theme. Again, you can kind of tell I've been in Second Life way too long. I know way too much about the world itself and the people and things you can do, but there's a lot you can do with it, and I think it is actually very cool for tinkerers. Like historically, that was kind of Second Life's claim to fame, that it was live. You could build in real time, script, do various things, have people see in real time what you're making. It is a cool world to develop in, actually, in different ways. So that's that video, and then I will actually show, so this is a sort of smaller, like the way I actually did things before when I've generated the models is I would actually use those numbers and those data files you saw to build a mesh vertex by vertex by vertex, adding it to a list, connecting faces manually between those vertices, and then there's a command in Blender's Python API called from PyData, which can generate meshes. That is one way to go for a lot of projects. It's a lot slower, I realize, so now what I actually have is I pre-created this sort of grid mesh that has 263,169 vertices, I think. So it's 513, 513. And so basically now, instead of creating a mesh vertex by vertex, I'll just duplicate this mesh and then have the Python script take the data in those text files and change the z coordinate of those vertices much, much faster, much easier. I don't know why I do that last year, but again, it's a learning experience. And so this is the wastelands. This is, I'm guessing, oh no, the material showed up, okay. So this is a small private, like post-apocalyptic themed estate. You can kind of see like the flat part is sort of the water face, which is an extra set of 4 vertices, just a simple plane. And one of the neat things, so I won't actually, it takes a little bit of time, so I won't show it generating them because there's nothing really to see, but then there's also, I'll just open the, so this is actually the script that generates that, so, you know, picks where the files are, imports these things, gets the coordinates for the region so it can figure out where to put these. Each region is an individual mesh object, so it positions them according to that, tells me how much time it took, and you can see here that sort of object active in order to decimate. So like modifiers work on the active object. If you're adding a modifier or changing it, you have to be the active object. But certain, like for example, you know, if you're going to duplicate something, it's the selected object or objects. So that's one of those things where it gets a little bit confusing, and you have to be aware of what you're actually doing, selected versus active. So, but that is what that script ran, created this. Then there's a one to texture the models, which is sort of this. And again, if you have any questions about anything with this, I know it's a kind of a lot to look through, and I'm rapidly running out of time. But this is to texture the models. And then I'll just show one thing actually live in here. There is a script I made. In Second Life, you can actually see, like if you open the world map, you'll see the world map textures, which are sort of the terrain with not all but some of the objects sort of kind of baked into the texture, as you can see here. And so that's sort of the standard view that people are used to with the map. But thanks to Taiki Shepard's grid survey database, you can also get UUIDs for the terrain only or terrain layer textures. So if I open this texture change, I think that's correct, you can kind of see here. So I just very simple imported bpy for image. This is sort of the data path where the images are stored, including textures. You know, I've just replaced something. This is all sort of here. I have in that folder, I have the terrain layer textures with terrain only and world map. So if I run this, either this little play button or just Alt-P, then suddenly this is showing the terrain, but no objects. So you know, you can do a lot on the fly with that. Let me see, where am I in terms of time? I already showed that. Oh, and so there's actually right now, it's kind of interesting. I had 2 conferences at once because there is something called the Virtual World's Best Practices in Education Conference, which is going on this weekend as well. I'm not presenting, but I do have an exhibit. So this is, I believe, the 16th annual or 17th annual, maybe. And so in addition to the various presenters, it's basically different professors, educators who use virtual worlds, not just Second Life, but any kind of virtual world platform, including social media, to teach and do various projects. So in addition to the presenters, there's different panel discussions, posters, and then also various exhibits set in this kind of biome theme. So I actually have this very simple little exhibit, which you can see here. As part of this, you can see, I don't know if anyone else is here. So this is the conference area. That's 1, 2, 3, well, a few regions. And so this sort of biome area, this is the parcel that I made an exhibit on. You can see my avatar in this. And so these are sort of examples of imported. So like you can see here, this is with the object layer, or I'll show in the terrain layer. And so I have not yet imported or uploaded mesh of these continent size models, because that would take a long time, and you have to pay to upload mesh. So that would both be expensive and time-consuming, but I will at some point. These are the original 16-second life regions I mentioned that existed back in 2003. So this is just a little exhibit for people who happen to walk by and see the different exhibits. And then also one other thing, you might notice that this vehicle sandbox area, which is on the original continent Sansara, can also be made extremely big or larger. I could have actually made this larger, but everything in Second Life has land impact, which is kind of how they calculate resources in terms of, like, land has a particular amount of objects. Like if I look at this parcel that I own, which is fairly sizable actually, I've accumulated some land here over the past couple of years. The capacity of this parcel is 9,283. That is not objects, that's land impact. More complicated objects in terms of the number of triangles or textures, or if they're physics enabled, will have a higher land impact. And so this particular model, this link set, which is this group of models, is currently a land impact of 1,578. I think it was only like, I can actually check. It was scaled down, it was how much? 23 land impact. So you can see that going from 23 up to like 1,500, when you make objects bigger, it's basically because in terms of draw distance and where people are rendering from, it's more taxing on people's GPUs because they'll see it from farther away. The bigger an object, the farther away you can see it in higher detail. So that's why they raise the land impact to try to kind of do that. And there's no physics on it right now. I just have a invisible platform underneath it, so I can walk around on it, but I could walk through the mountains or do whatever I want, which is kind of cool. I had a friend of mine put a little Godzilla avatar and walk around on here, which is kind of interesting. I believe, so yeah, and the future improvements you can see down here, I want to optimize the scripts a little bit further. Also in Blender, you can also, with Python, see the coordinates for the bounding box of any object. So one of my plans is to actually use that in order to automatically generate these kind of little display cases that exactly fit sort of the height and all of that, the shape of, these are just ones that I've made in Second Life. You can res things in SL, like cube, sphere, different things, and then change their size and shape and things like that. So that's just what I did for these display cases, but I want to do that in Python, and there's some other things I want to do to improve the process itself. These I know are probably not things you can write down immediately, but like I said, it will be on the video live stream, and also if you want, I can email you these list of links. These are just links to some of the Blender Python API documentation, some of the things I talk about with the gotchas, tricks, some questions about working with mesh. There is a module that's actually separate from BPy for working with mesh more directly. It's sort of how Blender handles mesh internally, and that's called bmesh. I haven't gotten into that as much. It might actually be something I want to explore further, but it's basically gives access to Blender's internal mesh editing API. There are certain functions that you can use there that you can't do, things you can do with that you can't do with BPy. But again, I haven't dived into that as much. And then some things, if you want to check if an object exists, just some Stack Exchange or Stack Overflow things that have been helpful to me. And of course, Andrew Price, Blender Guru, his famous or infamous donut tutorial, updated for Blender 4.0, some Blender traps, a video that's useful, and then some other Blender docs about the data blocks and the hierarchy. And as I mentioned, the command line is some things you can see in Windows. I believe there is, window toggle system console, but in Mac and Linux, like I said, to see the output of the text editor, you have to run it from the terminal. And then this is actually, for some of you might know this if you're familiar with Python already, this is actually one of my favorite sites for learning Python. It's realpython.com. I'm not being paid by them, I wish. But they have a lot of really well-written articles, and especially these days, sometimes it's hard to find articles that weren't written by an AI and have like a bunch of SEO cruft. But so this is actually all curated, written by humans, maybe with a little help from AI, who knows. But yeah, RealPython is really useful for Python of any kind. And I think that is actually it. So I have about 10 minutes, or if you want to stay later, for questions or comments or suggestions or complaints. So yeah, thank you very much. Any questions about Second Life, Blender, Python, the meaning of life? So you said, show of hands again, a lot of people were familiar with Python. Who had actually tried Blender's Python API? A little bit. Okay, so most of you hadn't. So, I mean, hopefully you can kind of see that you can start off small. You can just work like with individual objects, like, a text object, let's say, and just sort of experiment and get going. There's a lot you can do with it, and like I said, I think that for me, I never would have, like this project had nothing to do with my school work. Like I had already started this before I got into this Media Arts and Technology program at UC Santa Barbara. This was just my love of Second Life, of places, of geography, even virtual geography. So if you find something that you want to do, something you love, could be anything that maybe involves Python and Blender, something you want to do in 3D. Just dive in, get started, and like I said, there is that learning curve, but there's a lot of ways to find your way in, and hopefully this sort of helped with that, so inspire you guys to experiment. Any questions? Yes. I don't know where on my hard drive or solid state drive they are right now, because my file system is very unorganized. My inventory in Second Life, everyone has an inventory of objects. Mine is also very unorganized. I don't know what that says about me. But I have, actually, yeah. I've done some sort of, not like as involved in this, but it's kind of fun to play around with and do different, trying to remember where they are now. I usually use my desktop as like a working space, and then when it sort of starts to fill up visually, I'll just be like, oh, let's create a new folder called Desktop Files January 2024, and like shove them in there, and then shove them in my home like folder. And then I'm like, oh, when did I work on that? Is it, was it last year? Was it like which month? And then I'm like digging through. So I really need to organize it. But yeah, and there's a lot of just playing with modifiers, like even just picking the cube object, adding various modifiers to it, playing with the cloth modifier and cloth physics in Blender, doing different things. Like there's a lot of really fun time-wasty things to do in Blender that eventually sometimes you're like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. You're just playing around. You're like, oh, maybe I'll save this and save it as a render or whatever, and use it as visual art. So yeah, it's I have, but I wish I could show it if I could find it. Yes. That is a very, very good question. I'm not sure, actually. Let me see. I mean, Andrew Price, like, again, he's not changing Blender itself to be simpler, but it's, like, his tutorials are really good, and he is talking about the shortcuts. He goes into things at a fairly basic level. Yes, the rest of the UI is still there. But I mean, you can customize Blender's UI and like actually remove tabs and like change sort of the default. Actually, if I go into it, there's something called, if you go up to File, I think it's in File, Defaults, Save Startup File. So, and then Load Factory Settings is there too. So if, let's say I didn't want to have Blender create the sort of default lighting, camera, cube setup, I could delete that, and I'm not going to now, but let's say this is how I want it to look when I start up Blender. Then I can go File, Defaults, Save Startup File. And there's also a little Python thing, bpy operator or ops, all that. Then the next time you open Blender, that's what it's going to look like. So you could actually go through and like, let's say delete this tab, the scripting tab. You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need, all these different tabs. So you can actually do that and then save the startup file. So that kind of helps. It's kind of a longer process if you kind of do it yourself. There might be people who have like themes like that you can download, but yeah, that is one way to make it a little bit less daunting, I guess. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, like a displacement texture or image map like that. Yeah, there is something in Second Life called a sculpty, which is, I forget when they first released it. It was like more than 10 years ago. Like initially the way you could build in Second Life was just resing and linking and modifying these primitive shapes, spheres, toruses, etc. At one point they added a thing where it's like a very low resolution image that sort of does this displacement map that applies to a prim, and then it kind of changes the shape and world, but it's extremely low resolution. I don't know if it's like 64 by 64 max in terms of the size of it or something like that. The way I actually initially thought of doing terrain models was there's something on the Second Life marketplace. I hope this isn't going to give me something adult rated on the first page. Yes, it is. Sorry, never mind. I knew I should have. Okay, Sculpt Studio. This is something, this is not real money, by the way. It is real money, but that's not in US dollars. $1 US is equivalent to about 250 Linden dollars, the in-world currency, which is a real currency that you can exchange back and forth. So this is $20, something like that. But anyway, so Sculpt Studio, there's a feature to do that kind of thing where you can go to a particular region and say, oh, I want a sculpt map of this, and it'll do that similar process to what I've been doing, but again, it's much lower resolution. And I guess I could have made, there was something cool for me about just having the list of numbers, like the float values. I'm sure there is a way to, in Python, create like a high resolution texture that would make that a sort of this displacement map. But for me, it's just been easier, I think, to actually modify like the height values directly rather than applying a, plus actually I think with the displacement modifier in Blender, there's sort of that scale, so where like, you say how much it'll affect the object in the mesh, and I think just for my own sake to have it be as precise and as accurate to what you see in world as possible is why I wanted to just be able to control the height of the mesh, like precisely have it be exactly the height it was in Second Life rather than have to kind of figure out the scaling on the modifier, if that makes sense. No. Yeah, it's literally just like, so for example, too much is open. So like here, Fort Stygian. So yeah, like these are, so like the 67.899, that's in meters. So that would be the lower, the height of the point at the lower left of that region, and then again it goes across and then goes up. There's no scaling applied, it's just, I see what you mean. When I import them into Second Life, there's another part of the script that will, like, when I generate the models, it creates it sort of life size, so to speak, or Second Life size, but I do have part of the script that will scale it vastly down, so instead of it being like 256 meters in Blender, it'll scale it down to like half a meter on a side per region, so that when I import it into Second Life, it's more like, this size. That's scaling the object itself down, not necessarily the height or anything. So, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it could be. I mean, like I haven't experimented as much with the displacement modifier. One of the things that would be interesting to try as well, to have other people be able to use this in different ways, I could try to generate displacement images or maps from the Python script. That might be something to do down the road and see what people do with it. Yeah. That answer your question, sort of? Okay. Any other questions? Anyone want to tour, since we're here and no one's kicking me out, anyone want a tour of anything in Second Life? If I can find it again. This is the first floor. Yeah, if there are no more questions, is anyone here about to kick me out? Does anyone here work for the convention? No? Okay. I will actually then take you to one thing which is very cool called Void. It's a store, sorry, this might be loud. This is a store called Void Inc. And when I first came here, it was a little bit different. Now it's, I'll just fly because it's faster. I'm going to lower the volume because some of these are a little bit loud. They have something very cool called the Dreamscape simulation engine. I think that's through there. There's also both sound here. If I went and sat on that, it would actually take me across. So yeah, that's scripted basically. This is sort of like a collision thing. So it detects that there's an avatar there and then moves the vehicle across to the other side. I don't really feel like waiting for it, so I'm just going to fly over. But so this is, let's see if I can find where they have it. They remodeled this, Dreamscape. So just to kind of show you what is possible with scripting, beyond just making terrain models, this is, actually I'm going to make, you can also make the UI disappear. So this is, and then if I get closer to the center, something will happen. Yeah, so it's a little sci-fi, cool, and it's not doesn't just look cool. This is basically like a holodeck almost that they've made. So if you click on the center object, it would help if I had the UI. Then you can spawn a scene of some kind. Let's say I wanted to. I don't know all of them. Oh, Nexus is actually my favorite. So all of this part is unnecessary, but they just wanted to script it to. And I'll go into mouse look so you can see. So basically, behind the scenes, it creates this particle effect. It reses a scene around you, which, if I were in the center, would be more interesting. And so that's, this is something you can actually buy from this store and res on your own land. Res basically means to make appear in the world. It's a Tron reference, I think. And then you see that little thing. So it's basically a scene reser, holodeck type thing. And they have one that actually called the World Seed, which does the same thing for, I'll actually show you that just as the last part, if I can find the door. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the World Seed is basically the Dreamscape simulation engine, but at the size of an entire region. You can see this is only one region, 256 meters on a side. The one below it is a ghosted region. It doesn't actually exist. There's no name. I don't know why they haven't fixed that yet. I think it's on the opposite side. Yeah, World Seed. Okay. So this is the same principle as the Dreamscape simulation engine, just a slightly larger scene. And if I click that, and let's say, I don't know which is which here. I remember, I've seen some of them, but let's try Aket. Something should be happening. Oh yeah, okay. The egg cracks, and then this one takes a little bit longer. Like, it'll actually show in the chat bar. It says launching systems, and then I think it gives you like a percentage. This is all very unnecessary, but it's cool. So yeah, beginning materialization. I forget how long this takes, but maybe like 10%. Doesn't take that long, but it does take a couple minutes, I think. 20%. Okay, so it's basically at this particular height. I think we're currently at 2,400 meters up. You can build in any, like, assuming you have rights on that particular parcel or land, you can build up to 4,096 meters in the sky. So a lot of people will build like skyboxes. They might have something at ground level and then do something else in the sky. The most annoying thing on mainland is when someone has a skybox that's like 100 meters up in the sky and you're going by and you can like look, or you're going by on the road and you look up and see all this clutter in the air, which is somewhat annoying, but that too is part of Second Life. But so in this particular case, they have the main store at different heights, and then they have the world seed at this 2,500 meter elevation, so that then when they res out like the entire region scene from the world seed, then it's not interfering with anything else at the different levels. So it's a 70%. Anyone have any questions while we wait? Come on, go faster. But yeah, it's basically, like I said, it's this object contains, or maybe one of the other objects, contains like sort of all of the pieces of the scene that it's now resing out around me, which is come on. But so like as it's waiting, it's basically putting everything out there, and then when you end it, it'll take it all back to the object's inventory. So you as an avatar or as a user or resident have an inventory, and objects can have inventories too. And again, inventories in an object can be like the script running or not running if you want a scripted object. 100%. Let's see what appears. It might be completely underwhelming, but no, this is not it. I'm waiting for the rest of. I'm waiting for the rest of the particles to oh, there we go. Yay, okay, it was actually kind of cool. And I'm actually going to change, in this particular viewer can just type DD for draw distance. So I'm going to make my draw distance up to 300 just so I know that it's resing everything. But yeah, so this is kind of cool. No particular point to it being here, but again, like a lot of people like to do photography in Second Life. Flickr is absolutely swarming with like different photographers, some of them extremely talented, a lot of machinima artists or videographers doing films. I actually have a friend who made a kind of a Blade Runner-esque feature-length sci-fi film, 2 now actually, it has a sequel, the past couple of years, and then was at film festivals, and it's entirely filmed in Second Life. It's impressive. It took him like 18 months to do the first one, and again, it was all filmed in SL. He had other people being the avatars and doing the voices, and he had written the script. He's also written and published like several detective novels set in Second Life that you can find on Amazon. His name is Huckleberry Hacks. It's one of those like typical Second Life names, but so he's an example of someone who might, let's say, come here and decide, oh, this would be a great film set. I'm going to use this particular scene for my next movie or some other kind of project. And then you could do that. You could go here again. You can kind of, as you saw in the video essay, I have it actually with me. If anyone's ever seen one of these, like a space mouse, it used to be called a space navigator, but this is basically just this little 6 degree of freedom joystick, which if I plugged it in, maybe I should plug it in actually. Come on. Okay, I might have to just adjust the preferences, but that is basically one of those things where you can control the camera completely independently of your avatar. I think it's in movement view. It might not be enabled. There we go. 3D connection space navigator for notebooks. So now, if I use this, then here's my avatar, mouse click, whichever. I tap a little shortcut key, and now I can move my camera, and my avatar can be anywhere doing anything. I can actually do a little, this is a very weird gesture, but bear with me. And if you hear, if you go closer, you can actually hear, it's the most ridiculous thing. I've seen people who communicate through gestures, and gestures are basically an object that you can create that can combine animations for your avatar, sound, or text chat. It will replace what you say, and you can assign shortcuts to it. But so while that's running, I can actually just move the camera around, and you can, like I said, do forward and backward, left, right, up, down, pitch, yaw. I don't have roll enabled currently. You can deactivate axes, and you can also change the scale value of the movement. So keeps going. So like here, it's what's called the fly cam. So if I, let's say, change that to 30 on the x-axis, 30 there, and 30 on the z, and I'll leave the other ones. Then, I don't usually hold it standing up. Moves a lot faster. Anyway, so as you can see, this is extremely useful for not only getting a sense of the space you're in the world, getting good shots for photography, but also filming. So. You know, there have been experimental, like I said, the viewer software is open source, and there's various third-party viewers. I'm on a third-party viewer called Firestorm, which is the one that most people use. There was, or is, I think, an experimental VR-enabled viewer for Firestorm. The good and bad about Second Life is that everything is made by, or most everything is made by individual users, many of which do not have the knowledge or skills to optimize things properly, which, you know, is not really a judgment. Like, everyone kind of starts at the level they're at, but because it's sort of this hodgepodge and mishmash of user-made objects, and because, of course, the rendering engine is like, what, 21, 22 years old at this point, the frame rate, you know, you have to have a good computer, and even then sometimes it won't run super well. So there's the risk that if you're in VR in Second Life and you're in a very heavy or low frame rate, laggy region, or if there are a lot of avatars, the way they're built and like the clothing and the mesh that people wear, that can be a big thing. So like right now I'm getting an FPS of 75, which is great. If there were like 10, 20, 30 people in this region, it might drop significantly. So having said that, even if you use the experimental VR viewer, the frame rate you get might not be, you know, you might get nauseous. But they are working on improving things. Like I said, even though this looks fairly impressive, the Firestorm version that I have is not PBR enabled. So like I said, now you can do reflection probes, mirrors, physically based rendering like textures. They're switching from Collada, or you can still do Collada imports, but now they'll be able to do GLTF, or the graphics library transmission format, to kind of smooth things along. So they are like constantly working on improving it, they're working actually right now on a mobile viewer. So I think Premium Plus subscribers, there's like an alpha or beta version that is available for Android and iOS, and that's something they're hoping will bring in a lot more users, and even just, you know, people who are existing residents being able to go in world when they're out and about and check on things. So mobile viewer first, and then maybe, you know, a couple of years down the road, maybe they'll be able to improve rendering to the point that we can have VR. In the meantime, VR chat, if anyone's used it, is a very cool platform. Has its issues, but it's, has anyone used VR chat? Yeah, I know, like it removed a lot of the mods, or like the things, or made it, they do seem like, in fairness, the company behind VR chat to be adding a lot of the things that were sort of disabled by Easy Anti-Cheat, but it's a cool platform. But in my own opinion, I'm not nearly as much in VR chat as I am in Second Life, clearly, but I do think that VR chat has incredible potential in what people can make and have made, and the community there, if you can kind of look past the sort of surface level and sort of the public worlds, there's a lot of really cool things that people have made. So, any other questions? I think, by the way, it's 7:30 right now. There's game night in the expo hall, or the exhibit hall rather, at 8:30. Or I think it's now for the family game night, and then at 8:30 to 11:30 there's no Second Life, but there will be games, I guess. So any last questions before I log out, or are you all just happy to see me camera around this area? Maybe I'll put the world seed back to where it was if I can find it, so the next person can, I mean, anyone could actually come in here and change it back to, oh, there it is, okay. Change it back to how it looked before. Come on. Does it know oh, there, okay. Remove. Let's see how long it takes to derez. Oh. That was actually quick. So basically it detected that there was an avatar there, and then had a little platform like with the physics enabled to push me up. People make elevators in Second Life, make vehicles. Like elevators are kind of pointless, you could just teleport, but people make very realistic, all kinds of things that are completely unnecessary, but that people like to do. So anyway, that's my talk. sort of extended beyond the time that I had, but thank you so much for being here. And if you have any questions or want to talk afterward, or, thank you. Oh, and yeah, if you want to email me, by the way, if you want actually the slides, my email is just my last name at ucsb.edu. So if you want the links to the stuff I had, like the different links or the text file itself, just feel free to contact me as well. Now I should probably see who was messaging me during my presentation in Second Life and see what they wanted.